676-8477. From the Traffic Center, I'm James Birmingham.
This report is sponsored by Wawa. You may have heard Wawa has pizza, but did you know that Wawa has pizza at a really great price? Right now, get a personal size 14 or 16-inch Wawa pizza for just $6, $8, or $10. Gotta have a Wawa.
Real Radio wants to provide you with the assist for your holiday shopping by putting $1,000 in your hand before the holidays. We're talking about $1,000 13 times a day. Simply listen for the keywords to win $1,000 weekdays from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. Take that keyword and enter it on our website, realradio.fm. Whether you do that on your phone or computer, we don't care. What we do care about is that you answer your phone from a number you most likely will not recognize when they call back the winner, because that's how you get $1,000 in your hand. This contest sponsored locally by Mills Air.
Mills Air, been in business since 1992. That's over 30 years. Carrier factory authorized dealer. Rebates up to $1,275 for brand new Carrier units. Turn to the experts. Carrier. And you can always turn to the experts at millsair.com.
Bring your forecast into focus with West 2 News on CW18 and meteorologist Kellyanne Class.
My focus is on your day, every day.
West 2 News Sunrise on CW18. Weekday mornings from 7 to 10.
Let's watch TV.
What do you want to watch?
Big Bang.
It's one of my all-time favorites.
Kick your night off with a bang.
Every night at 7 o'clock.
Bang, bang.
Let the good times roll.
Sounds like a party.
Did someone say party? Party's my middle name.
You know you want to watch.
I'm so excited, and I just can't hide it.
The Big Bang Theory, tonight at 7, only on CW18.
I'm about to lose control, and I think I like it.
What are you talking about?
Covering Central Florida, so you never miss a moment of what's happening. Every night at 10, Michelle Imparato, Jesse Pagan, and First Warning Chief Meteorologist Tony Manalfi. West 2 News at 10 on CW18. Local, live, late breaking.
As a founding partner of iHeart Women's Sports Network, Capital One wants to help you hear more about today's top female athletes. Learn more about your favorite teams and keep more money in your wallet with no fees or minimums on checking accounts and no overdraft fees. Just ask the Capital One bank guy. It's pretty much all he talks about. In a good way. Capital One, what's in your wallet? Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank for details. Capital One, N.A. member FDIC.
If a Lenovo computer's on your holiday list, make Lenovo.com your first stop. Find amazing deals on ThinkPad X1 Carbon Gen 12 laptops and get the best PC prices of the season. That's Lenovo.com.
Lenovo. As a founding partner of iHeart Women's Sports Network, Capital One wants to help you hear more about today's top female athletes. Learn more about your favorite teams and keep more money in your wallet with no fees or minimums on checking accounts and no overdraft fees. Just ask the Capital One bank guy. It's pretty much all he talks about. In a good way. Capital One, what's in your wallet? Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank for details. Capital One, N.A. member FDIC.
Hi, folks. Jimmy Petronas, Florida's Chief Financial Officer. Many of you are hurting after the hurricanes. These storms cause so much pain, and if you have property damage, there's two things I need you to know. First, we already have scam artists out there making all kinds of promises to homeowners if you just sign a few forms. Don't sign anything. Don't let anyone going door to door scam you into signing anything. Second, if you have hurricane damage and you haven't contacted your insurance company, please do that now. My job is to help you hold people accountable, including insurance companies, contractors, or anyone else. Call 877-MY-FLCFO. That's 877-693-5236, or go to preparefl.com with questions or to report abuse. This is a public service announcement from Jimmy Petronas, Florida's Chief Financial Officer.
You've got so many chances to win big on Hard Rock Bet. Even a small bet can bring in that serious cash. All you need is $1 and a dream.
Unbelievable! They've hit the parlay. Let's go!
Big payouts for every kind of player.
Hard Rock Bet. Roll with us.
Get up to $100 back if your first bet doesn't win. Payable and bonus bet up to $100, not a cash offer. Offered by the Seminole Tribe of Florida. Must be 21 plus and physically present in Florida to wager. Terms and conditions apply. Concerned about gambling? Please call 1-888-ADMIT-IT.
We all think about buying a house instead of renting, right? But did you ever realize you're renting your electricity every single month? Yep, overpaying the power company and watching prices rise every year. This year alone, prices have jumped over 10%. Isn't it time you own your own power with Solar Source? I started with my pool heater going solar, and now I'm thrilled with Solar Source's pay-as-you-go system where I can save each month starting at only $99. Now, Solar Source isn't new to this game. They've been in business for nearly 40 years with the same phone number since 1984 and over 60,000 installations right here in Central Florida. They are the company I trust. Are you ready to stop renting your electricity? Switch to Solar Source today and start owning your own power. Switch to Solar Source today by going to solarsource.com/monster. Honestly, going Solar Source has been the best thing we've done all year. I absolutely love the company, and you save more money when you tell them you know Russ Rollins. That's solarsource.com/monsters.
Mills Air in business since 1992. That's over 30 years here in Central Florida. They're not going anywhere. Carrier factory authorized dealer. You can always turn to the experts at Carrier. Equipment change outs and upgrades right now with up to $1,275 in rebates. Visit millsair.com.
Get up to 50% off New South Windows and Doors. Visit our showroom on November 16th, 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. for 40% off. Want that extra 10% off? Show your U.S. military ID or bring a Toys for Tots donation. Visit newsouthwindow.com/50 for details.
Greetings from Daytona, where a band of dreamers took a strip of beach and turned it into a proving ground. The Great American Race, where year after year, greatness is the destination.
Drivers, start your engines, let's go!
So book your experience and soak in 500 miles of history and tradition. The Daytona 500, February 16th, 2025. Secure your seats now at Daytona500.com.
Total Wireless totally has your back this holiday season. We give you up to 4 free 5G phones when you switch to the Total 5G Plus Unlimited plan. That's 4 gifts, 1 store. Plus, enjoy unlimited data that never slows you down. All for $30 a month or less when you get 4 lines. That's a holiday plan we can all get behind. Visit your local Total Wireless store to switch today. Total Wireless, we're totally with you. Actual speeds may vary by location. For data management practices, see TotalWireless.com.
0% interest. It's the model year-end event now at Sutherland Nissan Orlando.
Portions of the following program were pre-recorded.
Broadcasting live from the injury law firm of Kaufman & Lind Studios. Why Kaufman & Lind? Because your case matters. Contact them at whenyouneedus.com or dial pound 546 on your cell phone. This is WTKS-FM HD1 Cocoa Beach, Orlando. Listen on your free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts.
Real Radio has your chance to win $1,000. Just enter this nationwide keyword on our website, CASH, C-A-S-H, CASH. Enter it now on our website at realradio.fm and answer your phone if you get the call. Good luck.
Someone's going to get offended. It's just the way the world works. So to hopefully save everyone a little time and or energy, here's this. The opinions that you hear are those of the host and callers, and not those of iHeartMedia, its management, or advertisers. You are now listening to The Jim Colbert Show on Real Radio 104.1.
That's right, guys. Here we go on a Wednesday edition of the Jim Colbert Show. Thank you so much for tuning in. We appreciate that as we do every single day, and we have a straight-up banger for you today, kiddos. We'll get you caught up on what's happening out there. JCS News, we'll do that at 3:20. We'll have Daryl Payne in today, so you want to get on the phone early. One segment with Daryl today. Scott Maxwell in his brand new time at 4:15. We'll talk about that 60% voting threshold in Florida, among other things. 5 o'clock hour, it's trivia, TSO, and Central Florida International Auto Show tickets up for grabs. We'll end it up with Ross Padgett in the 6 o'clock hour, and we'll do You Heard It Here first to end it all out. Welcome to the program. I am Jim. To my left, my lovely and very dangerous co-host, Ms. Deb Roberts.
Hello there.
Straight Edge producer, Jack Bradshaw.
Good afternoon.
All right, 407-916-1041. Text us easily at 77031. Find us on social, Instagram and Facebook at The Jim Colbert Show. On Twitter, it's just at Jim Colbert Show. And, of course, all day, every day at JimColbertLive.com. That's where you can check us out on YouTube when the guests come in or we have somebody on the phone. You can watch us do our thing right there. You can also find us online at JimCovertLive.com. That's where you can see all the cool stuff we have, and you can send us a talkback if you'd like. Just get that iHeartRadio app, go to Real Radio once you get it, and use that microphone to send your comment over to Jack. Cash, by the way, is your 3 o'clock keyword, CASH. Go over to realradio.fm and send that away for your chance at $1,000, guys. Cash. This is the last week.
Yeah, last week, your last 3 days.
That's right. So go get that money. Cash is your 3 o'clock keyword. Remember, if you're playing the game, pick up your phone. If it rings, even if you don't recognize that number, you got to do it because that's how they tell you you've won. Cash is the word. Good luck.
Well, you only have to wait an hour.
How you guys doing today? Everybody good?
Doing all right, yeah.
What a weirdo Wednesday today it has been. I don't know about for you guys. It has
Weirdo Wednesday.
It's been a straight
Show
up,
title.
It's been a straight up ass Weirdo Wednesday. The traffic was just awful.
Isn't it crazy out there?
My
What's going on?
My God Almighty! I will contend, and I know that I have a traffic story in the news today. I will contend that
you're doing the news today?
No, I have. I say,
Step aside, Deb.
All right.
In my show stuff, I have a traffic story today. That's like a nationwide traffic thing, but. I will contend, and I'm sure that you guys could certainly check in with the talkback and tell us where you think it is. But I will put the traffic from I-4 in front of the Altamont Mall on 436 going
worst.
all the way to 1792. I'll put that up as the worst traffic that Orlando has to offer, the most absolute mind-numbing. I've never thought about jumping out into traffic in front of a truck before in my life before driving up and down that stretch of road. It's so bad.
I would have agreed with you until this past weekend where I did it 3 days in a row. And that intersection of Sand Lake, I-4, Turkey Lake, that's a gem.
Wait. That's a contender,
Yeah.
Jimmy. That is a contender.
That's a good one as well. But here's the thing. Once you get past that road, it's not bad. And I don't consider that since that's tourist area because I drives right across the street there.
Yeah.
I kind of take that out of play because that's a tourism kind of empowered or impacted scenario there. This thing is pure Orlando idiocy. That thing is so bad over there. It is the worst ever.
Oh, let me see.
I got trapped in there trying to get lunch today, and then there was a wreck, and traffic was just dead stopped. Like dead stopped. And I was like, okay, well, I guess I'm not eating there today. And I made a U-turn over the curb.
Oh, yeah.
You drive a truck. You're allowed to do that.
Over the curb, an Audi 5. I was gone, man. There's no way I'm sitting in that traffic not even 1 second longer. I was already super pissed.
This is amazing because I might have been Saturday night. I contemplated doing a U-turn over the curb at Turkey Lake and Sand Lake.
Yeah.
I was like, I'm watching. There was a pickup truck that just stopped in the middle of the road. And then people were lining up, blocking the intersection, and some people going around, and it just wasn't moving.
Yeah. I also contend that if you're from out of the state and you cause traffic, we should be able to run you over. Like we should be able to ram you.
That's not unreasonable.
Yeah. I want a truck with one of just like a bulldozer Mad Max front.
Right.
Just for one day. I would just for one day. That's all I would like. I don't want anybody to get hurt. I just want to push.
I'm sorry. What?
I just want to push you off to the side into a ditch where you can't cause any more issues for a while. Anyway.
It's really an act of altruism when you think about it that way.
That's exactly
You're helping
what it is.
them out.
Right.
You're helping the other drivers
serving
around
the
them
greater
out.
good.
Exactly.
I'm a community partner.
Exactly.
That's exactly how I look at it.
Your love for everyone is astounding.
And always remember.
I've always thought that.
Always remember, you're never in the worst of it.
No.
Because the worst of it is always between 4 and 6 p.m., Monday through Friday, and that's where you find yourself here, spewing your anger into the ears of people who legitimately have reasons to be angry.
Well, listen, I have a reason to be angry. And by the way, this was lunchtime, so that's the other rush hour. Yeah. It was like, because I had to be in town early today, so I was over there. Oh, man, anyway. All right, 407.
We're happy we could help.
916-1041. So I saw another story today I found very interesting. We all like to go out and eat and have a good time, right? Everybody does that. There is a trend out there that's happening, and I know it's true. This story just supports it. This is out of London, but this is happening pretty regularly in the U.S. I've actually mentioned this on the air before. It's a new dining trend that is really pissing off restaurant owners.
I was going to say, it's got to be door dashing and then complaining about inflation.
No,
That's not it.
Bravo, Deb. Bravo.
It's not that bad. All right.
Okay.
Bravo.
But this is, and I have to tell you, I kind of understand. Like, if I was a restaurant owner and this happened repeatedly, I think I may be a little upset too. But the problem is, you kind of got to be upset with the game. You can't be upset with people who kind of outthink the problem and maybe start looking at dining out differently now.
It's got to be the fact that 2 entrees for 2 adults are just simply too big.
It's done. That idea is done. That's exactly what it is.
Restaurants, it's too damn big.
Restaurants are saying that what they're having happen now is this. People are coming in, they're ordering an appetizer or 2 appetizers, 1 meal, and water. Nobody's buying drinks out anymore. Yeah. Nobody's buying wine out anymore. They're not splurging for desserts. They're coming in, they're enjoying the space, and they're ordering 1 entree and splitting it, even salads and splitting it. Again, totally guilty of that because at times we'll go in, like my wife doesn't eat a lot, so it'd be like, okay, we'll just split this and we'll get an appetizer. Like if she wanted to get something more that kind of fit her taste for that evening.
But I'm still getting my drink, y'all.
Right, she'll get an app, I'll get an app, and then we'll split the dinner. And that's like the new thing now. And the water thing is out
That's
there
a little.
I mean, but still, they charge you like $4 for a Coke.
Yeah, no, it makes sense with every. I just think that with the leftovers, and then you got to be a really good on top of it leftover person. Going out to eat is never being able to finish unless you're spending a lot of money. With one of those bougie restaurants where you think you're not getting a fair amount, and then you're like, wow, that actually did fill me up.
Yeah.
There are several hurdles to clear with restaurant leftovers.
Yes.
I'm dying to hear these because, buddy, there's none for me. It's microwave and let it rip.
They usually you got to get to that point, and they'll usually offer it, and then you have to say yes. You can't leave it at the table. After working in a restaurant, you'd be surprised at how many people will leave that to-go container at the table.
Oh, they'll pack it up and leave it there on accident?
B, leaving it in the back of your car because if you're with a partner, you put it in the back and then you forget about it.
Do you have a camera in my house and cars?
And then C, remembering to eat it, just not put it in the fridge, and then 4 days later say, honey, is it still good?
Yeah, exactly.
And that's exactly
then
what I get.
You can't go anywhere after you leave the restaurant.
Right.
It's not something you can do, and, I just got to pop into Publix real quick because your car's already 130 degrees in 3 minutes.
Exactly.
It's recooked it all over again.
And they're saying that this is ruining the restaurant experience. That's what restaurant owners believe. It said, how am I supposed to stretch out my menu and really, really showcase what my chef is able to do when people are coming in and ordering like one thing? I get a table of 4 people and it's 2 entrees and maybe 2 or 3 appetizers, and that's the ticket for the night. And they're like, look, I guess I got to just start charging more.
Oh, yeah, that's always the answer.
That ain't going to work because people are going to figure that out. That's why they're doing what they're doing because it's so damn expensive to go out anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. It said this guy just opened a restaurant about 3 weeks ago and immediately started noticing the trend after only 3 weeks of people coming in and doing that very thing.
Well, it's funny because someone just texted us. It's like, I guess not enough restaurants are paying attention to, like, Applebee's still has its 2 for $25, including appetizer and 2 entrees. Now, again, it may be Applebee's, but that's a value for a couple going out to dinner.
That's right, because you got to remember, most of America is eating at Applebee's and Chili's and, in the old Bennigan's and places like that, Ale House, that they can pop in. They know exactly what they're getting. They know exactly the price point. They're not really looking for a dining experience. They just want to get some food in a comfortable area where they don't have to spend $600.
Or clean up when it's done.
It says, and they're basically saying, one of this guy says, he thinks tapas restaurants have had a negative effect on people who come in and sit down, because with tapas restaurants, the plates are anywhere from $7 to maybe $11 a piece. And if you go with a couple and you do a date, everybody kind of gets 1 or 2 of those things, and they split the tab, and you've gotten 4 or 5 different flavors, and textures, flavors, proteins, and it's cost you the same as ordering just 2 of the main plates. And can I tell you, that's how we like to eat.
I have to say, I think that's restaurants not paying enough attention to what they're offering and could be offering and putting the onus on the consumer.
Yeah.
Because if their answer is to raise prices, why do you think people are going out and ordering 1 appetizer and 1 entree? It's because it's already too expensive.
Do you say, bring us an extra plate?
Yeah, you do. That's exactly what we do. Because here's the thing, there's a couple places we know that when you order a salad, their salad is gigantic for 1 person. So when they get to salad, we'll say, hey, can we get 2 plates for that? And the server actually understands that. Apparently it happens quite often.
Right.
So we'll do that. But when you do that with an entree, the server will also give you a little hint that they aren't super happy about that because, of course, that reduces the ticket price and then in turn reduces the amount of tip they get. So I don't think anybody's a big fan of it, but it doesn't really matter.
I always feel that when my wife orders the diet soda and then I order a water.
Right, yeah.
You know,
right.
I just like, because the server's like, oh, no alcohol.
And by the way, one of these chefs says that very thing, says, look, if you're going to do that, at least have the decency to order a glass of wine. Which is another entree.
Stick it up your ass.
Right.
Oh my God.
Wine by the glass is like $16.
Give me this guy's name. I need to find him.
He's in London, Jack, but I like your fire.
Oh my God.
I like your fire.
Have the decency to order. Oh my God.
That's exactly what he says to have the decency to at least order a glass of wine from me so I can jack that ticket price up. Like, that's what they're ordering water, jackass.
Exactly.
All right, 407-916-1041. Text us at 77031. Yes.
A texter says that some places will charge you for a sharing plate.
That's right. Sometimes they do. Like, that's the whole corking fee. Like, you bring that's kind of understandable. You bring your own wine, they charge like, what, $10 or whatever it is to open it for you. But that they are allowing you to bring your own wine in. That's not the worst thing ever. Got a lot to talk about today. If you heard the promo, I want to tell you what a cadult is. Oh, God. The Tyson-Paul fight is this week, which I completely forgot about it. Then I saw that today. Man fakes his death. By the way, I've got some information that you're going to, especially with the news that we're going to have with Deb here in a minute, about this storm that's brewing down in the Caribbean. Operation Blue Roof. If you'll remember that, Operation Blue Roof, that's that thing where they give out tarps or whatever. The deadline, you have that?
No.
Do you have it?
No, that's okay. I've already replaced it.
Well, it doesn't matter. The deadline is coming up, but I just want to remind people that the deadline, if you have it, that's all I'm trying to do anyway.
Okay.
Just so that people get in for the deadline so they can at least get on that list. So if this thing does hit us again.
All right, we'll tag team on it.
All right, we'll tag team back again. And then the sexiest man alive needs some explanation. But it's look, this is a really interesting topic though, because it's John Krasinski. And like John Krasinski isn't like your Hemsworth guy, right? He's not like a strapping, studly, kind of big, muscly guy. But he is a really cool guy. And he is a really funny and talented guy.
When's the last time you've seen him?
Krasinski?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't, just recently. Why?
Okay. Well, I mean, he used to be Jim on The Office.
Yeah.
But then when he was Jack Ryan, he did hit the gym.
Yeah, I know, but it's he still doesn't have those classic handsome.
Hey, what are you talking
not handsome.
about?
I'm just saying he's ripped.
Oh, okay, very good. And then also, drug overdose deaths have done something in the U.S. as well. We got all that coming up a little bit later. Deb, we got some news?
Yeah, we're going to talk about South Dakota's John Thune, the new Senate leader. Like you were saying, Jimmy, a hurricane, if you haven't heard, could develop in the next week. And a man is arrested after he's found hiding in... We'll talk about that and more coming up next during JCS News.
All right, guys, cash is your 3 o'clock keyword, CASH. Get over to realradio.fm and send that away for your chance at $1,000. Back in a sec with Deb's news and more of the Jim Colbert Show.
Dancing naked around your kitchen is a lot better with your best friends.
Seriously.
I mean...
Why would you encourage that?
Just say, Alexa, play Real Radio 104.1 on iHeartRadio.
From the Clausman Law Traffic Center, car crash, call Clausman Law. ClausmanLaw.com.
An accident blocking a right shoulder on State Road 429 northbound between Plant Street and West Road. Be mindful there is stop-and-go traffic from State Road 50. Expect delays of over 20 minutes. And a crash reported on State Road 434 at Waterford Lakes Parkway, but not seeing any lane closures there to impact your drive. And seeing slowdowns on I-4 eastbound between the Osceola Parkway and State Road 535. See traffic troubles? Call the Valvoline Instant Oil Change Traffic Tip Line at 866-676-8477. From the Traffic Center, I'm Annie Mapp.
This report is sponsored by Mattress Firm. It's Mattress Firm's Black Friday sale. Get matched with your perfect bed and save up to $700 on a wide selection of quality mattresses. Plus, score a free adjustable base with a qualifying purchase. See store for details.
Divorce? Call Trinley & Kramer, TK Law, onefirmforlife.com.
Jay, why is auto insurance so expensive? I need to get insured, but I need a better solution.
Vic, you should call Acceptance. Acceptance had better rates, better options, and better customer service than my previous company. Acceptance was just better. They did all the work comparing different plans and found me the best payment options that fit my budget.
Really? Do you have their number?
800-606-7049. 800-606-7049.
Why pay more? Acceptance Insurance has offices in your neighborhood, and one call to Acceptance could save you up to 30% on your car insurance. 800-606-7049. Let Acceptance work better for you. 800-606-7049. 800-606-7049. Acceptance Insurance. We shop, you save. Restrictions apply based on a Q1 2024 study of Acceptance Insurance customers who reported saving when they switched. License number L012994.
Proud to be a donation site for Toys for Tots.
Let the professionals at Fence Outlet save you time and money. We handle everything from the free estimate to the install. We do it all, and you get 0% financing. So come into Fence Outlet or visit fenceoutlet.com today. License number C-10252 and C-10803.
You've heard of a pro tip. Here's a mo tip. After an accident, the insurance company may make you a quick offer to go away. They may also be offering you pennies on the dollar. Injured on the go? Just call Mo. Mo DeWitt, Orlando attorney.
Mills Air in business since 1992. That's over 30 years here in Central Florida. They're not going anywhere. Carrier factory authorized dealer. You can always turn to the experts at Carrier. Equipment change-outs and upgrades right now with up to $1,275 in rebates. Visit millsair.com.
It's International Diamond Center's biggest and last store-wide sale of the year. Save up to 20% on virtually everything, or get 3 years interest-free financing. Incredible savings November 15th, 16th, and 17th. Only at International Diamond Center.
Bring your forecast into focus with West 2 News on CW18 and meteorologist Kellyanne Class.
My focus is on your day, every day.
West 2 News Sunrise on CW18. Weekday mornings from 7 to 10.
Let's watch TV.
What do you want to watch?
Big Bang.
It's one of my all-time favorites.
Kick your night off with a bang.
Every night at 7 o'clock.
Bang, bang. Let the good times roll.
Sounds like a party.
Did someone say party?
Party's my middle name.
You know you want to watch.
I'm so excited, and I just can't hide it.
The Big Bang Theory, tonight at 7, only on CW18.
I'm about to lose control, and I think I like it.
What are you talking about?
Covering Central Florida, so you never miss a moment of what's happening. Every night at 10, Michelle Imparato, Jesse Pagan, and First Warning Chief Meteorologist Tony Manalfi. West 2 News at 10 on CW18. Local, live, late breaking.
The holidays mean more travel, more shopping, and more personal info in more places that could expose you more to identity theft. That's why LifeLock monitors millions of data points every second. If your identity's stolen, their U.S.-based restoration specialists will fix it guaranteed or your money back. Don't face drained accounts, fraudulent loans, or financial losses alone. Get more holiday fun and less holiday worry with LifeLock. Save up to 40% your first year with promo code CLAY. Visit LifeLock.com. Terms apply.
An official message from Medicare.
Medicare plans change from one year to the next. And this year, it's important for you to review your current coverage and compare all your options during Medicare open enrollment. Compare health plans, drug coverage, and costs. See if you can save some money, and don't forget to make sure your drugs are covered. Open enrollment ends December 7th. Visit Medicare.gov or call 1-800-MEDICARE.
Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
If a Lenovo computer is on your holiday list, make sure Lenovo.com is your first stop. You'll find exclusive deals on the PCs you want, like the ThinkPad X1 Carbon Gen 12 laptop and Legion Tower 7 Gen 8 gaming desktop. So avoid all that shopping chaos and price comparing and just go directly to the source, Lenovo.com, where PCs are up to 53% off. Score unbeatable holiday savings at Lenovo.com.
Lenovo. Are you ready for the ultimate sports experience? Look no further than Frogger's Grill and Bar. We've got your sports fix covered with Saturday college football, NFL football on Sundays, Mondays, and Thursdays too. Catch all the action on our tons of high-definition TVs while enjoying drink specials available all week long. Don't miss out on Frogger's amazing menu, where everything is fresh, never frozen. Oviedo, Mount Dora, Apopka, and Altamont Springs. Frogger's, hopping with food and fun.
Hey, this is Kyle Brandt. You're busy. I'm busy. But every single Monday, we take 10 minutes to dish out 10 takes. NFL, life, whatever, but never more than 10 minutes. It's 10 takes with Kyle Brandt. Driving home from work? You got time for 10 takes. Taking a smoke break? You still smoke? You got time for 10 takes.
Listen to 10 Takes with Kyle Brandt on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and search 10 Takes with Kyle Brandt and start listening.
Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisor. Visit TrajanWealth.com.
Real Radio is on X at Real Radio 1041. Sponsored by the law offices of Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys. Have you been in an accident? Call the law offices of Anajar and Levine at 1-800-747-FREE.
That's 1-800-747-3733.
You can watch radio being made on a daily basis at Jim Colbert Show on YouTube.
All right, welcome back to the Jim Colbert Show, Real Radio 104.1. Your 3 o'clock keyword is cash, C-A-S-H. Slide over to realradio.fm and send that away for your chance to win $1,000. Had a couple winners last week. Would love to add one before we get out of here. This is the last week of the contest, so cash is the word. Good luck. We hope you win. Welcome back. I am Jim. Jack is right over there. Let's get a check of the news. Here's Deb.
It's time for JCS News.
Wow, does this guy got to put his name on everything?
It's in my contract, dude.
Here's the news on the Jim Colbert Show.
And JCS News is brought to you by that mortgage guy, Don. All right, this is breaking news. Republicans will keep control of the House very narrowly with a small majority. The win gives President-elect Trump an easier path to enact his policies now that the Senate is also under GOP control. The GOP won the needed 218 seats to keep control today. Speaking of the Senate, South Dakota's John Thune is the next leader of Senate Republicans.
And this Republican team is united. We are on one team. We are excited to reclaim the majority and to get to work with our colleagues in the House to enact President Trump's agenda.
Thune and Texas's John Cornyn faced off in a secret vote after Florida's Rick Scott was eliminated in the first round ballot for Senate Majority Leader, even though Texas Senator Ted Cruz endorsed Scott this morning. Don't know if you remember, but Cruz supported Scott 2 years ago when he lost a vote for Senate Minority Leader to Kentucky Republican Mitch McConnell, who, of course, is stepping down.
Hey, Cruz, Scott always seems like a weak senator.
It's weird because he got voted out by by Republican senators. I mean, he was voted out of there, and
in the first ballot.
Yeah, at the first ballot he was voted out, and there's rumors that he's not really well liked within the Senate. And Peter Navarro, that guy that is a insider and one of those one of the strategists, said that that won't stand. That he wanted both of the other guys because he thinks Thune is more in tune with Mitch McConnell, who threw a couple wrenches in some of the Trump progress earlier in his first presidency. Yeah. So I'm kind of interested to see how that plays out.
Well, closer to home, some internal investigations by Kissimmee police are getting a second look. State Attorney Andrew Bain is reviewing previous cases involving 15 KPD officers. 11 of those officers were accused of using excessive or unnecessary force. Not only that, but former police chief Betty Holland informed Bain before she resigned that several cases were never reported to his office, even though the officers had violated policy.
Wow.
We just forgot.
It's a mess over there. Yeah. Slipped my mind, sorry.
Some of the cases date back 9 years.
Really? Good Lord of mercy.
That's going to be an ever-growing local story.
Yeah.
All right. If you haven't heard, hate to be the bearer of bad news, but forecasters continue to monitor a disturbance in the Caribbean. Hurricane Hunter aircraft are due to investigate Invest 99L today. It is expected to become a tropical depression in the next couple of days and then a tropical storm. Meteorologist Angie Lastman has the latest.
It's mid-November, but guess what? The tropics are still active, and we've got a system that we're going to watch. 90% chance that this develops, so probably in the next day or two we'll see this develop. We've got incredibly warm water here, low shear, so all of that means prime conditions for this to develop.
Yeah, forecast models show it could become a hurricane with various points in Florida as possible landfall sites, but projections actually show this potential storm going anywhere from Central America, South Florida, or even out into the Atlantic.
Right, yeah.
Sarah is the next.
I'd like to speak for all of Florida and just say no.
Exactly.
Look, can I tell you, they must not be printing the other ones because every single model I see is that thing goes up into the Gulf and then takes a dead right into Florida, hitting anywhere from Naples up to Steenhatchee.
I was watching Noah Bergeron last night on Fox 35, and it was just like It's gonna. I mean, he breaks it down. This guy's a weather nerd. I love him.
Yeah.
But it was just spinning, and he goes, it's either gonna loop here and hit South Florida, or it's gonna cross a little more over. What is it, the Yucatan there, and then
Take
come
a right.
a little closer to us. But either way, it's coming to Florida.
Yeah.
And the good news is, well, if it does interact even more with the Yucatan, that's going to tear it up. So hopefully after it reemerges into the Gulf, it won't become as strong. But Sarah is the next name on the hurricane list. And hang in there, boys and girls. Hurricane season ends at the end of the month.
And I'd just like to repeat, no.
Exactly.
Yeah, I'm down with Jack.
No.
Of course.
I support Jack's decision of no.
No more. No.
We're done with it. Jesus.
All right.
No.
The deadline for Floridians to apply for a free roof repair program is tomorrow. The Operation Blue Roof program is managed by FEMA and the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers to install a temporary fiber reinforced sheeting. I think that's just another way of saying a blue tarp.
Yeah.
That's 100%. That's
right?
exactly what it is.
Foldable rain repeller.
Exactly. Temporary fiber reinforced sheeting or blue tarp over homes damaged by Hurricane Milton. The initiative has helped more than how many residents across more than two dozen counties statewide? Jimmy, you probably already know this number.
I actually do not. I'll go 10,000 though.
All right, Jack?
10,001.
That sounds hot.
Points Jimmy, more than 7,000 residents across more than 2 dozen counties statewide. The deadline to apply through blueroof.gov is just before midnight tomorrow. And if you missed this, I know Jim is going to be covering this on a little bit later during the show.
Yeah, we just want to do a short segment on it to make sure people understand that they need to get it out there. Because here's the thing, and don't worry about picking up your stuff at the curb. This storm's going to redistribute all that for you. You don't have to worry about it at all. Yeah. So just leave your yard stuff out there. Matter of fact, just get it looser. That way the wind can pick it up and blow it in your neighbor's yard, and they can take care of it.
I want to thank the company that Duke hired to. Yesterday they came by to trim the branches near my power lines.
Yeah.
And they left a pile right in front of the house.
All right, there you go. Thanks, guys. Hey, that's firewood for your s'mores.
Yeah. Well, they came this morning and picked it up. So
well,
I was like,
you know,
thank you.
we're also thinking, of course, it's mid to late November. People want to put out their Christmas decorations. Now you don't know.
You don't know.
Well, not only that, but the recent hurricanes may make it hard to find at least one popular Christmas decoration. Hurricanes Helene and Milton have hurt the local poinsettia crop this holiday season.
Oh, wow, really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Orban's Nursery over in Manatee County is one of those dealing with a poinsettia shortage. Tyler Orban says the loss is devastating. He estimates about how many plants were destroyed in Hurricanes Helene and Milton.
God, I don't even...
We're going to let Jack go first
10,000.
this time.
Oh,
10,000?
It's got to be more than that.
Okay, go 10,001. I dare you.
I'll go.
I dare you.
I'll go.
I dare you.
12,220.
How about 200,000 plants?
I still win.
Well, who's closer?
You said 10, I said 12, jackass. Get out of here.
Just checking that new math.
Listen, I'm from Putnam County, but I can do that.
Orban tells 10 Tampa Bay it'll hurt, but they're going to do their best to be back next year. In the meantime, Tyler's brother Remy has started a GoFundMe page to help him recover. Good news is, so far, over 200 people have donated over $23,000.
That's nice.
I thought that was pretty sweet. And then I did ask Jack, if you're watching us on our YouTube feed, we all know that during hurricane seasons, when we lose our power, how incredibly important our linemen, are.
Yes, of course.
Okay, so
It doesn't matter.
Okay, it's a good thing he's trying to put that photo up so that he couldn't give me the buzzer on that. But a former utility worker is being recognized for saving a coworker's life. I don't know if you've ever had the opportunity to see this, but the Jacksonville City Council yesterday voted to name a street for J.D. Thompson. Back in 1967, Thompson and Randall Champion were working on utility poles on West 26th Street when Champion touched a live wire. It was like one of his first jobs ever as a lineman. Well, he was knocked out and hanging upside down about 20 feet in the air. Thompson saw him while working on another pole and rushed over to his side. In a photo that appeared in the Jacksonville Journal, Thompson can be seen giving Champion mouth to mouth until he came to. The man who took that photo, and you can see it right now on our YouTube feed, end up winning a Pulitzer Prize.
Damn, really? I did not know that.
Pulitzer Prize for that amazing photograph.
Yeah, I know that's an unbelievable picture. I mean, what an unbelievable, just an act of heroism.
Absolutely.
To go over there and do that. Unbelievable, man.
But you got to explain. It's called The Kiss of Life.
The Kiss of Life, right.
He was giving him mouth to mouth, but he's like, no, I'm not kissing him.
Yeah, right.
He's my friend. I was saving his life.
Yeah,
Leave me alone.
Half the people in Jacksonville are like, oh, shit, look at them gay electricians. What's that on the front page for? Gay electricians? Is that a thing? Come on back.
I mean, I like they waited a bit to give this guy his flowers.
They
did.
Yeah. From 67.
I'm just glad he's alive.
What took that so long? That's a good point.
I'm glad he's alive.
They could have done this in 75.
I know, that's a very good point. They could have done it in 68.
They probably still think they're gay. That's not, they just, well, we figured out they're not gay.
Maybe that's why they
Here's your flowers, not gay electricians. Sorry. Didn't mean to castigate you for 40 years.
All right, a city in Orange County may end its recycling program. The Winter Garden City Council are going to meet tomorrow to discuss the possibility. According to the city, we've heard this for many years now, recycling is getting significantly more expensive and more items are winding up in landfills because recyclers, or AKA China, don't want them. O-Town Compost CEO Charlie Pioli hopes the city rejects the measure because he tells Spectrum News 13 it would then force the county to add landfill space, which is going to be a burden on taxpayers. I know in South Florida they're going through it right now. They want to raise their landfill by 100 feet, which would make the damn thing taller than the state capitol.
Well, let me tell you something. How many do we drive? The one we drive by has got to be 100 feet in the air. The one out in Geneva is 100 feet in the air.
Yeah.
These things they're just giant mountains.
And they're growing all the time.
They're lovely.
Oh, yeah.
I was heading to Brevard, and it gives a little texture to the ground.
Oh, yeah.
As I was looking off 95 in the distance, I was like, oh, look, it's a hill.
It's a mountain in Florida.
And the birds are on Mount Rubbish.
Right, exactly. All right, speaking of heroes, this is cool. Changes are coming to a pair of Orange County airports. Aviation leaders are expected to unveil a series of new developments for Orlando International Airport and Orlando Executive Airport sometime today. One of the anticipated announcements will showcase MCO's new logo. Captain Sully Sullenberger
really
is scheduled to be the keynote speaker. For those who do not remember the name, he gained national recognition when he safely guided a plane to an emergency landing on the Hudson River more than 15 years ago after doing a bird strike. And it's the calmest he's ever been. He also says it's the most he's ever gotten laid by his wife since that happened. Because
that's great. What a statement.
Because he's such a hero now, right?
Oh, yeah,
I mean, you can't be that calm and land a plane on a river, not lose a single life.
I would be to my wife and be like, oh, that's what it takes? That's what it takes. Like me making money and pay these bills all this time, and I got to save a bunch of people and land a plane in a river to get that action?
Well, it doesn't hurt.
Get out of here.
All right, speaking of airplanes, Floridians with relatives in Haiti are terrified as the FAA grounds all U.S. flights to the war-torn country for 30 days after it turns out, guys, 3 planes were hit with gunfire. We had covered 2 of them during You Heard It Here First last night. Well, Sandy Doris Vanel with the Little Haiti Cultural Center worries relief crews will not be able to get basic supplies to those in need.
People are terrified, even though majority of the country would not be able to travel, even if planes were flying. But just the notion that if there is a major crisis, the cavalry cannot come.
The State Department is monitoring after a Spirit Airlines flight out of Fort Lauderdale Hollywood International Airport was hit Monday and diverted to the Dominican Republic. A JetBlue flight and an American Airlines flight were also hit.
Hell on earth over there, man. Haiti is hell on earth.
But amazingly enough, the recent violence is not going to change Royal Caribbean's plans to stop in Haiti. The Miami-based cruise line announced yesterday it will continue to bring passengers to its private day resort in Labadee on the country's north coast. I remember both you and Jack talking about. For those who don't know, Labadee is about a 6-hour drive from Port-au-Prince. Royal Caribbean says the safety and security of our guests, crew, and communities we visit are our top priority.
Yeah, what you have here is a man-made kind of resort area that is blocked off from the rest of the island by giant walls and gates. So, and then Royal Caribbean employees, there really isn't part of Haiti. You're not experiencing Haiti at Labadee. It's a tourist stop, no different than like any of these private islands that they go down and build out with slides and chairs and stuff like that. It's the same thing. They just took a part of Haiti, they walled it off, and they say you're going to Haiti, but you don't really experience Haiti at all, actually.
Was it you that went to Labadee?
Yeah, I've been there.
Jack, have you also been to Labadee?
I have.
I thought you did the zip line thing that you said that they escorted you with like long guns.
I don't remember the armed escort. Jimmy talked about that one.
So yeah, because when we went at the gate one time, I've been twice. One time they did not let us go up to do that. They said it was closed because the bridge was washed out. But really, what was happening is the Haitians would wait at the gate, and when you would try to take their shuttle up to the area where the zip line launched, they would try to charge you this gate tax. In other words, if you come through this gate, we're robbing you, or we're going to do something stupid to your little thing.
Oh, just turn around and go back and hang out at the pool. Not worth it.
That's like the first thing I saw a dude standing there, and I'm like, yeah, turn this bitch around.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, my chair's still warm when I just got out of it,
right, exactly.
and it's got a cold beer. Turn this bitch around. I don't need to slide down a wire that bad.
No, exactly.
I don't want to die by machete anywhere, much less Haiti.
Well, an Orange County hotel will take on a new purpose as a way to better benefit residents. Orlando leaders approved a plan earlier this week to convert the Best Western off West Colonial Drive into more than 100 affordable studio apartments. The development is expected to accommodate low-income residents in the Spring Lake neighborhood by the end of next year. Several months ago, the former Ambassador Hotel, located along that same stretch of road, was successfully converted into an affordable housing complex. And here's why we need them so bad.
I have some breaking news for you.
Yes.
Yeah. Do you have it?
Is it to Marco Rubio being tapped as the next...
No, it's who's going to be the next Attorney General. Representative Matt Gaetz. Hello?
First District Congressman from North Florida, whose father was also just reelected as well.
Yeah. Wow, that's a shocker there.
Yeah, that one was
a bit
of
shocker
a surprise.
There. Yeah.
So President-elect Trump picks Representative Matt Gaetz as his Attorney General.
I know Tulsi Gabbard just also got appointed International Security Counselor or something like that. But she's got to be
National Security.
Yeah, but she's got to be nominated. She's got to make it through the process there.
Yeah.
Well, this is why we need affordable housing. Oh, my brain hurts. A man is facing charges after he was found hiding in an attic in Orlando. Just last night during You Heard It Here First, we talked about a California woman, 93 years old, who found a man living underneath her crawl space.
Underneath the house.
Yeah, this
time. This guy's on top of the house.
He's on top of the house. Orlando police announced yesterday that Carlos Oguiste was arrested over a week ago at an apartment complex near Augusta National Drive and Bent Pine Drive. OPD officers responded to a report of suspicious person locked inside a storage closet at the complex. Maintenance worker told officers he heard strange noises coming from the attic, so officers deployed, count them, two irritants. And Oguiste started moving around, and his foot ended up breaking through the ceiling. Just like
really?
A Bugs Bunny cartoon.
So they gassed his ass like a bug?
Yeah, they did, just like they did out in California. They just deployed that irritant and smoked him out like a rat.
There you go.
This kid's 25, but I hear he did it like with an apartment complex like a mile away. He already had a charge for.
Oh, really? Oh, this guy's clever.
Officers ordered him to come down from the attic, and he complied. As Jack said, the 25-year-old was taken into custody. He's charged with burglary, trespass in a structure, and criminal mischief. And as Jack said, now this would be for the second time.
Yeah.
And that concludes your JCS News.
All right, 407-916-1041. Text us, 77031. Cash is your 3 o'clock keyword. That's CASH. Get over to realradio.fm and send that away for your chance at $1,000. Back in a sec with more of the Jim Colbert Show. Stay right there.
This weekend, Real Radio 104.1 smells like the 90s. Classic alternative this weekend on Real Radio 104.1.
From the Cool Today Weather Center, cooltoday.com.
Hey there, Central Florida, Fox 35, Storm Team Meteorologist Noah Bergen here. We're looking at a blend of clouds and sunshine again for Thursday. Warm near 80. Cold front on Friday, maybe a shower. But wow, it's going to feel much cooler and drier for the weekend. Sunshine, 70s, 50s for lows. Beautiful. In the tropics, we're watching Sarah. Could it impact Florida next week? It may, but to what extent, we don't know yet. It'll be middle of next week. We advise you watch the forecast close over the coming days.
This report is sponsored by Morgan & Morgan Injury Law Firm.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. We recently received a call from an injured person. The insurance company had offered them $11,000. We took the case over and got more than $2 million in court. Morgan & Morgan.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Guys, time to refresh your ride. It's time for the Central Florida International Auto Show this weekend, November 14th through the 17th at the Orange County Convention Center. And what you get is this. A close-up look at the hottest new cars out there. New trucks, new luxury vehicles, SUVs. Explore all the latest cutting-edge tech and see what's new in electric vehicles as well. Matter of fact, you could take a EV test drive right there at the show. It is a blast. All the concept cars. It's so much fun. I've gone many, many times. It's a blast. It's the Central Florida International Auto Show, the place to refresh your ride. It's the 14th through the 17th. That's this weekend at the Orange County Convention Center. Get your tickets now at OrlandoAutoShow.com.
Rebuilding after a flood can be difficult, but if you have flood insurance, you don't have to go through it alone. The National Flood Insurance Program can help you and your family recover by paying claims swiftly and fairly. If you've experienced flood damage, start rebuilding today by calling your insurance agent or company to file a claim. For more information about how to get your claim started, visit floodsmart.gov/claims. Brought to you by FEMA and its National Flood Insurance Program.
For decades, Camtech School of Construction has been the leader in preparing thousands of people to advance their career as a licensed contractor. Check out our seminar this Thursday, 7 p.m. at the Orlando Holiday Inn Universal. Get licensed, get legal, get Camtech. CamTechSchool.com. What are you waiting for?
Entertaining in your backyard this holiday season is easy with help from Tools Ace Hardware. Grills and smokers from Big Green Egg, Traeger, Weber, and Napoleon. Or a griddle to cook your family breakfast or pizza ovens for personal pizza night. Tools Ace also has Polywood outdoor furniture available, including dining sets and Adirondack chairs. Also fire pits, firewood, patio heaters, and propane to keep everyone warm when the temperature drops. Get it all assembled and delivered to your home for free when you spend $3.99 or more on grills or patio furniture. They have 13 convenient Central Florida locations, or you can shop online at acehardware.com. Tools Ace, the backyard place.
Get up to 50% off New South Windows and Doors. Visit our showroom on November 16th, 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. for 40% off. Want that extra 10% off? Show your U.S. military ID or bring a Toys for Tots donation. Visit newsouthwindow.com/50 for details.
Hi, folks. Jimmy Petronas, Florida's Chief Financial Officer. Many of you are hurting after the hurricanes. These storms cause so much pain, and if you have property damage, there's two things I need you to know. First, we already have scam artists out there making all kinds of promises to homeowners if you just sign a few forms. Don't sign anything. Don't let anyone going door to door scam you into signing anything. Second, if you have hurricane damage and you haven't contacted your insurance company, please do that now. My job is to help you hold people accountable, including insurance companies, contractors, or anyone else. Call 877-MY-FLCFO, that's 877-693-5236, or go to preparefl.com with questions or to report abuse. This is a public service announcement from Jimmy Petronas, Florida's Chief Financial Officer.
William is one of millions of Americans who uses GoodRx to save on the cost of their prescriptions.
My oldest daughter, Camilla, 2 days old, she had to have open heart surgery. All of a sudden, she's on 5 different medications. It adds up at the end of the month. Me and the pharmacist got so tight. She said, GoodRx save you a lot of money. Saving that extra $200-300 a month. We're able to do all these extra activities, so it puts less stress on our household, and it puts less stress on our pockets.
Download the free app or visit GoodRx.com and start saving today. GoodRx user compensated for their time. GoodRx is not insurance, but can be used instead of insurance.
Sarah Silverman, Postmortem Tour.
I have a girlfriend who told me she's switching gears career-wise and is now a life coach. Look, I'm not saying all life coaches are crazy, but I would maybe say that crazy people are life coaches.
January 9th, inside Hard Rock Event Center at Seminole Hard Rock Tampa. On sale now at hardrocktampa.com or Ticketmaster.com. Seminole Hard Rock Tampa.
Happy holidays. Welcome to Total Wireless. How can I help you?
Oh, my phone is panicking. It thinks I'm trading it in.
No worries. At Total Wireless, you get 50% off the Total 5G Unlimited plan when you keep your phone.
Really? 50% off and I get to keep my phone? Wow.
Yep, that's as low as $25 per month for one line when you sign up for AutoPay.
Visit your Total Wireless store today. Restrictions apply. Compatible device required. Available exclusively online and in Total Wireless retail stores.
The Jim Colbert Show on YouTube. Subscribe and watch.
John Krasinski tells a great story on the Graham Norton Show about how he's going through customs into England to go visit his wife, who's Emily Blunt. And the customs guy is asking, business or pleasure? Well, I'm here to see my wife. She's working on a movie set. Who's your wife? Emily Blunt. And he looks at him and goes, you? You're married to her?
Matt Gaetz? Are you kidding me? Matt Gaetz. Seriously. Okay. Time to get the passport and get the hell out of here.
Yeah. So
we're just getting started, man.
All right, 407-916-1041. Cash, by the way, is your 3 o'clock keyword, CASH. Go to realradio.fm and send that away for your chance at $1,000. Cash, guys, that's it. That is your 3 o'clock keyword. Good luck. I hope you win. I'm Jim. Deb and Jack are here as well. Every week I text Scott on Wednesday and say, what's up for grabs today? What are we doing? And today I actually waited a little bit longer because I've had a busy morning. And,
I thought you wanted him to sleep in.
No. He does not sleep in. I can text Scott anytime in the morning. He's perfectly fine. And so he sent me over the stuff. And then when that announcement was just made, he just sent me another text. He goes, oh, and Matt blanking Gates. Yeah. I mean, obviously, Trump loyalist to the absolute bone. So you kind of expected something for him. I did not expect the AG spot for Matt Gaetz. I thought it would be something a little bit different.
Didn't even occur to me. It's like I didn't think, who's gonna get what? But you're not surprised. Well, at least personally, I'm not surprised at the names. I think there are going to be some strange ones. And a texter just points out, if Gaetz is being rewarded for his unwavering support, what's going to be left for Marjorie Taylor Greene?
The funny thing is I don't know that anything's going to happen for her. I've heard that Trump really doesn't care for her.
Yeah.
That he thinks she's a bit obnoxious and a bit of a bit of a bore. I know. I mean, but Matt Gaetz has always been there. Matt's always been, he's been an unwavering Trump supporter, and Trump is going to reward those people who stood by him through all the turmoil of those media attacks all those years. That's what's going to happen. So get used to hearing those names that you heard so often from legacy media, because that's what's going to happen. Those people are going to get spots.
Is that the new accepted term for the major networks, legacy media?
That's what I use because I don't like that. I don't like the mainstream. I don't like that word. I don't think that's right. I think legacy media is actually a better, CBS, NBC, ABC, Fox.
It fits. I don't disagree with that. It doesn't seem to be a pejorative as much.
Yeah.
However, and even Elon Musk is referring to them as legacy media.
Yeah, I think that's accurate.
Although I can honestly say that I was shocked when Fox News co-host Fox and Friends on the weekend,
Hegseth or whatever,
and military veteran Pete Hegseth was nominated for Secretary of Defense.
It's weird because of how young he is, but he does have extensive military experience, but he is very young. And from what I understand, that a lot of people in the Pentagon were a little shocked or completely shocked that he got the nod there. And I don't know if he has to be confirmed. You got to remember, a lot of these are nominees that still have to be confirmed by Congress. Of course, now he owns both sides of Congress, so I don't know how much pushback you're going to get. But you know what the thing is, guys? Though Rick Scott just got shot down, and a lot of people thought that Rick Scott, who is a complete and utter Trump loyalist, did not make it through, and Thune is more of a Mitch McConnell Republican who has kind of pushed back. Matter of fact, I think when January 6th happened, Thune was one of the guys that said and stood up and said it wasn't the right thing to do.
But
it was a little bit more vocal about it than other people who are the loyalists.
Unless I missed it, I don't believe Trump kind of urged for any one of the three he didn't weigh in.
He chose not to.
Yeah. Even though we heard Elon Musk was supporting Rick Scott, and
and other powerful. I think Ramaswamy was as well, and a number of other people wanted him in there because again, he's a loyalist, and Thune was one of these people that would push back. So they didn't want anybody like that. That's the whole thing, and you could expect to see a lot of this. Again, 407-916-1041. Text us at 770 1031. Daryl Payne's coming up in a second. We only have one segment with Daryl because we're switching to a new format, having Scott on at 4:15 or 4:20 instead of 5:20. So if you want to go ahead and get your questions ready and you can load up the phones, you can do that. Again, it's 407-916-1041. If your pet has terrible behavior, your dog is not behaving correctly, is doing something weird, like my dog still won't drink water. We have to water down her food. Like when we make her with food, we have to just kind of put water in there and mix it up so she'll get water. She will not drink water out of a bowl anymore. And she used to die to drink water out of I have a Yeti, and I would fill it up with ice and water, and I'd shake it. And when she heard that ice hitting against her, she knew that was ice cold water, which she loved. I mean, she would drink herself crazy and will not do it now. Will not drink water out of it. And again, I don't know if she's just not thirsty when I offer it, but usually almost any time because of the novelty of it being ice water, she would always take it. But now she's not doing that. We have to give her water in her food so she'll get water.
Wow.
Or a little tripped out by it a little bit.
Yeah, I don't blame you.
Yeah. But load those phones up. Daryl will be in here at the top of the hour for Animal House. And, of course, he's with Paw Affection Dog Training and can answer all your questions about your dog's terrible behavior, whether if you got a humper.
Yeah.
Or you got a barker, or you got a runner.
Oh, you got a poop eater.
You got a poop eater, all those things. He's taken care of many of those situations with dogs throughout Central Florida for many years. How long has he been doing it, by the way?
I want to say 20.
Yeah, 15, 20 years, something like that?
Yeah, 50, 20, 30.
Yeah, but how long was he on with Jim before we took over?
I have to ask him.
He's got at least 5 years, right?
I would say about that.
Yeah.
He could be on a 10-year run. Wow. Time is...
Yeah.
I know.
Listen,
Wow.
guys, let me tell you something. When I hear guys, when I hear this, back in the 90s, or when I hear, when you hear, like I just heard somebody talking about Mark Maron. I'm listening to Mark Maron interview. It's not Faye Dunaway, Jessica Lange. Right, the actress that was with American Horror. She was, I think, she was in the one of the King Kong remakes in the 70s and stuff. Legendary Hollywood actress. What an interesting chick, though. She sounds like a lot of fun, by the way.
Yeah,
she's had a very interesting life. But they were talking about that very thing. What was I just saying? Sorry, lost my train of thought with the.
We all did. We all did. We're all sitting here going, what?
Yeah.
What? Did this really...
How time is past.
Yes.
Oh, there you go. Thank you. Or not passing quick enough.
Right.
Yeah.
And they were talking about something in like 2005, and they were both reminiscing about how long ago that was. And you think it's 20 years ago.
I know, but it sounds like it's just yesterday.
2005 is 20 years ago.
And when you see video from then, you're like, God, look at that old... Wait, that's from when?
Exactly. That's exactly what I think. You see just
the craziest stuff.
Just music videos and live music videos, which I love looking at on YouTube. That's what one of my wormhole things is, just looking at live performances from bands when they were really, really young. And of course, a lot of the bands I love, that meant like late 90s, early 2000s. And man, even the video recording quality back then was just so inferior to what we have now,
But it seems so cutting edge.
Yeah.
I mean, I was sitting in this chair as we were doing bits about Y2K.
Yeah, same thing.
And then once we survived that, it was like, hey, what do we call this decade anyway? The knots?
Yeah.
No one's going to do that.
Do you remember the big ad that was running on our show during the Y2K thing? Do you remember that, Jack?
Which one?
There was a product.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, because remember what the deal with Y2K was for people who do not remember.
Computers were going to shut down.
Yeah, the computers were not programmed to go from 1999 to 2000. They didn't know how to do that. So the big thing was there's this gigantic scare, and this was a global thing. This was just not the U.S., that all computer systems were going to crash and not know how to go forward. And, of course, that's the finance system, the defense system, everything in the U.S. we were led to believe was going to just kind of stop working because of Y2K. And if I remember, this kind of became such a fervor that people started to kind of capitalize on it, and they were creating products. Do you remember ads that we ran for the Y2K bat? In other words, it was a bat that you would beat your computer up with once it was done. It was a bat that had Y2K etched on it, and it was basically designed for you to buy to smash your worthless computer once Y2K rendered it useless.
I remember we used to do a bit on the Phillips file. It was called Y2K OK. Are you Y2K OK?
Right.
And one of the interviews we did was one of my instructors from UCF at the time.
Oh, wow.
Really? That's cool. All right, 407-916-1041. Top of the hour, we'll have a freshie for you.
Freshie.
Plus Animal House, and that's Daryl Payne from Paw Affection Dog Training. If your dog has a behavioral issue, we only have one segment with Daryl, so hop on board right now, and we'll get those questions to him right after this.
Your chance to win $1,000 in your hand is minutes away on Real Radio 104.1. Brought to you by Mills
From
Air.
the Clausman Law Traffic Center, car crash, call Clausman Law. ClausmanLaw.com.
An accident still blocking a shoulder on State Road 429 northbound between Plant Street and West Road. Expect stop-and-go traffic in that area from Colonial Drive. Also, a crash blocking a left lane on I-4 eastbound at the Orange Blossom Trail. And be mindful, there is a road closure due to a crash on State Road 434 eastbound between East Lake Brantley Drive and Montgomery Road. See traffic troubles, call the Valvoline Instant Oil Change Traffic Tip Line at 866-676-8477. From the Traffic Center, I'm Annie Mapp.
This report is sponsored by the National Training and Simulation Association. Don't miss ITSEC 2024, the largest event in training, modeling, and simulation. From December 2nd to 6th in Orlando, join experts and innovators for leading insights, breakthrough technologies, and hands-on experiences with hundreds of exhibitors. Register now at iitsec.org.
Man, you know it. You can feel it outside. It's like in the mid-80s in November, and it's going to be that way. You know how it is in Florida. You have to have an AC system that's ready to go all year round in this state, and Mills Air can help you do that. They've been doing this since 1992, 30-plus years of experience right here in Central Florida, keeping your AC running every day. These guys are awesome. They know these systems inside. Now, not to mention, I got to tell you, their reps are really nice people. They're awesome. They're easy to get along with. You don't feel creepy when they come in to take care of your problems. It's just a great run company. Plus, they're Carrier factory authorized dealers, and that could get you up to $1,275 in rebates towards a brand new Carrier unit. You can always turn to the experts at Carrier, and certainly turn to family-owned and operated Mills Air. These guys have helped everybody on this show exponentially well. They're really good at what they do. You're going to love doing business with them. Make that phone call today. Get that preventive maintenance plan so that your AC never quits. It's 407-277-1159. Online, it's millsair.com.
This holiday season, before you pull the trigger on a gaming PC, go to Lenovo.com first. Get the best prices on the Lenovo you want, like the Legion Pro 5 gaming laptop. That's Lenovo.com.
Lenovo. So you want to be my client. You think you deserve fair compensation for your injuries. Well, you got to call me. Can't just keep listening forever. Injured on the go? Just call Mo. Mo DeWitt, Orlando attorney.
Floridians, do you know how close you are to freshness? It's not a plane or a ship ride away. It's not across an ocean or over the equator. It's not even a far drive. The peak of freshness is at your grocery store, and it's called Fresh from Florida. Fresh from Florida is local produce grown by farmers right here in our own state, meaning it's always fresh, always in season, and always mouth-wateringly good. Look for the sunny Fresh from Florida logo or ask for it by name where you shop.
Greetings from Daytona, where a band of dreamers took a strip of beach and turned it into a proving ground. The Great American Race, where year after year, greatness is the destination.
Drivers, start your engines, let's go!
So book your experience and soak in 500 miles of history and tradition. The Daytona 500, February 16th, 2025. Secure your seats now at Daytona500.com.
Are you annoyingly inattentive? Do you watch a movie and then ask a zillion questions because you weren't paying attention? Do people ask, how do you sleep at night? Then you should get a mattress from Mattress Firm. They can help anyone sleep. At Mattress Firm's Black Friday sale, get a king for the price of a queen and a free adjustable base with select Sealy beds, all with a low price guarantee. Get matched at Mattress Firm. Sleep at night. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
Save time and money with the aluminum fence in a box from Fence Outlet. It comes with everything you need for an average backyard of 120 feet starting at $23.65. Go to fenceoutlet.com today for more information and store locations. License numbers C10252 and C10803.
It's International Diamond Center's biggest and last store-wide sale of the year. Save up to 20% on virtually everything, or get 3 years interest-free financing. Incredible savings November 15th, 16th, and 17th. Only at International Diamond Center.
Hey, can you blow up some balloons for Jack's party?
I can't. I'm so congested.
You need Sinex Saline from Vicks.
Sinex Saline Nasal Spray?
Yeah, just Sinex. Breathe.
Sinex Saline instantly clears everyday congestion associated with colds and year-round allergies with a gentle, ultra-fine mist that's no mess and easy to control.
Daddy, we need more balloons.
On it.
Enjoy life's important moments without congestion. Try Sinex Saline from Vicks. Just Sinex. Breathe. Use as directed.
This earful of Real Radio is brought to you by Tools Ace Hardware.
Make no payments till 2025 on 2024 models at Sutherland Nissan Orlando, OrlandoNissan.com.
Broadcasting live from the injury law firm of Kaufman and Lind Studios. Why Kaufman and Lind? Because you matter. Contact them at whenyouneedus.com or dial pound 546 on your cell phone. This is WTKS FM HD1 Cocoa Beach, Orlando. Listen on your free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts.
Now is your chance to win $1,000. Just enter this nationwide keyword on our website. Check. C-H-E-C-K. Check. That's check. Enter it now on our website at realradio.fm. Good luck.
At work, just pretend you're on a Zoom call with us. The Jim Colbert Show on YouTube. Subscribe and watch.
Hi, Jimmy. It's Mike.
Hi, Mike.
Evil Eye.
We know.
Put your dog's water up on a pedestal, a little short table, where she can just drink it like she's standing. That may be the only problem, because as they get older, bending over makes it harder to swallow.
She's like 4 and 6 inches off the ground.
It's complicated, but just ask Daryl.
Thank you, buddy. Appreciate it. All right, welcome back to the Jim Colbert Show. Real Radio 104.1. Check is your 4 o'clock keyword, C-H-E-C-K. Get over to realradio.fm. Send that away. You'll win that $1,000 maybe. Check is your 4 o'clock. I have to throw maybe in there.
Thank you.
I didn't make that definitive statement. You could allegedly. No, check is your keyword, guys. C-H-E-C-K. Go to realradio.fm. Send that off for your chance at $1,000. Welcome back. I'm Jim. Jack is right over there, and Deb has Animal House.
She likes them fuzzy, furry, feathery, tough, and scaly. It's time for Animal House with Deborah Roberts.
And Animal House is generously brought to you each and every week by personal injury attorney Glenn Klausman over at Klausman Law. Normally, we invite this distinguished gentleman to join us on the 4th Wednesday of every month. But, you know, with the holidays and everything else coming up, really, people just couldn't wait.
Yeah.
We thought we would invite him to come a little early. Daryl Payne with Pawfection Dog Training. Woohoo!
Seems like just 2 weeks ago.
Yeah. It was just 2 weeks ago. How you doing, buddy? Everything good?
Yeah, good. Yeah, excellent.
Yeah. And by the way, thanks for the book. I know we don't have time to get into it, but it's an interesting story, and I'll share that with the audience. And maybe we'll set up an interview with that guy.
Yeah. He's a great guy. He really is. I'll let you tell him later on.
Yeah. Daryl just had an appointment with a listener who turned out to be a very, very interesting, unique guy with a great life story. He actually wrote a book about it, and he gave Daryl a couple copies to give to us. I want to read it so we can get in there, but maybe we'll invite him in to talk about a story. It sounds very interesting.
And he'll bring his parrot.
Very nice. He'll bring his parrot.
Yay.
And then I got the elf on the shelf, guys. If you're on the YouTube channel, you can see exactly what he did.
Look at
elf
what he
on the
got,
shelf,
Jack.
whose mouth is duct taped shut. So either he's about to get abducted for a PTK, or I just need to shut my mouth.
It's the shut the mouth elf on his shelf.
Right. Now, usually we have Daryl in for 2 segments, like Deb said today. We do not. So we already have phone calls ready to go. So Daryl, you ready to attack these
absolutely.
issues? Let's do it right here. Hey, Brittany, how you doing? Welcome to the show. You're on with Daryl Payne from Pawfection Dog Training.
Hi.
Hi,
Brittany.
Hi. So I have a 4-month-old, and my mom, who is probably listening right now, watches her every day, and she has a smaller dog that will not leave the baby alone. He is whining all the time. He shakes all the time. He just stares at her constantly all day. We thought maybe it was a novelty thing, but it's been 2 months now, and he still does it constantly.
Yeah, they don't understand babies. If they haven't really been around babies, they don't understand them. To be honest with you, I mean, we go down the same rules of we never leave the baby obviously alone with the dog. Sometimes having the baby in a baby pen, so the dog can't get into the baby, so the dog can actually get close to the baby but not actually interact directly with it, so it just gets used to it. It's just babies make strange noises, they smell, and
kind
they
of like
don't get any better as they get older either. So.
Well, it's also a unique smell. Babies have a different smell to them.
They do.
And if they've acclimated themselves to the smell of the houses, a baby is going to be way different. And their smell is 200 times greater than humans or something.
Yeah,
right?
and they make weird noises as well, and sudden weird noises. So dogs that aren't used to having babies around are genuinely very interested in them. We have to be careful, but we want the dog to get used to the baby. Now, if it becomes a problem and when the baby starts to grab at the dog and things like that, that's a time to give us a call. We do like a baby proofing program program. We come over and help you with that.
That's
so,
cool. Yeah.
And we do that if you've got a baby already, or if you're having a baby. We can sort of prepare you for the arrival with the dog and sort of put things into place first. So, it doesn't sound like it's a problem at the moment, Brittany, but if it does become a problem, do give us a call, and there's things we can do to make them
Thanks, Brittany.
coexist.
We appreciate it, Brittany. Thank you very much.
Thank you,
again.
Brittany.
And that's weird, but you see a lot of social media stuff where they'll bring home a baby from the hospital, and the dog is the first thing they introduce it to, and the dogs are losing their mind. But mostly it's labs, and they're very, their tails are wagging, and they're going crazy. It's something new and stuff. And it looks very cute, but sometimes that's not the best decision
No,
to
absolutely.
make.
And there's a lot of people still giving that advice. So, let the dog sniff the baby, and things happen too fast, and action always beats reaction, and if it goes wrong, you're never going to react in time. So, there's a lot of things you can do before the baby comes along. If the dog sleeps in your bedroom and the baby's going to be sleeping there, get the dog out of the bedroom before the baby comes along, the baby doesn't get blamed. There's a ton of stuff you can do before that helps the transition.
And it's amazing that a dog would understand that. You think baby gets blamed, but they do that. They do. They can place blame. They look at the thing that's changed their life, and they say, "Well, I used to sleep in this bed with mom and dad until this thing came along."
Yeah. Actually, it's astonishing how many dogs I go to that actually really take to a baby, and they get very protective. And they really are good with them, but we have to be really careful.
All right, we have Manny here. He's got an aggressive dog. Manny, how you doing, buddy? You're on with Daryl Payne.
Pretty good, sir. So I have a 12-pound Chihuahua.
Good God.
And he's always sitting next to me on my recliner. And when my daughter's boyfriend lives in the house with us, whenever he comes out of the room, no matter where the dog is, he'll be barking at him. And if he gets anywhere near or close to my recliner, he'll try to attack them. And he only does that with him. So I told my daughter, I don't know, maybe he sees something in the dog that we don't see, but what do you think?
It sounds like you trained him to do just that, Dad.
I think the daughter should get rid of the boyfriend.
That's what the dog is saying.
Yeah, they do what they say. Chihuahuas are great judges of character.
Exactly. Get that man out of your house.
They do actually say trust your dog with a lot of things. It's probably just something about him. It might be that he's very tall. It could be just something where he's surprised the dog at some point. And
he may view him a threat. He may view him as a threat to the owner, would he not?
Well, he does that, but it's only him, he was saying. Manny was saying it's only him. So if it's only him, it could have been something that happened that, surprised the dog, and the dog remembers that. They've got a great scent bank, and they associate scent with memory. And so, he comes in, or he suddenly appears, and something's triggering the dog. The fact is that the dog is overprotective of you, because that is not his job to protect you from the daughter's boyfriend. So if you give us a call, we'll stop that for you. There's normally lots of other things that are associated with that kind of behavior, barking at the door, jumping on people, that kind of thing. So there's probably a lot of stuff to deal with. But I think he's overprotective.
Yeah, Daryl and his crew will come over and help move the kid out.
Yeah.
That's what they'll do. So, hey, Manny, give him a call, Manny, if he keeps going, buddy. They can come over and do some magic in your house that you will not believe, buddy. So thank you for your call. We appreciate that very much.
And everything is done painlessly, so we won't hurt the daughter's boyfriend at all.
It'd be funnier if you said there's a possibility it could get hurt. I'm going to be honest with you. Be like, hey, look, there's a 50% chance I'm going to have to kick your dog in his ass. All right, let's get to Martha. Martha, how you doing? You're on with Daryl Payne from Pawfection Dog Training.
I'm doing well. How are y'all?
Doing good.
Good. I have a 1-year-old neutered male German Shepherd. He goes to doggy daycare a couple days a week. The owner there said he interacts with all the dogs really well. If anything, he's submissive. But when my husband or I try and walk him on the leash, and a person or a person with a dog is anywhere in the vicinity, he starts lunging and barking and going nuts.
Yeah, typical German Shepherd, actually. They think everybody's a murderer.
Isn't that true? They do.
What's happened when he's at daycare? German Shepherds aren't nearly as brave as they think they are, or they appear to be. They look the part, but they're really not as brave as we think. So when he's at daycare, he's around all the other dogs, as you say. He's submissive. And the most important thing, he hasn't got you and your husband there as well, which means he doesn't have to protect you two. You're his pack. Yeah. So at home, he needs to protect you and the house and your husband and anything else that's in it, because that's their job. And it's really one of the reasons that, people have German Shepherds, for their protective instincts. But I think he's taking it a little too far. And whilst it is probably all show, because it normally is with them, unless they've been trained to attack, it can certainly feel like a threat to somebody else. And, you know, that's not acceptable, because if somebody does panic, you know, then things can go south very quickly for you. So,
because they still can be damaging. I mean, they're still big dogs that can be very damaging, though, right?
Yeah, no, absolutely. And, you know, and even frightening somebody, you know, isn't acceptable. So we need to calm him down. Part of that is you becoming more of a pack leader, or appearing to him to be more of a pack leader. Quite often what we do is we kind of mollycoddle the dog, and, you know, it's okay, don't worry, they're not going to hurt you. And they're hearing, I'm scared of this person, why don't you tear his throat out? So
I'm actually tougher than my husband.
That's normally the case, yeah.
And he's better for me than him, but I just didn't know what the next step would be to.
It's to call Daryl.
Yeah, give us a call. We'll come down and we'll put you back in a position of leadership. We'll try and placate your husband, and I'm sorry for him.
Thanks for your call. We appreciate that, Martha. What a thing to say about your husband. I'm the man of the house.
Well.
Yeah. All right, 407-916-1041. We have Johnny here. Johnny, how you doing? Got a question for Daryl?
Yes, sir. Good afternoon. I have two adolescent boxers, male and a female. They're siblings. You know, when they were puppies, they'd run around and they'd play with the toys and they'd, you know, growl at each other and have a good time. But now it sounds like they're trying to kill each other. They're not hurting each other.
Yeah,
they're not hurting each other. It's just they're rough.
Yeah, don't worry. That's boxers. That is the way they play. They play like they are killing each other.
That's your favorite breed, by the way, right?
It is my favorite breed, without a doubt. I've had a lot of different breeds, and the boxer is my favorite. And they do play very hard. German Shepherds do the same thing. I mean, when my boxer played with my Shepherd, you'd think they were killing each other. You will notice the difference when they're growling and snarling and playing like that. There's a change in octave. If it goes wrong, if one of them catches the other one wrong, you will notice a difference in the way they're growling. So,
I've heard that.
You know, if it does, I mean, I don't think you've got anything to worry about. It's just the way they play. It can be a little disconcerting for other people if your dog's playing with someone else or someone else's dog. But know that, you know, they're fine. If it starts to get out of hand, then give us a call and we can tone it down a bit. What I would suggest, though, is let them play like that outside, and inside is calm tranquility. Otherwise, things are going to get broken.
Thanks, buddy. We appreciate that very much.
Good tip.
Yeah, that is good. And, you know, my dogs, so you know that when we got our dogs, we got Sadie and we got Sammy. But we gifted Sammy to our friends because two dogs were just a little too much for us in our schedule. And they, you know, they still have play dates and stuff. And man, they were really, I mean, vicious. Mostly her to him because she's considerably smaller than him, and he never fights back. I mean, he would just kind of defend himself a little bit, but he never fights back. And they play, I mean, it gets pretty brutal. And it sounds like they're killing each other, but you know for a fact they're not. You know
it's just how they play. And you know, I've said it before on the show that there's the female will always dominate the male.
Yeah.
You know, and so if you've got a male and a female, you're going to see that he will submit, even if he's stronger. He will submit to her. But there is a definite change in the tone of the play if it starts to go wrong. And normally with siblings like that, you know, it will change and then it stops. It doesn't go into a big fat fight if they're used to each other.
So tell people how to get a hold of you if they want to get, because we had a short segment. We do have people calling, so I know that they want to get this advice. What's the easiest way to contact you for a personal in-home appointment?
Okay, so several ways you can give us a call on 407-456-1066. You can join the Facebook page, which is Perfection Dog Training USA members page. Just put 1041 into the questions, or visit the website at perfectiondogtraining.com.
There you go.
Happy to help anyone. And on the 23rd, I'm dressing as the Grinch for dog photos. If anyone wants to come to Oviedo, bring a toy or $10 for the photograph, and it's all going to underprivileged children for gifts for Christmas. So, you know, I am going to be green that day.
Oh, very good, buddy. Good line for Daryl Payne, guys. There you go. That's Perfection Dog Training right there on Facebook. You can't miss it. And book the appointment. He works magic. He helped my kids. He's helped a number of our people in our family deal with their dogs who are a little unruly, and really, really good at what he does. Thanks, buddy. It's always a good team.
Always a pleasure to be here.
Thank you, Daryl. Thank you for the books as well. And I'll be sure to post the Animal House segment so that if you missed any of it, you'll be able to find it there. But in the meantime, Animal House is brought to you by Glenn Klausman over at Klausman Law. If you or someone you know, work with, love, have been in a car, truck, motorcycle accident, even a slip and fall, here's a couple of reasons why they need to call Glenn. One, he never passes you off to a caseworker. Glenn is going to personally handle your case, so much so he's going to give you a cell phone number and then pick it up when you call. Just a couple of reasons why year after year he's voted Legal Elite and Super Lawyer. He's also a friend of the show. So if you've been in an accident, give him a call, 407-917-1718, or check him out online at klausmanlaw.com. That's KLAUSMAN law.com.
All right. Back in a second with our buddy Scott Maxwell from the Orlando Sentinel.
Real radio is
The Monsters in the Morning.
Try
one more time.
I was wrong, Angel. We can auction off one more thing.
Thank you.
Okay.
A promo.
The Monsters in the Morning.
Real Radio 104.1.
From the Goldsmith Jewelry Shop Traffic Center. Lowest prices on the highest quality jewelry. GoldsmithJewelry.com.
Crash blocking a shoulder on State Road 429 northbound between Plant Street and West Road. Expect heavy traffic from Colonial Drive, about a 12-minute delay in that area. And there is a road closed due to a crash on I-4 eastbound between mile marker 101 and State Road 417. Be mindful if that's part of your Wednesday drive. And a crash reported right now on Kirkman Road at Old Winter Garden Road. See traffic troubles, call the Valvoline Instant Oil Change Traffic Tip Line at 866-676-8477. From the Traffic Center, I'm Annie Mapp.
This report is sponsored by Morgan & Morgan Injury Law Firm.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before. We now have more offices, more staff, and more lawyers than any other injury firm in the world. Protecting America, fighting for you.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey, everybody, Jim Colbert here for my friends over at the Filatowski Eye Institute. If you ask anyone who's experienced LASIK surgery, they will tell you it is the best decision they ever made. If you ask my father-in-law right now, he'll tell you straight up, there is zero question getting rid of his glasses and dealing with those things for his entire life was a monumental decision. And my son did it at a young age, and it's still a great decision. What are you waiting for? If you deal with bad eyesight, you want to get rid of those glasses and contacts, right now's the time, because the Filatowski Eye Institute is offering free LASIK consultations, and it's easy to make your appointment. Just do this. Simply text 1041 to 868686. That way you can begin your journey to better vision. Do that with the Filatowski Eye Institute. These guys have all the experience you want, over 65,000 LASIK procedures, and they use the latest state-of-the-art tech that gets you the best results every single time. And don't worry about finances either, because they offer 24-month interest-free financing. The number one thing you have to do is make that appointment to find out exactly how they can make your life better virtually overnight. Just text 1041 to 868686. That way you can schedule your free LASIK consultation at the Filatowski Eye Institute. Your path to better vision begins right now. Brought to you by Rosen Center Holiday Brunch Buffet. Reserve today at rosencenter.com.
Excuse me? What happened to my grocery store?
This is your grocery store.
No, this is
A farmer's market?
Yes.
Well, sure. Any grocery store is like a farmer's market when you shop fresh from Florida. Fresh from Florida produce is locally grown by Florida farmers and always sold in season at the peak of freshness.
Well, that's a fresh new way to shop.
Fresh from Florida brings the farmer's market to wherever you buy groceries. Look for our logo or ask for Fresh from Florida.
At Mayo Clinic in Florida, we're detecting the undetectable. Using advanced AI technology, our experts can accurately detect signals in the human voice that are indicators of coronary artery disease. We're making more possible at Mayo Clinic because every day we're doing what's never been done. Learn more at mayoclinic.org/possible. Mayo Clinic, you know where to go.
Hi, folks. Jimmy Petronas, Florida's Chief Financial Officer. Many of you are hurting after the hurricanes. These storms cause so much pain, and if you have property damage, there's two things I need you to know. First, we already have scam artists out there making all kinds of promises to homeowners if you just sign a few forms. Don't sign anything. Don't let anyone going door to door scam you into signing anything. Second, if you have hurricane damage and you haven't contacted your insurance company, please do that now. My job is to help you hold people accountable, including insurance companies, contractors, or anyone else. Call 877-MY-FLCFO. That's 877-693-5236, or go to preparefl.com with questions or to report abuse. This is a public service announcement from Jimmy Petronas, Florida's Chief Financial Officer.
Bring your forecast into focus with West 2 News on CW18 and meteorologist Kellyanne Class.
My focus is on your day, every day.
West 2 News Sunrise on CW18, weekday mornings from 7 to 10.
Let's watch TV.
What do you want to watch?
Big Bang.
It's one of my all-time favorites.
Kick your night off with a bang.
Every night at 7 o'clock.
Bang, bang. Let the good times roll.
Sounds like a party.
Did someone say party? Party's my middle name.
You know you want to watch.
I'm so excited, but I just can't hide it.
The Big Bang Theory, tonight at 7, only on CW18.
I'm about to lose control, and I think I like it.
What are you talking about?
Covering Central Florida, so you never miss a moment of what's happening. Every night at 10, Michelle Imparato, Jesse Pagan, and First Warning Chief Meteorologist Tony Manalfi. West 2 News at 10 on CW18. Local, live, late breaking.
The holidays mean more travel, more shopping, and more personal info in more places that could expose you more to identity theft. That's why LifeLock monitors millions of data points every second. If your identity's stolen, their U.S.-based restoration specialists will fix it guaranteed or your money back. Don't face drained accounts, fraudulent loans, or financial losses alone. Get more holiday fun and less holiday worry with LifeLock. Save up to 40% your first year with promo code CLAY. Visit LifeLock.com. Terms apply.
Everyone deserves a fast and reliable connection, one that helps better their everyday through the things they value most: friends and family, education and career. A connection that opens pathways to opportunity and builds roads to a better future. At Spectrum, we're committed to delivering just that every single day. Because with the right connection, anything is possible. That's Life Unlimited. That's Spectrum.
You've heard of a pro tip. Here's a mo tip. After an accident, the insurance company may make you a quick offer to go away. They may also be offering you pennies on the dollar. Injured on the go? Just call Mo. Mo DeWitt, Orlando attorney.
GMC Sierra trucks in stock now at orangebuickgmc.com. We are professional grade.
Real Radio is on Facebook at Real Radio 1041. Sponsored by the law offices of Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys. Have you been in an accident? Call the law offices of Anajar and Levine at 1-800-747-FREE.
That's 1-800-747-3733.
You're listening to The Jim Colbert Show. Unless you're watching us talk, then you're likely on YouTube. At Jim Colbert Show on YouTube. Subscribe today.
Welcome back to The Jim Colbert Show, Real Radio 104.1. Your 4 o'clock keyword is check, C-H-E-C-K. Slide over to realradio.fm and send that away for your chance at $1,000. Check, guys, is your 4 o'clock keyword. Good luck. We hope you win. Welcome back. I am Jim. Deb and Jack are here as well. And every single Wednesday, usually at 5:20, he drops by. But now it's 4:20. Scott Maxwell from the Orlando Sentinel. Give it up, guys.
Yay! Woo! At his advanced age, he wants to be able to take advantage of that early plate special.
Yeah.
I'm heading to the Piccadilly.
Ruby Tuesdays. What was that other place that used to be in the Fashion Square Mall that was a big deal for?
Shoney, not now.
K&W?
Huh?
There was a K&W cafeteria, too.
It was a cafeteria kind of thing, and I don't think it wasn't Ruby Tuesdays, but it was something like that where you would go in and it was almost like a semi-buffet thing. Almost
Shoney's?
Is it Shoney's?
No, it's not Shoney's.
No, there was a Ruby Tuesdays there up front.
Yeah, but I know it. But
Duffy's.
It was something like that, but it wasn't that. But it was one of those places. It was almost like a holiday house kind of thing, and it was a big deal. You'd go in there and get your buffet thing, your salad and your roast beef, and your carved turkey and whatnot.
Nowadays, you could drive an 18-wheeler through that thing without hitting anything.
Oh, yeah. All malls are like that except for Millennium, man, and Florida Mall. My God. Scott, how you doing, buddy? Everything all right?
Yeah, I'm just trying to keep pace with the changes in America today, in the last hour, as a matter of fact.
Yeah, so obviously, as we're sitting here watching, President-elect Donald Trump is making his cabinet choices and his appointees' choices. Some of these have to go through in approval in Congress, much like the Attorney General. Matt Gaetz is the latest that we've heard. Trump has nominated him to be the Attorney General. Tulsi Gabbard also got a nomination today. Marco Rubio is going to be Secretary of State. Stephen Miller is going to be some kind of special counsel thing.
Deputy chief of staff.
There you go, deputy chief of staff.
That's just an appointment. That does not have to be approved.
Right. Yeah. So, Gates has to be approved in a number of these positions. I think doesn't Hexbeth as well have to be approved, the defense secretary?
Secretary of Defense,
Yeah.
yes.
So we're kind of moving through this. The Gates one was, so far, really no surprises. We already knew that Elon Musk and chances are Vivek they were going to have some kind of position. These are non-governmental positions, though. I heard that their positions are going to be like outside the power of the White House. There were going to be more consultants than they were going to actually have a position. And that government, what's it called?
Department Doge. Department
Doge.
of Government Efficiency.
Yeah. I found that kind of interesting.
Yeah. Shocking.
So first thoughts?
So there are some that are not surprises. And in fact, there's even some that have been decent picks. Susie Wiles is a name you're going to hear more over the next 4 years. She's a Florida consultant. She's going to be his chief of staff. She's pretty savvy by most counts. She helped get Ron DeSantis elected until the two of them had a falling out. Ron got poopy pants about something, and then she helped destroy him on his presidential campaign with Donald Trump. And so, you got your RFKs. But I'm going to take issue with one of the things you just said, Jim, when you said no surprises. Matt Gaetz. I was listening 30 minutes ago when Jack broke in to tell you it was Matt Gaetz, and it sounded like somebody pulled the plug on WTKS.
It is.
Because you and Deb both went to 20 seconds of stunned silence. The reason...
That is the one surprise. I will tell you, that's a surprise.
Oh, no, that's the second one for
I did not think that Gates was going to get any appointment. I did not think he would want to touch Gates, considering the other stuff that has happened with him and some of the headlines we've seen with him.
What headlines?
Considering everybody else in that situation is in jail except for him.
You mean that his biggest closest connection to criminal investigations is being the subject of them or close to them?
Right, exactly.
And since you mentioned headlines, Jim, I took the liberty of really quickly pulling up a handful of Matt Gaetz headlines that have run in the Orlando Sentinel. These, ladies and gentlemen, are headlines about your next potentially attorney general, though I have some thoughts on that. We have this one. Witnesses, Matt Gaetz attended drug-fueled parties with call girls at Seminole lobbyist home. That one was just 2 months ago. We put that out. There's this one. Former lawmaker says Gaetz fought revenge porn law. Quote, he thought that any picture was his to use as he wanted. For a little more detail on that, the notion of taking naked pictures of somebody and then spreading them to spite somebody, that law passed in Florida 114-2. There were only 2 members of the Florida House that opposed that bill. One was Matt Gaetz, and the other was his roommate. Those were the only 2 people who opposed the revenge porn bill. Let me read a couple more. Matt Gaetz helped set off Florida marijuana's green rush. Some of his friends and allies scored big. And lastly, because this one hits a little close to home, Joel Greenberg, Matt Gaetz visited closed Seminole tax office together on weekend. Source says. Now, you may remember that among other things, we later discovered that Joel was using the Florida's DMV databases illegally to go after enemies. I know this because I was alerted as one of them. Joel used it to go after me and my wife to try to find some dirt on the 2 of us. Unfortunately for him, there wasn't any, and so they resorted to making things up. But anyway, these are the stories that your next attorney general has been associated with. The top law enforcement officer in the United States.
And he's not a lawyer, right?
I think he is a lawyer. I'm pretty sure he is.
Okay, I wasn't 100% sure on that, to be honest with you. I really haven't heard anything about being a lawyer, only a representative. That's all I've heard about.
Yeah, and I have to tell you, when I first heard that he was nominated about an hour ago, I thought, okay, this is going to be the test. This is going to be the test on a confirmation, because there have been some attorney general hearings that have been feisty in the past. I think anybody who cares about law and order is going to have a tough time with Matt Gaetz. And the other reason he's probably going to have a tough time is because a lot of people just think he's a jackass.
Yeah.
And when I say a lot of people, I don't mean a lot of people who are my friends. I mean a lot of people who are Republicans in Congress do not like Matt Gaetz.
Kevin McCarthy.
And I got to tell you, Kevin McCarthy, they had a real thing. But I mean, I think, and again, I think that's evident because of what happened with Rick Scott. Again, Rick Scott is, from what we hear behind the scenes, is not really well liked in the Senate.
Right.
He rubs people the wrong way. He's kind of weirdo. They're not a big fan of him. Of course, that Medicare scam thing wasn't a big help either. And they've distanced themselves a little bit from him. And that really wasn't that big of a shock. So that leads me to believe that at least some of the Republicans in Congress and in the House will maybe look at the better idea of who would be better at the job. Again, but when you have a bunch of Trump loyalists and they're in Congress, there's going to be pressure from other peers to go through with his nominees. So
absolutely, you're absolutely right, and I think you nailed it. I did a tweet earlier today where all these pundits were trying to break down Rick Scott, and the point of my tweet was, this isn't complicated. He is not liked. Rick Scott, people who serve with him do not like him. They find him weird. They find him off-putting. They don't find him savvy. He's not a great communicator when you're trotting him out to America to help explain things. So, yeah, it was just that they didn't like him. I think you have that with Matt Gaetz, but I also think that Gaetz is the kind of guy that's just a bridge too far for Republicans. I mean, when I mentioned all those headlines, I didn't even mention all the headlines that had to do with reported alleged investigations into sexual activity with women who were younger than him.
And by the way, politically, we saw with the fallout with the what do they call those 8 Republicans that were the big Chip Roy and those guys that were the big troublemakers in the House that would not confirm.
They were the Freedom Caucus?
Yeah,
or
the
something
Freedom
like
Caucus.
That?
But those guys, again, that group of 8 or 10 or 12 House Republicans, again, aren't really well liked by the other Republicans in the House. So you wonder how much power or how much influence Gaetz is going to have with people in the House that don't really care for him all that much. I don't know.
Yeah, I would.
Senate confirmation, though, right? Doesn't matter.
I think so, unless I'm missing something. And I don't put anything past it. But, this is, as I think Jack has said, this is what America voted for. You've voted, and pretty overwhelmingly, for Matt Gaetz, I guess, as Attorney General. So we will see how. Right now, if I'm a betting man, and I am,
you bet he's
I'm going to put $1 that Matt Gaetz does not become our next Attorney General.
I've learned not to gamble on politics at this level now. I think that it's so unpredictable because you don't really know how it's going to hit. My perception of Matt Gaetz isn't that he's a very savory person, but again, I'm not a voting Congress member who has the ability to look at somebody by their character and say, I don't think this guy's the right guy. But we'll see how it goes. That's for sure.
I just think his confirmation hearing would be a disaster and would not be quick. And he's got this. There's a lot of weird stuff in his background. There's this adopted kid that just showed up after out of nowhere, supposedly.
Like the wife.
Greenberg. No. Yeah, is Greenberg going to testify? What, are you going to get Joel Greenberg up there?
Well, somebody said, everybody's like, well, is he going to pardon him? I don't know. It doesn't work like that. But, it's kind of interesting how those things were already kind of being tossed about.
Yeah. So that will be interesting, and I get Florida's going to get a lot more attention, and Central Florida's going to get a lot more attention because of that. So, Marco Rubio, sure. I think I even wrote that as a possibility a month ago, that if Trump won, Marco Rubio as Secretary of State was possible. By the way, I still don't completely rule out, and again, unless there's something I'm missing, the possibility of Ron DeSantis appointing himself as the U.S. Senator to replace Marco Rubio. Governors have done that before in the United States, and DeSantis is a lame duck, but.
Yeah, but what advantage would that be? Just because he is a lame duck, and he can stay in power? Is that what it would be? Because what would he do after the fact? He would what would he do?
Rick Scott did it, right?
Yeah.
He ran, but and Bob Graham, they went from the Florida governor's mansion to work in the Senate.
Yeah, I think Ron DeSantis wants to be president. I think we've discussed before. I don't see his lane right now. It's Trump Vance occupied right now. Senate seat is probably one you can have forever. He's already a lame duck. He keeps term limited out. Only got 2 more years. So I don't put that as beyond the realm. I'm not betting a buck on that happens, but I don't rule it out.
Yeah, 100%. And there's so many moving parts. It's hard to think of all of them at one time to make a cohesive statement.
Texter points out, any possibility that Trump puts Gaetz up there kind of as a sacrificial lamb, knowing he won't get confirmed, to maybe get other things through a little more easily?
Jack, I give your texter credit because I actually thought the same thing. You might throw one out there where you say, okay, I'm going to compromise on that. I think it's still a horrible play because this guy has such a sordid background. It's not something you want to be associated with. But yes, do I think for sure that's what's happened? I don't know, but that thought absolutely crossed my mind.
Yeah.
You get your RFK, you get your Tulsi Gabbard, you get whatever else because you're able to say, darn it, Matt, I tried.
Yeah. I told my son the interesting part of his presidency is going to be the first 30 or 100 days when he starts appointing cabinet members. That's going to be where it's going to be real interesting with his appointees. I think he has thousands of them to go too, so all kinds of crazy stuff to appoint as well.
Well, I'm just using the silence that you all gave Jack.
Yeah.
In that silence, as I was sitting there listening to the radio, I thought the line I've come up with: "It's all fun and games until Matt Gaetz gets nominated Attorney General."
Yeah. We'll see how that plays out for sure. What else you got for us, buddy?
Well, you know what? We don't have a ton of time, but you were asking about the 60% margin.
Yeah, you said you've been getting a lot of questions about that.
Yeah, a lot of that. And I think Deb has touched on it before. I think a lot of people were confused about why it is in Florida that amendments like marijuana and abortion last week can get overwhelming support, 57%, and not pass. And one of the perfect examples is on the same day in Montana. An abortion measure that was very similar got the exact same vote. Montana, a very red state, very conservative. They don't like government interference, which, by the way, is kind of what this amendment was about. So why does it become law there and why does it not become law here? And it's not law here because citizens passed an amendment about 20 years ago that said you have to have 60%. But the backstory for why that got passed is pretty fascinating, and it had to do with really the minimum wage. The citizens had started saying, you know what, $6 an hour isn't enough, and they passed a minimum wage that a lot of people have forgotten. I think it was to $6.15. And big business in this state went absolutely bat you know what. They did not want to pay $6.15 an hour. More importantly, they knew if that passed and something came in down the road, the citizens would pass that as well. So they said, we need to find a way to con voters into thinking that it's not right for the simple majority to pass these measures. We need to have a higher threshold. So they came back to this pregnant pig thing, which had passed. And citizens had passed an amendment that said you can't confine pregnant pigs to a cage where they are not allowed to turn around. Now, really, that's not an awful idea. It's something that I would argue decent lawmakers might have put into law. But as is often the case, lawmakers in the state refused. Big Ag came and said, don't tell us how to run our farms. And so they said, all right, we won't bother you. So citizens passed this, but it became a talking point. Pregnant pigs don't belong in your Constitution. And then in one of the greatest ironies of Florida politics, I think it was 57% of Floridians passed the requirement that said 60% had to be the threshold for the future. So now for anything to get on the ballot, it has to get 60%, which is a threshold that is very hard to pass and which most politicians don't pass themselves.
Yeah, I mean, only a few of the things got that kind of support, and they were kind of benign issues that really anybody could get behind, the hunting and fishing thing and the other things of that nature.
Money back for your homeowners.
Yeah, money back for the homeowner.
That's
homestead
right. And
thing.
a lot of times you'll hear people say, well, things like this don't belong in the Constitution. And that's a cop-out. And I'll tell you why that's a cop-out. Because Florida lawmakers have intentionally made that the only way citizens can change a law. And a lot of places, citizens can just get an amendment and then they say, hey, we want to pass a law. For instance, to say you can't pregnant pigs have to have enough room to turn around, or we want to just pass a law that says medical marijuana should be legal. Florida lawmakers have said that is not an option. The only way you can make a change is to amend the Constitution. And then they go, oh my gosh, amending the Constitution is such a drastic thing for you to do. We don't think that's appropriate. We're going to raise the bar.
And no going back, right?
So, yeah, and it all stemmed back to minimum wage. Of course, another irony is that they passed that. They were scared of the minimum wage. There was the minimum wage, which and it still cleared the 60% bar a few years ago.
Scott, with enough petitions, could they get a ballot initiative to change it back to 50%, provided we get 60% to vote to make it 50% again?
Everything in my understanding is yes, that could absolutely happen. However, in reality, that is not going to happen because they've put up so many hurdles that it takes tens of millions of dollars to get something on the ballot. That's how TrueLeave was able to fund this, unless lawmakers put it on the ballot themselves, and they will not do so.
Yeah, TrueLeave spent over $100 million in this campaign, I believe.
It's amazing. They made it so you need all that money, and then they will call you out because you found a company to spend all that money. And part of their campaign was, oh, it's big business. This isn't about freedom.
I'm not exaggerating when it say you cannot get something on the ballot without millions of dollars. So abortion rights, who are just citizens in Florida, they're like finding any donation sources they can get to help get that on the ballot. And they go, oh, well, look at the big out-of-state interests that are trying to control your constitution.
Scott, real quick, so we've had a number of questions when it comes to appointments regarding the recess thing, because people are saying, well, it doesn't matter. He's asking for Senate to go into recess, and I guess during that he can just push through appointees. Is there any validity to that? I've heard that a number of days in a row now.
I'm not an expert on it, but the way you described it is how I understand it to be. It's basically a hall pass.
Yeah.
To do whatever you want without any checks and balances.
Right. Well, we'll see how that goes.
Generally not a good idea, no matter who's asking for it, in my estimation.
Yeah, I would agree 100%. I mean, either side should have to go through the confirmation process to make sure we have the right people doing the jobs, right?
Yeah, and I mean, and that's yeah. And by the way, the checks and balances we're talking about now are going to be pretty freaking tame. It's only one party controlling it on both sides.
There aren't going to be any.
Wait.
So
you still have the judiciary. Oh, never mind.
Yeah. So that's where we are.
All right, buddy. Always good seeing you, man. Give it up good and loud for Scott Maxwell.
Truth Dragon.
All right, 407-916-1041. Text us 77031. Your 4 o'clock keyword, guys, is check, CHECK. Get over to realradio.fm and send that away for your chance at $1,000. Back in a sec with more of the Jim Colbert Show. See you, Scott.
Something on your mind? Text us at 77031. Standard data and message rates apply. Real Mobile is powered by Orange Buick GMC and OrangeBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade.
This weather report is brought to you by Mills Air.
Hey there, Central Florida, Fox 35, Storm Team Meteorologist Noah Bergen here. Still warm and breezy today. Warm and breezy again for Thursday, but we're tracking a cold front coming in on Friday. It'll finally feel like fall. Plummeting humidity, lots of sunshine on Saturday and Sunday with temperatures in the 70s for highs, 50s for lows in the tropics. We're still watching the likelihood of Sarah forming. A little bit tricky determining how much, if any, impacts we'll have in Florida, but we're advising keep watching the forecast over the next several days.
This report is sponsored by Mattress Firm. It's Mattress Firm's Black Friday sale. Get matched with your perfect bed and save up to $700 on a wide selection of quality mattresses. Plus, score a free adjustable base with a qualifying purchase. See store for details.
Before the holidays and before any more possible tropical weather, upgrade your old windows and doors with the latest designs from Renewal by Andersen. One reason is impact-resistant design. Engineered to withstand high-velocity impacts, Renewal by Andersen's Acclaim impact windows and doors provide enhanced protection against flying debris during storms, keeping your home safe and secure. In fact, hundreds of clients reached out to share their experiences about the big difference Renewal by Andersen's windows and doors made for their families during Hurricane Milton about 4 weeks ago. Here's what Beth had to say. Our experience has been excellent. We have all new windows, gliders, and front door. The appearance of our doors and windows are beautiful and flawless. During the month of November, save 20% on your entire project, plus zero money down, zero payments, and 0% interest for 18 months. Visit bestwindowsflorida.com to schedule your free consultation today. Official partner of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, license number CGC 1527613.
If a Lenovo computer's on your holiday list, make Lenovo.com your first stop. Find amazing deals on ThinkPad X1 Carbon Gen 12 laptops and get the best PC prices of the season. That's Lenovo.com.
Lenovo. Here's a top move for hiring a divorce attorney. See how they look and handle themselves on video or audio. Chances are that's them at their best, with editing, setup, and multiple takes. The courtroom is live. Mediation is live. Make sure your divorce lawyer is going to make you look good. At Trenley Kramer Law, we handle family law and divorce. TK Law, onefirmforlife.com.
Rebuilding after a flood can be difficult, but if you have flood insurance, you don't have to go through it alone.
The National Flood Insurance Program can help you and your family recover by paying claims swiftly and fairly. If you've experienced flood damage, start rebuilding today by calling your insurance agent or company to file a claim. For more information about how to get your claim started, visit floodsmart.gov/claims. Brought to you by FEMA and its National Flood Insurance Program.
Sunnyside Plumbing.
Yes, I've got a leaking...
To leave us a testimonial saying how happy you are with our service, press 1.
But you haven't even...
For all other inquiries, please hang up.
Wait, what?
Hang up and call Frank Gay. We're busy watching the game.
You know what? I think I will.
When you have a leak, you need solutions on your schedule. A helpful expert who can find the problem and fix it fast.
That's the Frank Gay way.
FrankGayServices.com.
Save up to 50% on select security systems with SafeTouch Security. With upgrades like remote door locks, video doorbell, thermostat control, and camera, all controlled by your MySafeTouch app. Visit safetouch.com. State license number EF200002049.
The free iHeart app goes everywhere you do. Even better, when you plug your phone into Apple CarPlay or Android Auto, the app becomes part of the dash with a seamless way to listen to your favorite radio stations, the latest must-hear podcast, or a custom playlist to get you focused. Try Apple CarPlay or Android Auto with the iHeart app today.
William is one of millions of Americans who uses GoodRx to save on the cost of their prescriptions.
My oldest daughter, Camilla, 2 days old, she had to have open heart surgery. All of a sudden, she's on 5 different medications. It adds up at the end of the month. Me and the pharmacist got so tight. She said, GoodRx save you a lot of money. Saving that extra $200-300 a month. We're able to do all these extra activities, so it puts less stress on our household and it puts less stress on our pockets.
Download the free app or visit GoodRx.com and start saving today. GoodRx user compensated for their time. GoodRx is not insurance, but can be used instead of insurance.
An official message from Medicare.
Medicare plans change from one year to the next. And this year, it's important for you to review your current coverage and compare all your options during Medicare open enrollment. Compare health plans, drug coverage, and costs. See if you can save some money, and don't forget to make sure your drugs are covered. Open enrollment ends December 7th. Visit Medicare.gov or call 1-800-MEDICARE.
Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
All 2024s must go. It's the model year end event at Sutherland Nissan Orlando. New 2024 Nissans from $18,900. Make no payments till 2025 and 0% interest at Sutherland Nissan Orlando, home of the lifetime warranty.
VIN number RL897631. MSRP 20050. VIN number 5104975 plus tax and fees and approved credit.
If you're the victim of a car crash, never rush to settle with the insurance companies and never settle for just any attorney. Demand Anna Jar and Levine. Call 1-800-747-FREE for a free consultation and take back control of your life.
In office, Orlando.
Total Wireless totally has your back this holiday season. We give you up to 4 free 5G phones when you switch to the Total 5G Plus Unlimited plan. That's 4 gifts, 1 store. Plus, enjoy unlimited data that never slows you down. All for $30 a month or less when you get 4 lines. That's a holiday plan we can all get behind. Visit your local Total Wireless store to switch today. Total Wireless, we're totally with you. Actual speeds may vary by location. For data management practices, see TotalWireless.com.
This hour of programming is brought to you in part by Second Harvest Food Bank. Help today at feedhopenow.org. This is the Jim Colbert Show. Also available on YouTube, Twitch, and Facebook. Just search the Jim Colbert Show.
Yeah, I knew somebody that was so scared of Y2K that they cashed out their 401k. They got a bunch of survival stuff. They were totally convinced it was going to happen. Oh well, didn't. But hey, I guess he got his 401k.
Hey, Jimmy. Hey, you want to make them mad when you go to a restaurant? Ask for a lime wedge, or lemon wedge especially, and a couple of packets of sugar. And wait to see the reaction on the server's face. Pretty entertaining.
Yeah.
You know who, Covert Crew? On the amendment of marijuana. Take it from me, an expert. It's not decriminalization that we need. It's declassified. So it's not classified as a class 1 narcotic, which is the same as heroin and opioids. This is where our country is stupid. We ran out of breath.
There you are.
Ran out of money. The irony there. It's pretty darn good. All right, 407-916-1041. Welcome back. I'm Jim. Deb and Jack are here as well. Yeah, interesting afternoon already. All right, so we talked about this in the beginning of the show during Deb's JCS News, but I wanted to make sure that we got it back out there again because it's important. Time is running out if you want to do the be part of the Operation Blue Roof program. And basically what this is the FEMA and the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers are providing fiber reinforced sheeting, in other words, tarps.
Right, yeah.
To cover up your home. And, of course, now with a possible storm coming again, now would be the time to do that. Here's the problem. The deadline is tomorrow at 11:59. If you don't get your name on this list, you can't be part of Operation Blue Roof.
And the difference with this is that you guys have talked about this before, how expensive those tarps are.
They're very expensive.
Especially to cover a roof.
They're very expensive.
And this is free from the state of Florida. So it's no, some guy rolling up in a pickup truck and a magnet offering to do it for a few $100s. This is free.
Supports homeowners and renters in the hardest hit areas, offering free and immediate solutions to help prevent further damage from rain and weather. After Hurricane Milton, they've installed 7,100 of these temporary roofs across 25 counties in Florida, including us here in Orange and Seminole County, Palm Beach, Polk, Volusia, the areas that were really kind of messed up. And again, if you have a shaky roof right now, we've been lucky with the rain. I mean, last week we had a little bit of rain during the weekend and stuff, but I mean, this rain that could be coming next week could be, tropical storm rain where it lasts a couple days with winds
High
and stuff.
winds, yeah.
So you definitely want to do that. Here's how you do it, guys. If you just simply go to blueroof.gov, that's blueroof.gov. You can also call 888-ROOF BLUE. That's BLU if you want to do that between 8 and 8 p.m. But if you go online, there is no time constraint. You can just kind of fill it out. Again, that's blueroof.gov. Apply online, and they'll let you know exactly how they can help you. Want to do that before the deadline. That way you can get yourself covered up, get your roof taken care of. And that way, if we do get hit by this next storm, it looks like all the indicators we're going to get something from it. You won't have any more further damage in your property.
Well, it's a federal program.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, okay. You said state before. I wasn't sure. So
no,
yeah. I mean, they're focusing here in Florida, but it's it says
Army Corps of Engineers and FEMA.
And FEMA. Yeah. Sorry, I made that mistake. But potential tropical cyclone 19. Has been declared in the Caribbean, forecast to become Tropical Storm Sarah. I shouldn't get your memo, Jack.
Hopefully, as it goes across the Yucatan, if you look at it right now, it's literally going to cut it in half.
Hopefully, because the more it interacts with that landmass, the better it may be for us.
Mess with those people, not us.
Now, I will tell you, I'll give you an alternative, not so shiny estimation on what could happen here as well. I mean, and I'm a realist. I'm not trying to sugarcoat anything because you need to be prepared for anything at all times. But again, if this thing does go across the Yucatan and it's really kind of more toward the left side of the Gulf and it does get steered to the right, unfortunately, that means it'll have the most possible time over the warmest possible water that we have before it finally hits land, wherever that may be. That's the bad part. If it was to go straight over the Yucatan and take a right, it would only have so many days to empower itself. If it does take the path it's like now, it's going to be over that water for days before it hits, with the possibility of growing. And I don't know about any shear or anything. Of course, this time of year, it's a little different for it to gain power. But
the interesting I saw last night on the news is that pocket of water just beneath Cuba there is warmer now than it would be in the summer. It's a record high
because it was
the temperature of that water.
Yeah, it was already in June, what it normally isn't until August and September.
That's right.
So that's part of the worry at the beginning of the season is, man, this water can only get warmer from where it's at. Now we've November landfalling hurricanes are rare. I believe my research said the last time we had one was Nicole back in 2022.
Yeah, there's only been 2 in the last 80 years or something. It's been pretty crazy.
Yeah.
I think one on the East Coast.
2 or 3.
It's just going to become less rare.
Right.
As, warmer waters. And we continue. This is we're dealing with hurricanes after that time change. Is when I mentioned it, a couple weeks ago, is you're used to getting those 3-hour updates,
right.
at 2, 5, and 8, and 11. and you're going to see they're going to be off by an hour because they're going at the same time, but we're in daylight standard time.
And thank you for saying that, Jack, because the Hurricane Center has begun advisories for Tropical Cyclone 19. So you can start going to the Hurricane Center. They have started issuing advisories. Hurricane hunters went into it earlier today to start getting some idea.
Yeah.
And we're starting to see the spaghetti tracks. But
me repeat. No.
Next Wednesday is supposed to be the day.
I also saw that in Volusia County, they're starting to condemn some of these homes. And there's one mobile home community where they've basically started telling the people, like, your house is too damaged for us to repair. So
fix it or get out.
Fix or get out. I mean, they're already starting to drop those bombs. So and the water levels have not even really reduced to normal levels yet. The river is still a little high. These lakes are still high.
Yeah.
There are still communities that are still flooded out right now as we speak. And if we took another hit, even if the winds weren't bad, and we took another major rainmaker for 2 or 3 days over the state, it would be equally as catastrophic to internal Florida. I mean, the coast would be saved if the winds weren't that bad, but man, internally it would be pretty gnarly.
So that's something that probably is the biggest story for us to keep watching on now.
I would say 1,000% that's the biggest story to keep up. The one thing we can say is we do have a cold front coming down this week. It's supposed to drop the temperatures into the mid-70s and at night into the high 50s and stuff. And we know that those cold fronts can shear this apart, but I'm not sure if it's going to be strong enough.
Well, the problem, normally if a cold front is strong enough that it can go all the way to South Florida, then it kind of creates a little bit of a dome for us that the storms just kind of
the high pressure
whip
keeps it
around.
away.
So hopefully between that cold front, some wind shear, we'll see maybe a little bit of reduction, but right now they are saying that they're expecting Sarah, which hasn't been named yet, but they do expect it to become a hurricane by sometime next week.
All right, 407-916-104.
No.
Say it again, Jack. No.
All right, at the top of the hour, we do have a fresh keyword for you.
Freshy.
And I'll tell you what a cadult is.
Oh, can't wait for that.
That's next.
Your chance to win $1,000 in your hand is minutes away on Real Radio 104.1. Brought to you by Mills Air.
A road closed right now due to an accident on I-4 eastbound between County Road 46A and State Road 46. Be mindful, traffic is being diverted in that area. Also, an off-ramp is blocked at State Road 429 northbound. This is the off-ramp to eastbound I-4. And a multi-vehicle crash blocking a left lane on I-4 eastbound before the Orange Blossom Trail. See traffic troubles, call the Valvoline Instant Oil Change traffic tip line at 866-676-8477. From the Traffic Center, I'm Annie Mapp.
This report is sponsored by the NickleyGroup.com.
Buying a house or selling yours? The Nickley Group makes it as easy as ABC. And 1, 2... Oh, and fast, too, because the Nickley Group can get a guaranteed cash offer on your home today. Just visit thenickleyGroup.com.
That mortgage guy, Don, also does commercial and SBA, Small Business Administration loans. And if you have an existing SBA loan with, let's say, a rate of 9% or more, then you're in luck. That mortgage guy, Don, can refinance your qualified high-interest SBA loan to a low fixed rate of 8.25%. Want to buy a business or franchise? That mortgage guy, Don, has your back and has over 50 sources for your SBA and business loans of all sizes. Get a quote with no hard credit inquiry. So don't miss the boat. Compare your quote at thatmortgageguyDon.com.
Don't miss the boat. Compare your quote with thatmortgageguyDon.com.
The biggest and final store-wide sale of the year is this weekend at International Diamond Center. Get extra savings store-wide. We're talking up to 20% off virtually everything. Or get 36 months, 0 interest financing. It's like double the selection with designers showcasing their entire collections. It's a 3-day multi-million-dollar event. Lowest prices before the holidays. Plus, an entire collection of GIA-certified diamonds has been marked down. Friday, Saturday, and Sunday only. Only at IDC. 3 Orlando locations. Shop IDC.com on approved credit.
Guys, entertaining in your backyard this season is easy with help from our friends over at Tools Ace Hardware. These guys have grills and smokers from Big Green Egg, Traeger, Weber, or Napoleon. You could get a griddle to cook your family breakfast, maybe a pizza oven for a personal pizza night. A lot of fun, by the way. I've done it a number of times. Tools Ace also has Polywood outdoor furniture available, including dining sets and Adirondack chairs. This stuff is indestructible, will not fade in the Florida sun, and it's absolutely gorgeous as well. But when it gets a little cold, and that's coming soon, you want to make sure you have your fire fire pits, firewood, patio heaters, and propane to keep everyone nice and warm when the temperature drops. And, of course, tools can do that for you. Get it all assembled and delivered to your home for free when you spend $3.99 or more on grills or patio furniture. Just visit one of their 13 Central Florida locations or shop online at acehardware.com. It's Tools Ace, your backyard place.
I'm Olivia. When I was injured in a car crash, I knew from listening to this station who I needed to call. I called attorney Glenn Klossman. I knew I had a super lawyer on my side. I was extremely happy with the results. I'm Olivia, and I highly recommend attorney Glenn Klossman, Office Winter Park.
Hey, Central Florida, if you want a nicer, newer car, get ready. My prices are dropping. RC Hill here. It's autumn, and I want to help you rake in some savings. At RC Hill Mitsubishi, we're focused on affordability. My finance specialists hustle hard to help you find a low rate and a monthly payment that fits your budget. That's what my Perfect Payment program is all about. Save huge on a new 2024 Mitsubishi with a lifetime warranty and 2 years of free factory maintenance. Or check out over 200 certified used cars, SUVs, and sports cars. Plus, at RC Hill, you get your price and payment in 15 minutes. So if you hate your current ride, leave it behind. And I'll take it even if it's rusted or busted. And I'll give you way over trade value. But hurry, don't leave me hanging. A deal this good won't last long. I'm RC Hill. I'm your car dealer next door. RC Hill Mitsubishi and Used Car Superstore. Visit me at rchill.com. That's rchill.com. And if you need to sell your car today, visit rchillbuyscars.com. We pay you on the spot.
Credit requires bank approval. Negative equity may be refinanced.
Discover the unmatched value at Core Flooring Center in Winter Park, Central Florida's prime spot for wood, waterproof laminate, and vinyl planks. Explore our stunning showroom with hundreds of styles. Visit us today or check out coreflooringfl.com.
You've got so many chances to win big on Hard Rock Bet. Even a small bet can bring in that serious cash. All you need is $1 and a dream.
Unbelievable. They've hit the parlay. Let's go!
Big payouts for every kind of player.
Hard Rock Bet. Roll with us.
Get up to $100 back if your first bet doesn't win. Payable and bonus bet up to $100, not a cash offer. Offered by the Seminole Tribe of Florida. Must be 21 plus and physically present in Florida to wager. Terms and conditions apply. Concerned about gambling? Please call 1-888-ADMIT-IT.
So you want to be my client. You think you deserve fair compensation for your injuries. Well, you got to call me. Can't just keep listening forever. Injured on the go? Just call Mo. Mo DeWitt, Orlando attorney.
Yo, it's Angel from the Monsters. You want a big green egg? For the lowest prices anywhere, you got to go to my friends, Wassie's Meat Market. They will deliver and set up your big green egg so that you are cooking before they leave. Follow Wassie's Meat Market on Instagram or go to wassiesmeatmarket.com for your big green egg today.
For decades, Camtech School of Construction has been the leader in preparing thousands of people to advance their career as a licensed contractor. Check out our seminar this Thursday, 7 p.m. at the Orlando Holiday Inn Universal. Get licensed, get legal, get Camtech. Call 800-875-PASS. What are you waiting for?
Get up to 50% off New South Windows and Doors. Visit our showroom on November 16th, 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. for 40% off. Want that extra 10% off? Show your U.S. military ID or bring a Toys for Tots donation. Visit newsouthwindow.com/50 for details.
Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisor. Visit TrajanWealth.com.
Broadcasting live from the injury law firm of Kaufman and Lind Studios. Why Kaufman and Lind? Because you deserve better. Contact them at whenyouneedus.com or dial pound 546 on your cell phone. This is WTKS FM HD1 Cocoa Beach, Orlando. Listen on your free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts.
Now is your chance to win $1,000. Just enter this nationwide keyword on our website, credit. C-R-E-D-I-T. Credit. That's credit. Enter it now on our website at realradio.fm. Good luck.
This is the Jim Colbert Show. Also available on YouTube, Twitch, and Facebook. Just search The Jim Colbert Show.
Oh. What up, guys? Sport from Duval. I would love to go to a restaurant where Jack Bradshaw, to have a waiter come and tell him the decent thing to do would be order a $16 glass of wine. I would pay the $16 for the glass of wine just to see Jack Bradshaw look at this waiter and say, "Screw you, you son of a bitch." I love you, Jack.
You know, my wife, I did marry the farmer's daughter. She grew up on a farm, and she's always said, if you can cook, you can live like a king on a pauper's income, and she ain't lying, man. I barely go out to dinner anymore. It's just, you look at what you're going to spend for dinner and go, wait a minute, I can get 2 Delmonicos and all kind of fun stuff at home and a whole bottle of wine. So, yeah, unfortunately, we stay home more.
I feel you there, buddy. I can't tell you the last time I ordered a steak in a restaurant. I mean, once you know the technique of how to cook a steak, there's not a whole lot you can do.
But just cooking in general, if you can do decent meal prep, you're so less reliant to go out to buy pre-made food.
Yeah, it's so amazing. Even these little things, by the way, welcome back to the Jim Colbert Show, Real Radio 104.1. Your 5 o'clock keyword is credit, C-R-E-D-I-T. Get over to realradio.fm and send that away for your chance at $1,000. Credit, guys, is your 5 o'clock keyword. Good luck. We hope you win that money. I'm Jim. There's Deb.
Hello.
Check is here as well.
I am.
Yeah, I agree. So I've been eating these little things that we would get, like Publix has them. And it's it'll be a chicken breast. The one I had last night was stuffed with like feta and some herbs.
Oh, it's kind of like the meal. It's a meal there. You just have to cook it.
That's it. It's in a little tin. It's got green beans on one side. You pull the little separator out, throw it in the oven for like 35 minutes at 350. Beautiful. Good. 550 calories and plenty of food to eat. Delicious. But going out, like I said, I almost always just order fish out now. Fish or maybe pork or something like that. Pork's hard to find on menus anymore. But I just don't order steak out anymore because I know I can cook a really good restaurant quality steak at home and it would cost me way less. And that's what I like to cook at home. So I don't have any problem with that. I do like going out for a nice dinner, but I enjoy cooking as much as anything. Pouring a glass of wine, get some music going. I mean, what's better than that?
You know how I don't go into restaurants?
Yeah, pho.
Because I'm intimidated.
Right.
I just don't know.
He doesn't know about noodles, guys.
Doesn't know about. I don't know about the menu.
Freaking out about noodles.
You know, Starbucks. Was my nemesis for a while just because of the weird words on the board.
He couldn't get past the sizes of the products to get to the product itself.
Fish in restaurants is the same thing. I don't like. I've had fish that I like, but I didn't grow up eating fish.
Yeah.
Right. But I've had fish that I like, but it's not something. I wouldn't feel comfortable ordering it on the menu knowing that it's coming through at that price and that's my meal. And if I don't like it, then I'm screwed.
Yeah, that's a lot of people do that. And fish is expensive. So when you order a fish meal, here's what happens, right? You look at the menu and the salmon's $28, right? And then you look over there like, wow, fille's $28. Well, what are most people going to do? They're going to go to the safe thing. They know they can eat the fillet and it's going to be good. It's going to mashed potatoes or in some veg.
Yes.
The fish is going to be fish. And people don't really, unless you go to a restaurant that really knows what they're doing, it can be really weird. I like it. I eat it more than I eat anything else out right now.
I've had some great fish meals, but I've just, in a restaurant, if I'm looking at the choice in the menu, it's like, oh, lasagna's safe.
Right, yeah. That's exactly it. I think that's what most people fall into. Do you eat fish out very much? Are you a fish eater, Deborah?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you enjoy it?
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Yeah. So I make it at home with just like capers and parsley and butter and garlic and a little white wine. Make a little butter sauce with it, put it right on top. It's absolutely delicious. You can't lose. I mean, dill, garlic, and butter on fish and a little white wine, you cannot lose. Easy as pie, too. Super easy to make. All right, let's talk about cadults. What do you think a cadult is?
An adult from Canada.
No.
Let's see, a cadult. Is it like a middle adult?
No.
Like a young adult?
There's a reason they're saying cadult, and it's kind of funny, and it's based
because
on
they can't adult.
It's based on something that's coming up here pretty soon.
Can't adult. I like that. Cadult. Very good, Deb.
No. This is a story out of the BBC that I find kind of interesting, by the way. And I think they coined this term cadult, spelled Kidult.
Oh.
So it's a portmanteau of kid and adult.
Uh-huh.
All right, so it's a cadult. And the reason why they're saying this is this. Why would you think that they would use the term cadult?
I don't know. Back to Deborah's, explanation of someone who can't adult. They're still a kid.
Well, you know what?
Instead of can't adult, it's kid adult.
I think that's a pinky toe in the pool of what we're talking about. Not exactly it. Here's what it is, right? So the idea of toy sales, right, they have fallen for the third year in a row as family budgets have been pinched, right? What they're saying, though, is 1 out of 5 toys that are sold, now this is in England, but I think the story also transfers over to the U.S. 1 of 5 toys sold was for an adult over the age of 18. And here's what's happening. So And they're saying falling birth rate, cost of living, and fewer bigger hit children's films that have toys associated with the film, whether it be like the Minions or Cars or any of the Disney movies.
Slow your roll. Moana 2's coming out in a couple of weeks.
Well, I mean, it could be Transformers, any of the Marvel stuff, any of the DC stuff, or they have the action figures or anything based around them.
I wonder if it has something to do with the growth and the Gen Z and Millennial and Gen A of the adult slumber parties and the getting together to do game nights instead of going out to clubs and spending money they don't have.
So that certainly is part of it, by the way. And what they're saying here is this. Adults are buying kid toys to take them away from the troubles of life.
Why? There are no troubles.
What's happening is parents and adults are so overwhelmed by the pressures of life, whether it be making enough money to keep going, whether it be how they think their government's working in their country, or just the pressure of raising children in this society with social media, or any of those things you could line up that would be difficult to make adulting. I would not want to be raising my kids right now.
Oh, gosh.
I'm so thankful to at least be able to raise most of my kids through no social media. I mean, it came on at the very end, but I mean, very, very end that they weren't in school, what was going on.
I relate to what you're saying because you see some of these newer challenges we did not have to deal with. But do you think every generation has that feeling? Do you think in the 70s, empty nesters were thinking, oh, I am so glad I don't have to raise my kids, you know, in this environment?
I would think there are 2 times in our history that probably has not been the case. I would say post both world wars, afterwards when you came back, and it was that roaring 20s. It was the 50s of the post-nuclear family kind of thing, where it was, the car and dad comes home.
House in the suburbs.
The affluent society.
Right. Those were the things I believe that were certified in Americans' minds of what our life is supposed to be like.
We have a kidult.
Oh, Jack is a kidult.
He's a kidult. We get puzzles.
Yeah, you are a kidult. Well, you also play video games as a grown-ass man.
That's another one. Well, he's not alone.
Yeah, see, that's the thing. Video games are probably more adults or adults are playing video games than kids.
Well, let me ask you this. This is an interesting thing. Out of the toys that adults are buying to play with, to take the pressure off and kind of decompress from life and almost maybe take themselves back to their childhood a little bit.
Because coloring books were big for a while.
That's right, where life was a little bit more innocent. What do you think the number one toy is for that? It is one that everybody I know has owned and may actually still have in their house.
A stick.
No, it's not a stick. It's an actual toy made by a company.
But time out. Toy is a stick, and it's in the Toy Hall of Fame.
And time out. We're not talking about sticks.
So it's not a board game then?
No. One word.
Ball.
No.
Operation.
No.
I said board games.
Florida Connection.
Florida
Connection.
Florida Connection.
Florida Connection.
Orange.
Big Florida Connection.
Not pickleball.
Legos is the answer.
Oh, Legos.
Legos is the number one.
Oh, I love Legos.
So what happens is adults are buying.
As a kid?
Oh, my God.
Oh, no, I meant now.
Legos and erector sets were the absolute greatest. That's the greatest thing ever.
Oh, yeah. Till you stepped on them.
Because you can create. It was great. You could build stuff, you build stuff.
And those are big deals, like those big collector sets where, like, the whole family can get together and put a vehicle together from a Star Wars movie. That's a big deal.
Then there's another one for, there's another one for men. So Legos was the number one for both sexes, right? Men and women both equally enjoy being kidults with Lego sets. What do you think the number one thing is just for men?
Lawn darts.
No, not lawn darts. That's so funny.
Oh, wait, no, that's right. That's women.
Lincoln Logs.
No. This is
G.I. Joe. Oh, what? Erector set?
No.
Erector set and Lincoln Log. Yep, that pretty much sets it up.
It's Hot Wheels cars. Hot Wheels car sets and like RC cars and planes are the number one thing that men are buying to kind of kidult. In other words, take time from your life as an adult and kind of flow it back to the kid life.
Come on, guys. Did you have the little vinyl case?
Oh,
with
are you
the
kidding?
snap that you opened it up and it showed you all of your collection of your Matchbox cars?
And I had the one that had the track in it because you could build the track and you could build different kind of tracks. We used to do drag strips and do the drag strips where they would roll down.
Yeah.
Almost like the soapbox derby kind of thing?
Yes. And you needed it was like a tongue depressor you needed to keep these tracks together.
Exactly.
I had one. I had the.
That's not a joking answer at all.
I had the yellow turnaround where it would go through and it would come back the same track.
Right.
My sister had the 180 turn where it was orange. I remember this. And it was a turn to make the whole thing come back, but then you needed more track to extend it.
Right.
Oh, let's go.
Did you have the one that had the rubber wheel spinner? That when your car went through it went like a baseball pitching machine. It would spin it out.
Have that.
Did you have that,
Oh.
Palatka?
Yeah.
Look at you. This is
In
where
Palatka?
Oh, yeah.
This is where he first started getting bougie.
Actually, it was my friend Richard had it. I say it was mine, but I ganked it from him. But
Yeah.
I had a buddy named Richard that had one of these things because his dad had a good job, and he had the spinner thrower thing.
Don't
Richard,
you remember when you had a friend who would get something really cool? It was always like finding, Ma, you're just like hanging out. Hey, can he come out? Or can I come in?
Staring at their Barbie townhouse.
Yeah.
Yeah.
With the Corvette.
But I found this really fascinating. Like, that when people kind of regress back to times when they felt safe.
Right.
And I think that's really what this is. The story is painfully short, to be honest with you. And I thought it was going to be more interesting and longer because, I think there's some real not psychosis, but there's a real psychological, interesting kind of aspect to the idea that grown-ass men and women would find toys from their childhood as, 45, 50-year-olds raising families and kind of regress back to that to kind of make them feel safe again.
Nostalgia.
Yeah, man.
I was
all
going to
about
say...
And honestly, that is what I think the genius of the whole Make America Great Again campaign is remembering that when you were younger and you had less worries and you don't remember the bad stuff as much as good for most people. And so it's just this nostalgia factor.
Yeah, 100%.
Now, I think of the nostalgia. It takes me back to the Santa Claus movies where he has to find a Mrs. Claus.
Oh, yeah.
And they're having that party and everybody's just bored out of their minds until he gets them the toys they had asked for as kids but didn't receive. And then this room full of adults end up sitting around and playing Rock'em Sock'em Robots.
Oh, my God almighty, man. Oh, living life.
Exactly. Just going right back in time.
Nothing wrong with that at all.
Not at all.
All right, 407-916-1041. Text us easily at 77031. You can leave a talk back, too, guys. Get that iHeartRadio app. Go to Real Radio once you get it, and use that microphone to send your comment on down the line. Don't forget, credit is your 5 o'clock keyword, CREDIT. Go to realradio.fm and send that out for your chance at $1,000. Back in a sec with more of The Jim Colbert Show.
Real Radio is the news junkie.
Singer-songwriter Lisa Loeb has been selling eyewear, glasses, and each of the frames are named after one of her songs.
They're all called Stay?
She's got other songs.
The news junkie. Weekdays at 11 on Real Radio 104.1.
From the Clausman Law Traffic Center, car crash, call Clausman Law. ClausmanLaw.com.
A serious crash has blocked all lanes at the ramp junction where State Road 429 and the Greenway meet I-4 and Seminole. Be mindful if that's part of your drive this Wednesday evening. Also, an accident reported at the Florida Turnpike northbound between State Road 408 and State Road 429. See traffic troubles, call the Valvoline Instant Oil Change Traffic Tip Line at 866-676-8477. From the Traffic Center, I'm Annie Mapp.
This report is sponsored by Wendy's. Any size soft drinks for $1. Wendy's has any size a la carte $1 soft drinks. Coke, Sprite, strawberry Fanta, whatever you want. Any size soft drink for $1? Gotta be Wendy's. Limited time only. Price and participation may vary. Not valid in a combo. Exclusions apply.
Guys, not a big secret that the real estate market is changing and booming right now, more than it's been in a while. Your name, your home being your most valuable asset, you need a real estate company that's always one step ahead of the market, and that's whether you're buying or selling. Of course, that is the Nickley Group. These guys have 4,000 plus 5-star reviews online. If you ask anybody in the business here in Central Florida, they'll tell you the Nickley Group has a solid gold reputation, and here's why. Because they sell homes on average for about 6% more than their competitors, and they sell those homes twice as fast as their competitors. And on average, clients save about $24,000 when they purchase a home using the Nickley Group. Interest rates lower than they've been in a while, and your buying power is tens of thousands of dollars better than it was just a year ago. September did set the record for the highest average sales price in Central Florida, and I'm telling you that for this. this. Your house still has value. So if you're looking to make a move, you may want to call the Nickley Group and see what they can do for you. You can go to their website and get some incredible information. Matter of fact, on their website, you could get a guaranteed cash offer for your home. And that's no joke. I mean, they will give you a cash offer for your house. That means no showings, no open houses. You don't have to go through any of that. And you close that deal in 14 days. Get your home valued instantly using current market data if you ever wanted to know what it's worth, or list your house on the market. All that right there on the website. You can do it. And listen, while you're there, do this. Download that free buyer's guide. This thing is absolutely stacked with information about the home buying and selling process. That way you're more informed to make a better deal for yourself. It's the NickleyGroup.com. That's NICKLEY Group.com.
Just Call Mo says drive responsibly this holiday season. But if you're injured, just call Mo.com.
Listen, if you're thinking about getting a Lenovo gaming computer this holiday season, you have to check out Lenovo.com first. Why? Because that's where you'll find the biggest savings on great gear, like the Legion Pro 5 gaming laptop and Legion Tower 7 Gen 8 gaming desktop. The best price on a Lenovo is at Lenovo.com, with PCs up to 53% off. So go directly to the source and save big. That's Lenovo.com.
Lenovo. Guys, time to refresh your ride. It's time for the Central Florida International Auto Show in town this weekend, November 14th through the 17th, right there at the Orange County Convention Center. What is this? Well, it's an awesome show I've been to a number of times. What you get is a close-up look at the newest, hottest cars out there, newest trucks, luxury vehicles, and SUVs. Explore all the latest cutting-edge tech. See what's new in electric vehicles as well. As a matter of fact, you can even take a new EV test drive right there at this show. So much fun. Take everybody out. It's a great time and very affordable. It's the Central Florida International Auto Show, the place to refresh your ride at the Orange County Convention Center this weekend, the 14th through the 17th. Get your tickets now at OrlandoAutoShow.com.
Men, if you're suffering from erectile dysfunction or PE, Premier Men's Medical Center will get your sex life back in just one visit. Their painless, breakthrough medical treatments eliminate ED and PE. Here's a specialist in men's health.
I'm Dr. Simovitz. Have Viagra or Cialis let you down? Premier Men's Medical Center offers the most effective treatments that eliminate ED and PE, with men lasting longer than ever. 98% of patients see instant results on their first visit.
Premier Men's Medical Center's breakthrough treatments will restore your sex life regardless of age or medical history. Your consultation and first treatment are free. Plus, you'll see instant results in the office. Plus, qualified patients will have their testosterone checked free. Call 407-337-5569. 407-337-5569. To regain your sex life in just one visit, call now. 407-337-5569.
It's International Diamond Center's biggest and last store-wide sale of the year. Save up to 20% on virtually everything, or get 3 years interest-free financing. Incredible savings November 15th, 16th, and 17th. Only at International Diamond Center.
The free iHeart app goes everywhere you do, because it's always on your phone and ready for whatever you're in the mood for. Even better, when you plug your phone into Apple CarPlay or Android Auto, the app becomes part of the dash, with a seamless way to listen to your favorite radio stations, the latest must-hear podcast, or a custom playlist to get you focused. And with the holidays on the horizon, the app makes the perfect shopping companion while you search for the ultimate parking spot.
There it is!
Try Apple CarPlay or Android Auto with the iHeart app today.
Discover the new Buick SUVs in stock now at orangebuickgmc.com. We are professional grade.
You're listening to The Jim Colbert Show, also available to watch. Yeah. At The Jim Colbert Show on YouTube.
So it really started to piss me off when you were describing this Cadult thing until I figured out you're describing me. Because a few years ago, my son happened to be working at a dealership and I was able to pick up my dream car for a steal. And ever since then, he and my other adult son, one of my other adult sons, started buying me every Hot Wheel and Lego set that has to do with a Porsche 911. So now I'm pissed. You're describing me.
Well, don't be bad, dude. There's nothing wrong with it. God damn. People are so hard on themselves. Look, here's the thing. I mean, you could probably say adulting is video games, because back in the day, no adults played video games. Matter of fact, every adult I knew when I played video games as a kid just looked at me like I was a complete loser for spending money on video games. So even when the home consoles came out, I mean, we weren't I mean, you would go to a friend's house, you play for like an hour maybe, and we go out and play baseball or shoot hoops or something. You ride our bikes.
But with video games, we were that first generation.
We were, yes.
Yeah, for the at-home video game.
Yeah.
Oh, it's so cool.
I think the attitude around video games changed when things like robotic surgery and everything else started being a possibility if you had that great hand dexterity.
And
right?
drone strikes.
And, big college scholarships for doing these gaming conferences that people are like, hey, let me check that out.
In the games back in the day, you didn't shoot each other.
Dude, it was Pong.
There was no like killing. I mean, but even in the heyday of the late '80s, when it was like Pac-Man and Tempest and Galaga and all the original video games, Defender and those great games that we played growing up. I mean, those games, you can still find those in some of the Atari Classic sections, and they're still great games. But now the games are more focused on, you shooting somebody or somebody shooting you or you killing some alien or whatever. It was never like that when they first started. They were not violent. I got to tell you, I would think that if video games started out like that, the texture of video games would be way different than there are right now.
Can you imagine how much worse that would be?
Well, I mean, it would either be worse or better. I mean, it would be one of those two. We would have that much more time to have studied how they're really affecting people. And I've said this on the air, and Ross and I have disagreed about this a number of times. I mean, you'll never be able to convince me that playing those games for hours at a time doesn't affect your mentality toward life. You'll never be able to convince me of that. And here's why: because we use so many other things that do. You know what I'm saying? Like, one thing I say to Scott all the time is when we have a situation, he's brought this up, and you use a certain kind of logic that seems really illogical, I'll just simply ask, where else in your life do you use that logic? Where else in your life can you rationalize that behavior to make yourself feel okay for doing it? But the chances are you can't. That's the problem, is it's irrational. Well, I believe it's irrational to believe that you could take a 12-year-old kid and have him blasting people's faces off in what's the one in my...
Fortnite?
No, the other one.
Oh, Grand Theft Auto.
In Grand Theft Auto, and you're murdering cops and murdering prostitutes, even though it's a video game, you can't tell me that doesn't have an effect on your mentality.
Sometimes you're just slapping them around.
Okay, sometimes fair. Sometimes you're just roughing them up for your money. I get it.
Sometimes you just run them over with your car.
But at 12, maybe you shouldn't be a murderous, disgusting pimp.
Yeah.
At 12, digitally. Maybe that's not healthy. But
not to be a digital pimp.
Yeah. Don't be a digital pimp when you're 12 years old. Maybe that's not the best thing for a 12-year-old.
It's a little too late now.
Yeah, maybe it is. Who knows? I mean, seriously, who knows? And I don't know that anybody's going to do the case study on it because there's so much money involved with it. The video game business, for people who do not know this, is greater than the music, TV, and movie business combined.
Yep.
Does everybody get that? More than the music, movie, and television business all combined, video games are worth more. They're never going to regulate it. They're never going to do it. And I'm telling you, man, my kids were that age. I would never let them play those games. I'm not casting any judgment on people who do, because I'm sure that if you're out there, you can parent. If you know how to parent your kids and you know how to limit it, God bless you. But there are certain personalities that just simply don't deal well with input of that nature.
They are rated. So
yes.
You do have an idea, like if it's meant for mature audience, but again, that needs to be parented.
Let's make that a question of the day. Do we have one yet?
Not yet.
Yeah, if you don't mind, put that up there. See how many parents allow their kids to play these games, Grand Theft Auto.
Okay.
Under the age of 13.
Well, that's an old game now, though.
Yeah. There's plenty of them.
Well,
though.
There's a lot of like Call of Duty, Black Ops.
Sure,
I would use that one instead.
Whatever. Any game where you kill somebody. The Grand Theft Auto one is the one that's really extreme, though.
How about games with a mature rating?
Yeah, exactly. What's that? 18 up?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. How many people allow their kids to play these mature games that are 18 and plus rated? And be honest. I mean, we don't know who you are.
Well, plus,
you're completely anonymous to us. We do not know who you are. You're welcome to vote, and please tell me the truth so I understand. Maybe I'm wrong.
We know.
Well,
I can see you.
They could be telling the truth and just have no idea that in their home they don't play the games.
Right? Yeah. Maybe so.
But when they go hang out at so and so's house because he's got that new PS5.
Right. Yeah.
Guess what they're playing?
Yeah. Sure.
Call of Duty Black Ops.
It's not baseball.
And when you get home, oh, Mom, I hit a home run.
Right, yeah.
Awesome, honey.
Right, and I gutted a hooker.
No, that's where
with
you
a Rambo knife.
Yeah, so it's mature 17 plus is the rating.
There you go. Very good. All right, 407-916-1041. By the way, credit is your 5 o'clock keyword, CREDIT. Just slide over to realradio.fm and send that out for your chance. At $1,000, did you guys see the story about the most debt-ridden U.S. metropolitan areas? Have you seen the story?
No.
So what they did is Lending Tree released this the list of the most debt-ridden U.S. cities in America, examining which major cities have the most non-mortgage debt. In other words, so your house doesn't count. And according to the study, residents across the U.S. metros hold an average non-mortgage debt of about $37,800. Now, I guess that would be credit cards, car loans, maybe student loans, things of that nature. More specifically, the total is made up of 4 kind of debts. Auto loan, student loan, credit card debt, personal loan debt. Right? Yes?
What cities? I will go with Miami.
That's so funny. Hold on one second. I'll make sure I get this. I want to make sure that it's national. Okay, yeah, these are national metros, okay? Austin, Texas is the city that's in the most debt.
Wow.
Austin, Texas is in the most debt, all right? How many cities in Florida do you think there are in this? And I'll give you an example. There are three cities in Florida that made this list, and you just named one. Miami is number 4 on the list.
I'll put Tampa as well.
Tampa is number 10.
And Orlando
is number 7. We have 3 cities. Our 3 major metropolitan cities in the state of Florida are all in the top 10 list of the most debt-ridden large metropolitan areas in the U.S.
Yeah, and when you look at cost of... Well, are you saying that the cost of housing was not factored into
your
that?
mortgage is not part of this. Just the debt that you carry on credit cards, student loans, personal loans, and...
But if you have an exorbitant mortgage, then it forces you to use the other things, which would create the debt that puts you on that list.
It may be so. But what they're saying is the auto loan debt is an average of $12,000. Student loan debt is an average of about $12,000. Credit card debt is about $8,000. And personal loan debt is about $3,500.
Yeah.
Well, it sounds to me like they have to have the car that drives them to the job that most likely works in a tourist-based industry where they're not making the most money, which makes it difficult to pay off their student loans. Ad nauseum.
We've seen auto loan debt spike in recent years due to sky-high interest rates and rising prices. So to get a vehicle, it costs a ton. And, of course, the money you're borrowing now is expensive. You know, what's a car loan now, like 8-9%?
I don't know.
It's got to be, right?
But I'm not to find out.
I mean, it's got to be like 8 or 9%. I mean, if a mortgage is almost 7 now, I think a mortgage is 6.71 of this morning. You know, so I mean, car loans are always, 2 to 4 points higher, depending on where you're buying.
Do you check that stuff every day?
Yeah, I do check it every day, buddy. I read way too much, unfortunately. God,
reading's good.
It is good, but
keeps your brain active.
But sometimes, man, the info you have to take in sucks. You got to siphon through it to find the stuff that's interesting. Yeah, Florida has 3 cities. Does that kind of check off to you guys?
It makes sense because, again, with like housing in Orlando is horrible, right?
Yeah.
And I think of my daughter and what percentage of her paycheck goes just for rent, which means she doesn't have a lot of money for the other things, which then generates more credit card debt. So that puts her, it's like they're not factoring housing in, but housing is a factor in creating your own debt.
Yeah, there's no question. Matter of fact, a quote from the guy who wrote the story is, Florida is going to keep cruising at a higher altitude than the rest of the country. Who is this guy named Snaith? Sounds like a Harry Potter bad guy.
He does.
Is that Sean Snaith?
Is that his name?
Well, it's a UCF economics professor.
It actually, maybe, let me go see if that's
Is this a local story?
It's a Channel 6 story, yeah.
Yeah, it's probably UCF economic professor Dr. Sean Snaith.
Yeah, it doesn't say his. I'm sure it's in the story here, but it just says Snaith. That's actually kind of cool.
Check the first paragraph.
Yeah. I went up there and I saw.
That's where you give the whole name, and then
Right.
after that, it's just a surname.
It's kind of funny. It doesn't say that. I mean, obviously you know that, but as we come down through here, I didn't see the guy's name. His full name, and now I'm like obsessed with that. So I got to get that right now before I go forward. Thanks, Deb, for shutting the show down. I appreciate that. It doesn't say his name; it just says Snaith predicted earlier this year because the twin engines of a robust labor market and population growth is what's really causing Florida's issue. And it's the same with Austin.
Wow.
It's because so many people are moving into the city, and I guess it just gives you more opportunity to have people there that are maybe struggling a little bit. And
Makes sense.
Says some of the debt is likely due to an American obsession with freedom of the open road, but some of it may be out of necessity. While a few of the densest metro areas in the U.S., like New York and Boston, are well served by their transit systems, most are more dispersed, and everything has to be worked picking up the kids from soccer. So in New York, you can take the subway, you can walk, You can do whatever to get to all the places you usually go to. You don't have the expense of having a car loan or car insurance.
But you can't afford any place to live.
Yeah, I mean, but it all kind of evens out, right?
Right.
Yeah, because I mean that extra $500 or $800 or $900, whatever you spend on insurance and your car payment and gas and stuff, that would go into what you would have to spend to buy a place or to rent a place in New York. That's not $9,000 a month.
Just like what we see here, with communities that were once sleepy, Groveland, not necessarily Lakeland. But those areas growing exponentially so that Disney cast members have a place that they can afford to live and then drive the 45 minutes to an hour to get to work.
It's amazing that California only has 2 cities on this list in the top 30 of these. San Diego and I believe it is, let me see here, and Riverside. I would think California would be crawling with this scenario because of how damn expensive it is to live out there.
Yeah, but you make good money. I think that's the difference. If you're living in San Francisco or Silicon Valley, you're making the money it requires to live there. Whereas here in Florida, I mean, this is something Scott Maxwell talks about all the time. The fact that you're normally most likely working at a job that isn't enough to meet all of your needs.
Right, yeah.
So you end up using your credit cards to make up the difference.
Saw today was $110,000 per household to be able to afford a regular house in Florida right now. That your household income has to be about $110,000. To afford just a normal, $350,000 or $400,000 house in Orlando, along with everything else.
Which is a lot of money.
Yeah, the top 10 of this list, by the way, is almost all Texas and Florida. D.C., Riverside, and Atlanta come into play there. And by the way, Jacksonville's number 11. So in the top 11, we have 4 of those cities. It goes Austin, San Antonio, Houston, and then Miami, Atlanta, Dallas, Orlando, D.C., Riverside, California, and then Tampa and Jacksonville.
Yeah, but we have freedom.
No other cities in Florida. And then you go into major metropolitan areas, you think it would be way more expensive. Like L.A. is 22 on this list. Man, you think L.A. would be crushing this. Because, I mean, the average one-bedroom, one-bath apartment is equal to New York and Boston and L.A. Plus Seattle, Portland, those places are unbelievably expensive to live.
Still, there's a reason why they say they pay you in sunshine when you move to Florida.
Yeah, that's it. That's all you can afford.
That's what they pay you in sunshine because you're not going to have to buy winter coats. You're not going to have to buy. So they figure you don't need that money to buy those necessities. Your salary doesn't need to be as high as if you're living in Maryland versus living in Florida.
Yeah.
AKA you're being paid in sunshine.
Right.
By the way, you mentioned Scott Maxwell. Texter asks, where is Scott Maxwell? Well, now on Wednesdays, he's at 420. So we had him on last hour. And in case you missed it and that time doesn't work for you, we already have it up as a podcast. You could go to jimcolbertlive.com under the goods. And also Scott's section is broken out independently. And it's on your iHeartRadio app. You can bring it up and have a whole Scott Maxwell channel.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, coming up this weekend, I wanted to tell you guys about this. It's kind of interesting. I'm sure Fayaz may mention this, or maybe even Danny tomorrow, but Orlando is having a festival around something that I've never seen before. I've never seen, and this is a food item, I've never seen a festival that celebrates this. And to be quite honest with you, when you see it or hear it, you can't believe it hasn't happened yet. What do you think I'm talking about?
Glizzies.
It's not glizzies. I don't know what that is, Jack. Shut
Hot
up.
Dogs.
Oh, yeah. There you go.
Yeah, shut up, Jack.
The old glizzy gobbler.
Turkey legs?
No. I can't tell
Korean hot dogs.
It's not a food. You can't eat it.
Oh.
I thought you said it was a food thing.
I said it was a food thing.
Shut up, Jim.
You eat it. You don't eat it, actually. It's a drink. It's a drink, a festival built around this drink. The Orlando Blank Festival comes to Festival Park this Saturday for a whirlwind of tastings, local vendors, and art galore. Companies from around the country will be in attendance offering varieties of this.
All right, it's hipster then.
Never heard of it before. I've never heard of a festival that features this product simply. We've had whiskey festivals. We've had beer festivals. We've had food festivals. Hell, we have those all the time.
Mead?
Not mead. Coffee.
Coffee.
How about that?
Oh, wow.
A straight-up coffee festival is coming to Festival Park, this weekend.
Cool.
That would be very cool.
I mean, it smells nice.
Like, I've never heard of that. I thought, when I read this, it's like, how has this not happened? Coffee, like, it is, look, if you don't drink alcohol, you're not going to a beer fest or a whiskey fest. Everybody I know drinks coffee. Like, everybody I know drinks coffee.
If you've got hair on your chest, you do.
And it says, all Java junkies, it says coffee companies from around the country will be here offering varieties of beans, brews, and roasts to give everybody that perfect cup. By the way, the gig's for free, but if you want to do the tasting, that's where they, it costs like $15 or something.
That's not bad.
That's not bad at all, man. But they do have different entry levels. We don't have anything to do with this. I just saw this and thought it was great. It's an Orlando Weekly piece today. And like I said, I'm sure that either Danny or Fayez will have something on this.
Have a couple of cups of Joe and be able to run a lap around the city of Orlando.
It says entry to the festival is free. Tasting and workshop tickets begin at $15. VIP is $35. It is this Saturday, the 16th, starting at 11 a.m. I thought that was kind of cool.
That is very cool.
Yeah, man. I mean, I love coffee. I don't know if I could go in there and drink like 8 or 10 cups of it.
Ooh.
They better have a bunch of portalets. I know that. No. All right, 407-916-1041. You can always text us at 77031. Your 5 o'clock keyword is credit, CREDIT. Get over to realradio.fm and send that away for your chance at $1,000. Come back. We'll do trivia. We have TSO tickets, and we'll have Central Florida International Auto Show tickets. What's that, buddy?
You had a phone.
Oh, yeah. Let me grab this real quick. Hey, Chris, how you doing? Welcome to the show.
Good, thank you. How are you?
Good, buddy.
So I think you posed a question about people with preteen children playing violent video games.
Yes.
So I will tell you that I do have a preteen child, and it is a male, and I have let him play the Call of Duty games and the games that would be inherently rated for a child older than him. And I will say that it does 100% affect his attitude and his interactions with us as his parents. And so you can see a direct correlation when you take even a tablet without the games away from the children.
Yeah.
An improvement, because even nowadays the video game culture is monetized. And so you get people that play the violent video games
yes, they are.
that children watch. And so it even feeds that behavior. And I think, we try to keep them away from that. We do other activities like dirt bikes and trampolines
sure.
and MMA style classes and things like this. And I think my opinion, and I'm not a scholar or very smart, but my opinion is that it's aggression, emotional and mental aggression, but they don't have the physical release of actually having that aggression like you would in a fight or you would in a real life scenario.
I think go ahead, buddy. I'm sorry.
So they have that pinned up energy that they don't know what to do with because they've just had it's kind of like a workup without a release, if that makes sense.
Yeah, no, I completely understand. I also, and thanks for your call, buddy. We are up against a break here. I also think it desensitizes them to graphic violence. And even though it's a video game, when you're immersed in it like that and you're really involved in it, you'll never be able to convince me that it doesn't have a mental effect of desensitizing the idea of compassion and empathy, even though it's a video game. I think it does affect that. All right, 407-916-1041. Load them up. Trivia is next. We have TSO tickets and Central Florida International Auto Show tickets.
We have a prize. You have a frog. Get on board at 407-916-1041. Jim Colbert Show Trivia is brought to you by Cento Family Moving and Storage. That's CENTO moving.com.
This is former Notre Dame quarterback Brady Quinn. Here's what's trending from the iHeart Sports Network.
Presented by Staples Stores.
The Magic are back to the 500 mark after they routed Charlotte to open NBA Cup group play last night. Orlando hosts Indiana. That was tonight. UCF basketball is off to a 3-0 start to open their season after putting up 100 points in yesterday's win over FAU. 3 players scored 20-plus in the victory. And Netflix says it has sold out the commercial inventory for their first ever Christmas Day NFL doubleheader. I'm Scott Davidson.
Staples has amazing deals on everything you need for the holidays, from custom holiday cards and photo gifts to laptops and gaming systems, even shipping solutions. And now save up to $350 on select computers. In-store only. Offer ends 11/16. Unwrap huge holiday savings at Staples.
Hey, everybody. Jim Colbert here. If you ask anybody who's experienced LASIK surgery, they'll tell you one thing. Man, it is the best decision I ever made. My father-in-law says it. My son says it. So many people who talk to me about the Filatowski Eye Institute are thankful that their eyesight is so good now, and it happens virtually overnight. And the cool thing is right now the Filatowski Eye Institute is offering free LASIK consultations. That's right, free. And all you have to do is text 1041 to the number 868686. That way you can start your journey to better vision with the Filatowski Eye Institute. These guys have performed over 65,000 LASIK procedures. They use the latest state-of-the-art tech, and if finances is concerned, don't sweat that either. These guys have 24-month interest-free financing waiting on you right now. So if you've dealt with eyeglasses or contacts your entire life and you're sick and tired of it, just text 1041 to 868686 and schedule your free LASIK consultation at the Filatowski Eye Institute. Let these guys tell you what they can do and then show you what they can do. Your path to better vision begins right now.
Excuse me? What happened to my grocery store?
This is your grocery store.
No, this is
A farmer's market?
Yes.
Well, sure. Any grocery store is like a farmer's market when you shop fresh from Florida. Fresh from Florida produce is locally grown by Florida farmers and always sold in season at the peak of freshness.
Well, that's a fresh new way to shop.
Fresh from Florida brings the farmer's market to wherever you buy groceries. Look for our logo or ask for Fresh from Florida.
Jay, why is auto insurance so expensive? I need to get insured, but I need a better solution.
Vic, you should call Acceptance. Acceptance had better rates, better options, and better customer service than my previous company. Acceptance was just better. They did all the work comparing different plans and found me the best payment options that fit my budget.
Really? Do you have their number?
800-606-7049. 800-606-7049.
Why pay more? Acceptance Insurance has offices in your neighborhood, and one call to Acceptance could save you up to 30% on your car insurance. 800-606-7049. Let Acceptance work better for you. 800-606-7049. 800-606-7049. Acceptance Insurance. We shop, you save. Restrictions apply based on a Q1 2024 study of Acceptance Insurance customers who reported saving when they switched. License number L012994.
Proud to be a donation site for Toys for Tots.
Rebuilding after a flood can be difficult, but if you have flood insurance, you don't have to go through it alone. The National Flood Insurance Program can help you and your family recover by paying claims swiftly and fairly. If you've experienced flood damage, start rebuilding today by calling your insurance agent or company to file a claim. For more information about how to get your claim started, visit floodsmart.gov/claims. Brought to you by FEMA and its National Flood Insurance Program.
Mills Air in business since 1992. That's over 30 years here in Central Florida. They're not going anywhere. Carrier factory authorized dealer. You can always turn to the experts at Carrier. Equipment changeouts and upgrades right now with up to $1,275 in rebates. Visit millsair.com.
Hey, can you blow up some balloons for Jack's party?
I can't. I'm so congested.
You need Sinex Saline from Vicks.
Sinex Saline nasal spray?
Yeah, just Sinex. Breathe.
Sinex Saline instantly clears everyday congestion associated with colds and year-round allergies with a gentle, ultra-fine mist that's no mess and easy to control.
Daddy, we need more balloons.
On it.
Enjoy life's important moments without congestion. Try Sinex Saline from Vicks. Just Sinex. Breathe. Use as directed.
If a Lenovo computer is on your holiday list, make sure Lenovo.com is your first stop. You'll find exclusive deals on the PCs you want, like the ThinkPad X1 Carbon Gen 12 laptop and Legion Tower 7 Gen 8 gaming desktop. So avoid all that shopping chaos and price comparing and just go directly to the source, Lenovo.com, where PCs are up to 53% off. Score unbeatable holiday savings at Lenovo.com.
Lenovo. International Diamond Center's most anticipated sale of the year is this weekend, Friday through Sunday. Our biggest and final store-wide event. Get up to 20% off or 3 years zero-interest financing. Getting engaged, upgrading your diamond, looking for that perfect gift? You can't miss this. IDC's best prices on all rings, all earrings, all bands, all bracelets, all fashion jewelry. Save up to 20% or get 3 years zero-interest financing. And special pricing on over 1,000 GIA-certified diamonds. Friday through Sunday only and only at IDC. 3 Orlando locations. Unapproved credit.
This earful of Real Radio is brought to you by Tools Ace Hardware.
Real Radio is on Instagram at Real Radio 1041. Sponsored by the law offices of Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys. Have you been in an accident? Call the law offices of Anajar and Levine at 1-800-747-FREE.
That's 1-800-747-3733.
You're listening to The Jim Colbert Show, also available to watch at The Jim Colbert Show on YouTube.
Welcome back to the Jim Colbert Show, Real Radio 104.1, 407-916-1041. Text us, 77031. Your 5 o'clock keyword is credit. You got about 10 minutes to get over to realradio.fm and send that away for your chance at $1,000. Credit, guys, that is your 5 o'clock keyword. Welcome back. I am Jim. There's Deb.
Hello.
Jack has the Jackie sack.
All aboard.
Chug it, chug it.
Choo-choo.
Clickety-clack, clickety-clack.
Check it out, boys and girls. A choice of prizes, of course. There's a big event this weekend. It is the Central Florida International Auto Show. New cars, trucks, and SUVs will fill the Orange County Convention Center from Thursday through Sunday. I have 4 tickets. 4 to go to that. That's you and 3 friends.
Wow.
Or perhaps you'll choose, if you are today's winner, a pair of tickets to see Trans-Siberian Orchestra, The Lost Christmas Eve. Heavy Metal Christmas, y'all.
Vampire Christmas, y'all.
Saturday, December 14th, 2 shows at the Kia Center. They have a matinee, they have a night show, and for many, it's a requirement for their holiday festivities and really getting into the Christmas move. Little pyro and Christmas.
Nothing wrong with that.
Ticketmaster.com if you want to get tickets, or maybe you win them right now for JCS Trivia. The Jackie Sack is brought to you by
Cento Family Moving and Storage. Everybody knows moving sucks, so put their fully trained expert moving crews to the test, but be aware they're adept in packing your things, handling your furniture, safe driving, customer service, and so much more. Speaking of more, mention the Jim Colbert Show. That will get you a discount. Book them today at CentoMoving.com. That's CENTO moving.com. Quick head back and forth, clickety-clack, back to you.
Thank you, Deb.
Sure.
Jack, who goes first today?
There's a birthday boy. It's Anthony.
Anthony, how you doing, buddy?
Birthday.
It's me, Anthony.
Hey. Happy birthday, buddy. How old are you today, Anthony?
Thank you. I appreciate it.
How old?
38.
38 years old today. Good job, buddy.
I'm old.
Shut up.
That's nothing, buddy.
All right, Anthony, would you like to play a little game with us, buddy?
Let's do it.
All right, let's do it.
Is he the puzzle master? Or is he the guy who's currently writing today's game? Can he be both? Let's find out. It's time for JCS Trivia.
All right, Anthony, this is a real easy game with a question here for you. 4 answers. One of them is not true, Anthony, but if you can find that one, buddy, I'll send you over to the Jackie Sack, maybe off to TSO, maybe off to the Central Florida International Auto Show. Are you ready?
Let's do it.
Here we go, buddy. On this day in 1856, for the first time ever, Big Ben, the famous clock just outside the Palace of Westminster, chimes. Here are 3 fun facts about Big Ben and 1 ringing lie. Here we go, buddy. We're talking about Big Ben. Which of one of these is not true? Number 1, the big hand on the clock in the tower is 10 feet long. Number 2, Big Ben isn't the entire tower. It's the name of the largest bell in the tower. Number 3, it took 15 years to build Big Ben. Or lastly, Big Ben has been seen in 17 Disney movies. Which of those is a lie?
Third one?
No, that's absolutely true.
Oh.
It took 15 years to build Big Ben. 15 years and a lot of time and a lot of metal.
Art.
Art right there and line 3. Art, how you doing?
No, I'm saying Big Ben is like
fine.
art.
Yeah.
How you guys doing?
Hey, good, buddy. We're talking about Big Ben. Which one of these is not true? Number 1, the big hand on the clock in the tower is 10 feet long. Number 2, Big Ben isn't the entire tower. It's actually the name of the largest bell in the tower. Or lastly, Big Ben has been seen in 17 Disney movies.
So going with what my daughter's telling me, she says she learned about this. 14 feet are those hands.
That's right. You got it right, buddy. That's right. 100% true. And that's the exact answer. It is 14 feet. I have it in parentheses off to the side. You're a winner, buddy. Good job. And thank your daughter. Take her to TSO or the auto show. She won it for you, big dog.
Absolutely. Thank you.
You got it, buddy. Put you on hold, man. You're a winner.
Wow,
Yeah, that's
pretty
true.
good.
Yeah, the hand is 14 feet long, and it weighs like 1,000 pounds.
I would imagine.
It's, you know what leans? If you look at it, it says there's about a 0.26 degree of a lean, but if you look at it in photographs, you can literally see it. Because
Really?
when they took one picture of it, it was up against the Westminster Abbey, or as it was the Palace at Westminster, and you can see, because the Westminster is dead square, and you can see, if you look, a tiny bit of a lean on the tower there in the Big Ben.
Wow.
Yeah. The hand clock is 14 feet long. Big Ben is not the entire tower. It's called the
Elizabeth Tower?
Yeah, the Elizabeth Tower. Big Ben is the large bell in there. And then Big Ben has been seen in 17 Disney movies. And can I tell you, so many others. It has been in, I think, almost like 60 movies.
Oh, it's got, it's Peter Pan.
Oh, yeah, it's a bunch of them. I mean, it's so many of them.
So I did something you're not supposed to do as a parent. It was a middle school. When my daughter was in middle school, her project, she had to do like this presentation on Big Ben, and I was into it. I helped her. We had the board. I cutouts, drawings and stuff and everything. This thing was primo, right? And she took it, and I'm took it to school, did the assignment. I'm like, whatever happened with that? She said, I don't know. It's just, I think I got a good grade. And it's like, okay. And then the next year on the parent-teacher night, I go in. It's displayed on the wall there at a house. What a great job we did.
Dude, that's incredible.
I heard nothing about it.
I built a guillotine that was so good they kept it as a display in my middle school as a kid.
Wow.
Yeah, like an operational guillotine.
Yeah.
Let's see, a couple other things you may not know about Big Ben before we get to the top of the hour and talk to our buddy Ross Paget. Paget. How much do you think the Big Ben bell weighs?
10 tons. Come on,
11 tons.
15 tons is
There
the
you
answer.
go.
Deb's the winner.
Hey!
I'm happy I got as close as I did.
The tower in which Big Ben resides is the Elizabeth Tower, named after Queen Elizabeth II.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that's right.
I would have thought it was the first.
Big Ben's face is made up of how many individual pieces of pot opal glass? Because if you look at it, it's a glass face, like a stained glass. It's a lot. It's 326 pieces. I mean, that was such a weird thing to do. And then lastly, how tall is it? How tall is the tower?
My daughter's middle school was a long time ago.
Jack, you go first.
It's
Again?
Can I tell you?
I always have to go first.
It's way taller than I thought it was.
420 feet.
500.
315 feet tall.
Points, Jack.
Man, that's a lot. Damn, dude. What's that, 25, 30 stories?
At least.
That's a long way up. It isn't like a story's like 10, 11, 12 feet, something like that? Damn. All right, 407-916-1041. We'll get a fresh keyword for you at the top of the hour.
Freshy.
Plus, we'll talk to our buddy Ross Paget and find out what's coming up for Good Sauce tonight. We'll do that right after this.
Your chance to win $1,000 in your hand is minutes away on Real Radio 104.1. Brought to you by Mills
From the
Air.
Goldsmith Jewelry Shop Traffic Center. Shop the best quality jewelry and lowest price. GoldsmithJewelry.com.
A crash blocking a shoulder on I-4 eastbound between County Road 46A and State Road 46. Be mindful there is stop-and-go traffic from State Road 430 and delays of 30 minutes. And an accident reported on the Florida Turnpike southbound at US 441. A right lane is blocked there. Also seeing a crash on the Florida Turnpike southbound at Clay Whaley Road. See traffic troubles, call the Valvoline Instant Oil Change Traffic Tip Line at 866-676-8477. From the Traffic Center, I'm Annie Mapp.
This report is sponsored by Staples Stores. Staples has amazing deals on everything you need for the holidays, from custom holiday cards and photo gifts to laptops and gaming systems, even shipping solutions. And now save up to $350 on select computers. In-store only. Offer ends 11/16. Unwrap huge holiday savings at Staples.
Guys, experience the wonder of the holidays at Rosen Center this year, where the holidays truly come alive. You can delight in their exquisite dining and festive atmosphere, which is absolutely perfect for creating cherished memories with your loved ones. And this season, indulge in their holiday brunch buffet, which features a mix of classic and innovative dishes created by their expert chefs. So don't miss out on this. It is an unforgettable holiday experience. Make your reservation today. Just visit rosencenter.com/Christmas and let the Rosen Center be your holiday destination.
We want you to be like Ken, because Ken won $1,000 listening to Real Radio.
You are kidding me.
No joke, man. What were you doing when you heard the keyword?
I was listening to the Jim Colbert show.
You are a wise man, Ken. What will you do with the money?
I am going to surprise my wife with something.
I repeat, you are a wise man, Ken. You too can be like Ken. Listen for the keywords, enter on our website at realradio.fm, then answer your phone when you get the call.
Mills Air, been in business since 1992. That's over 30 years. Carrier factory authorized dealer. Rebates up to $1,275 for brand new Carrier units. Turn to the experts. Carrier. And you can always turn to the experts at millsair.com.
Fence Outlet has helped our customers keep children and pets safe with quality fences for over 30 years. Now is the time to install your Fence Outlet fence. Visit fenceoutlet.com today to set up your free estimate and discover our wide selection of fencing options. License number C-10252 and C-10803.
You wouldn't know it, but most financial advisors are put in a box. I'm Jeff Jr. from Trajan Wealth, and I want to provide you a little insight about financial advisors. Most financial advisors have to sell what their company requires them to sell, and many advisors have to only adhere to what's called a suitability standard. A suitability standard is a limited standard of care, not requiring what's sold to be best, just suitable. Advisors with this loose standard often have limited investment and product selection. Trajan Wealth is held to a fiduciary standard, which is the highest standard of care in the advisory business. And that's just one of the many reasons we have billions of dollars under our care and attract clients from other advisors. Raise your standards today and call Trajan Wealth.
407-213-0000. That's 407-213-0000.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Were you uninvited to game night? Do you play board games with the ferocious intensity of an iron-fisted oligarch? Have friends left game night asking, how do you sleep at night? Then you should get a mattress from Mattress Firm. They can help anyone sleep. It's Mattress Firm's Black Friday sale. Save up to $500 on Tempur-Pedic, plus get a $300 instant gift. Take 120 nights to love it or your money back. Get matched at Mattress Firm. Sleep at night. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
Mills Air in business since 1992. That's over 30 years here in Central Florida. They're not going anywhere. Carrier factory authorized dealer. You can always turn to the experts at Carrier. Equipment change outs and upgrades right now with up to $1,275 in rebates. Visit millsair.com.
Seminole Hard Rock Tampa is excited to bring you live craps, roulette, and sports betting. All under one roof, hotter than the Florida sun. Feel the luck of the dice. Watch the roulette wheel spin and scream for your touchdown as the big screen comes alive. Dine like a rock star. Sip cocktails that shimmer. Then dive into the heart of Las Vegas right here in Tampa Bay. Live craps, roulette, sports betting is here. Get in on the action now. Only at Seminole Hard Rock Hotel and Casino Tampa. Located off of I-4 near I-75. Gambling problem? Call 1-888-ADMIT-IT.
Get up to 50% off New South Windows and Doors. Visit our showroom on November 16th, 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. for 40% off. Want that extra 10% off? Show your U.S. military ID or bring a Toys for Tots donation. Visit newsouthwindow.com/50 for details.
An official message from Medicare.
Medicare plans change from one year to the next. And this year, it's important for you to review your current coverage and compare all your options during Medicare open enrollment. Compare health plans, drug coverage, and costs. See if you can save some money, and don't forget to make sure your drugs are covered. Open enrollment ends December 7th. Visit Medicare.gov or call 1-800-MEDICARE.
Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
Car crash? Call Klausman. KlausmanLaw.com. That's Klausman.
Everyone deserves a fast and reliable connection. One that helps better their everyday through the things they value most. Friends and family, education and career. A connection that opens pathways to opportunity and builds roads to a better future. At Spectrum, we're committed to delivering just that every single day. Because with the right connection, anything is possible. That's Life Unlimited. That's Spectrum.
Semaglutide in stock and ready to ship today from Red Mountain Weight Loss.
Just Call Mo says drive responsibly this holiday season. But if you're injured, just call Mo.com.
Portions of the following program were pre-recorded.
Broadcasting live from the injury law firm of Kaufman & Lind Studios. Why Kaufman & Lind? Because clients and character matter. Contact them at whenyouneedus.com or dial pound 546 on your cell phone. This is WTKS-FM HD1 Cocoa Beach, Orlando. Listen on your free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts.
Real Radio has your chance to win $1,000. Just enter this nationwide keyword on our website. Deposit. 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 Enter it now on our website, realradio.fm. Good luck.
This is the Jim Colbert Show on Facebook, Instagram, X, and YouTube, and right here on Real Radio 104.1.
There are millions and millions and millions of people that have played all of those violent games, all the Grand Theft Autos, all the Call of Duties, all of those games. And a small sliver of that, can you blame on violence or killing someone or whatever the case is? Again, millions upon millions have played those games, and a extremely small percentage of people.
They got him. They got him. Mothers Against Video Games got him.
All right, welcome back to the Jim Colbert Show. Deposit is your 6 o'clock keyword, DEPOSIT. Get over to realradio.fm and send that away for your chance at $1,000 deposit, guys. That is your 6 o'clock keyword. Good luck. We hope you win for sure. Welcome back. I'm Jim. There's Deb.
Hello.
Jack is here as well.
I am.
Every single Wednesday night at 8 o'clock, the show comes on. It's called Good Sauce. It's hosted by Ross Padgett, Joel, and Renato. And every single Wednesday at 6, we check in with my man to see what's coming up. Good and loud for our buddy Ross Padgett.
Yay!
Yeah.
Woo!
Yes.
He's pasty.
Yahoo!
Yeah.
And
Hey.
every Wednesday at 8 o'clock, I think that this program is good for a great laugh. There's always a good laugh out loud moment, whether it's a good joke or just Renato being Renato. And I do not think this episode differs.
Very
I think
nice.
there's some bang in this one.
Well, before we get to the show, I do want to ask you, how completely ganked were you at the City game on Saturday night? I saw you working with Sabby. I saw you losing your mind. I stayed to the end. You actually texted me and said, please tell me you didn't leave early. And I did not.
I had to.
It was amazing.
I had to. Because I saw your Instagram post and I was like, ooh, there's not a conclusion Instagram post on that. And that screamed left early energy if I've ever seen it. First of all, thank you for being there. And I will make a war cry call to all of Central Florida. November 24th
I'll be
is
there.
the next match.
I'm going to be there for sure.
How much fun was that?
I mean, I'm telling you, and I had a guy text me because I went up on a thing. I was like, look, man, if you had kids that like sports of any kind, you got to bring them. This is one of the best family atmospheres for a sporting event I've ever experienced. The stadium is amazing because it breathes. It's easy to get places. The people are absolutely so nice. It was just a positive, fun experience from the minute we walked in to the minute we left.
And you got to experience something that I hope, it's an invite. There's still tickets left. I think it's going to be absolutely just so filled with energy on November 24th for Orlando City against our trash rival against Atlanta United, who knocked out. I just can keep going on and on. But you experienced something that made me a soccer addict, which is the last 15 to 10 minutes of a match is the best sporting experience that I have yet to get matched in any other sport.
It was pretty darn cool, scoring in the 81st minute and then having us come back and scoring with a minute and a half left in the game and then going to kicks to decide it and then having us, block the game. I mean, it was just, it was everything you want a sporting event to be. It was great. There was a lot of highs. There was lows.
Charlotte might have a different opinion and perspective on it.
I don't care about Charlotte. It was good.
Yeah, we don't care about Charlotte. We don't care about that. So it was phenomenal.
Yeah, I loved it, and I'm going to go again. I can't wait. So you do a great job, by the way. You and Sabby do a really good job.
They let us have a lot of fun.
Yeah, they do.
They are unbelievably supportive of locals. I'm a local comedian, and they give me a microphone in front of 20,000 people. They have all of these local food vendors. They are right there in the heart of downtown and welcoming to their neighbors and reach out to all of the small businesses around. It's just a phenomenal place to go for entertainment and an even better place to work. I have nothing but great things to say. I wasn't even supposed to be there at the end.
Oh, no way, really?
Yeah. So at halftime, I'm off.
Oh.
And then just right at the end, one of the producers in the booth went, what would be a great idea? We send Ross back out there if we win this match. Oh, yeah.
That is a great idea, right? Yeah.
And then I got to storm the field with the players celebrating.
Wow.
Nico Ladero hugged me. I'm holding hands with Kingston. I bent Kingston down, our mascot, who's a dreaded purple Rastafarian lion.
You kissed him like it was the end of World War II?
Smells so lovely.
Yeah. I kissed him at the end of World War II. I tried to recreate that, which, by the way, I got a little offended because he shook his head and then wiped his mouth and pretended he pantomimed spitting. I was like, all right, dude, come on, man.
And he wasn't the nicest guy when I scored on him either, so I get it. He's a little testy. That's fine.
It was really nice because as I was leaving the stadium, you are on the Jumbotron saying, we win. Let me hear your supporter section. And it was great because it also gave me a great end to the reel that I posted on Instagram. So thank you.
Yeah, that was a great reel.
It was phenomenal. I used that footage in one of my social media posts. November 24th, we're going up against Atlanta. It's 3:30. If you've never been to a match, it is not the worst time to hop on board because we have a chance of pulling down our first major championship here in Central Florida.
Would love to see that for sure. All right, what's coming up for the show tonight? Who's on?
Oh, God, man, it makes so. First of all, we talk a little bit about my experience at the game of being able to storm a field, getting hugged by a player. Which, by the way, they are sweatier than you can ever imagine.
Oh yeah, I mean, running solid for an hour and a half will do it.
Yeah, I even when I high-fived Kingston, I'll never forget high-fiving that mascot and then seeing the mist go right past my hand.
Ew.
As
Ew.
A line sweat, Deb. Line sweat. We just have to adapt to it.
Do what you gotta do.
The main topic, which I still can't get, I'm still laughing over, is we were talking about American Pickers. Do you guys know what happened to the American Pickers? Do you remember the show?
Yeah, well, it's Mike and Frank and this girl named Danielle, and Frank Fritz, who is the shorter, larger dude. He passed away earlier this year. They just buried him.
Yeah, and so it's a tragedy. It's a bummer. I think he had an opioid addiction as well. I'm sure that didn't help. But did you see what the report was? Is that Mike was holding Frank as he passed away?
Yeah, he was. Yes, he was in the room.
Whoa.
I didn't know he was embracing him. I just knew he was in the room. I thought he was just like holding his hand or something. Yeah.
I believe the quote is that he was holding him. He was holding his chest, and I just could not get over that. That's how that couple ended.
Yeah.
And then I started thinking about other duos in television. I mean, imagine if Chum Lee and the other bald guy that kind of looks like your twin brother, Jim. Like, I just could not stop thinking about all these other TV shows of like what characters would that happen to?
That's the Pawn Star guys.
Yeah. And then I started thinking, and then the question really started going into the direction of what is the number one thing you want on your deathbed, right? I'm assuming friends, family.
I mean, theoretically, yeah, you'd like your family around, to be able to say goodbyes and send you off in peace,
So I actually flipped the script. I think I'm looking for a mortal enemy because I don't want to put my family seeing me on my last breath. I think a mortal enemy if I spent my last sentence and I was like, I just never liked you, and I'm using my last breath to tell you that right now.
Oh, man, that's pretty vengeant. Do you even have a mortal enemy? I don't know anybody.
I got to find one.
He does.
He does. Who doesn't like you?
I'm working on it.
Yeah. Well, you better get to work. I don't know anybody that doesn't like you.
I'm sure there's a couple of listeners, but
I'll do the new question of the day. I'll modify it.
Yeah. So at first you go like, I want my wife there so I can like hold her hand and say I love you, and then the topic really spun into that we're all funny people. I love doing comedy, and the comedian in me is too aware, and I'm gonna have to fight the urge to not have one last joke.
One last shot.
And then we kept thinking about like, what's the best thing that you would say at the end? But then what would be the funniest thing you could say at the end of your life to stick the landing?
Like the last one-liner that you would ever say would have to be like, it would be pretty pointed.
Yeah, and we come to the conclusion, but here's some good nomination. Be right back.
BRB, baby.
Yeah, be right back. If on your last breath, right, you hear the machine beeping, and then as soon as right before it's about to flatline, Jim, you look at your family and go, deuces.
No, not doing that.
Deuce is solid, but what like I've started
like,
thinking because I want to get what you guys think is the funniest last thing. I'm not saying we're gonna do it.
No.
But I'm just
like,
what's the funniest thing?
Like, hey guys, where's my phone?
Yeah, where's my phone? I was throwing down like a mundane situation of like, don't forget the trash is on Tuesday.
Oh, yeah. Pointing out silly stuff like that. That'd be kind of funny. Yeah.
Or how about this one? I thought this was a little dark, but it would because the question is like, do you make the joke for the person at your deathbed, or do you make the joke for yourself to make yourself laugh one last time.
No, you do it for you. I mean, you're there on your deathbed. This last joke is to make you go out the way you wanted to feel. It's got nothing to do with anybody else.
Like so you know how when people pass away and then a lot of people look at like a blue jay or like a mockingbird and they go like, oh, Nana's here.
Oh, yeah, butterfly, right? Yeah.
So what would happen if you said this on the last thing you say is, I'm not coming back as a bird. If you think I'm coming, that's not me. Wind, not me. Butterfly, not me. You do you, but none of that is me. Dead.
Just dead. Die after that. All done.
Then you die at the end.
Yeah. There's no wispy representation of my spirit.
There's a dung beetle with your name on it.
Right.
Yeah. So Jack, tell me your last thing that you want to say. You're going to be a loving person. You're going to stick the landing. But what's the funniest thing that I think Jack could say is like, yeah.
I could tell you exactly what it's going to be. He would look right at the nurse and go, how much is this going to be?
Yeah. That's a great joke.
Is this covered?
How much is this going to be?
But did the Yankees win?
Yeah.
Like Deb, what do you think you're like the funniest last thing that you would get to? Because we've had conversations in the past on how you're coming in with this thing missing a wheel.
Oh,
a
yeah.
couple of dents on the car.
I'm going to come in sliding on one foot, smoke in one hand, drink in the other.
That's exactly what I would say. You would say is because behind the
Rode
scenes,
this bitch hard.
right?
Peace out.
Behind the scenes, Deb has to ask Jack how much time is in the break so that she can go downstairs and hotbox a cig. And that's the thing. Like, how much time in this break?
Yeah, there you go.
Do I have time for one more?
Time for one more smoke, big dog. Get a hotbox.
It's set up for one massive last laugh. And it's all about making yourself laugh. And on the podcast, we came to the conclusion of what we thought was the funniest thing. Now, I hopefully I'm not breaking any old school radio rule for you, Jim. But if you just like,
if I were to just look at you and go, come here, and then tune in like I'm going to say something in your ear.
Yeah,
like I was going to say something very, very poignant just to that one person. And then in my last bit of strength, I hold you close and rip one right in the sheets.
Yeah, as we said on the podcast, is that your last breath is through the other way.
out of your butt. I saw that on the promo. It's funny.
Right. And then we did come to the conclusion that we thought that the funniest way to go out is to look at like your grandson or your son or anybody and go, pull my finger. As they
that would be the greatest.
And you killed him.
And the fart.
Yeah.
Pop.
Don.
Yeah. You go, pull my finger. Plot twist, you don't fart, you go, wrong finger, die.
Oh, death rattle.
Yeah,
the old death rattle.
We talked a lot about that because like that's just so ripe for one last. Oh, I'm sure texting services got some.
Yeah. They just came in. This one's like you look up and you're there and you're pale and you're sunken into your pillow and everybody gathers around and that waiting for that last bit of poignance, that last thing, and you just go, clear my search history.
Yeah. Don't look up my phone.
Right.
For Jim, it could be
everything.
It's in my contract.
It's in my contract, dude.
But we couldn't stop laughing off of just like the more mundane, the better. So like the last thing you say at the end is like, why does Uber Eats cost that much? Service fees, $5.75 for a 4-piece nugget. Oh God. But much more.
How about this one? Something like RFK's right about vaccines.
Yeah. We could not stop laughing about it, and it ended up being grabbing a morbid topic that's quite funny. It's going to be a blast.
That's awesome, and that's kind of where Joel shines too. He really is good at that. All of you guys are, but Joel's specifically good at that. So I'm really looking forward to it.
I hope all of our listeners are. I do want to throw this out here. December 14th, I'm going to be at Theater West End. I'm slanging these jokes down in Sanford.
Okay, good.
Cool.
I wanted to end the show with the room that I book and I produce. Can't wait to do a whole lot of stand-up comedy. Once again, that's December 14th, Sanford. Theater West End. I'll be honest with you, I can't wait to try this as stand-up of saying pull my finger, wrong finger, dead.
Oh, it's killed him. Oh my God. Yeah, and by the way, if you just go to Ross Paget,
Good Sauce with Ross and Joel.
Yeah, you got it. And tell everybody where they can find you on social so that they can follow you. That way, they always know where you're doing stand-up.
Yes, that's at Ross Paget on literally every platform. Check out the podcast, Good Sauce with Ross and Joel, rosscomedy.com. The internet's pretty smart. If you type in Ross and it's spelled like sauce, you're going to get there. Last plug, November 24th, Central Florida, show out. Let's win this match.
Good and loud for Ross Paget, guys.
Yay!
All right. Good Sauce tonight, 8 o'clock. Check him out. Buddy, good seeing you, man.
Much love.
You're
it's
the
mutual.
best. All right, buddy. 407-916-1041. Your 6 o'clock keyword is deposit, DEPOSIT. Slide over to realradio.fm and send that off for your chance at $1,000. Back in a sec with more of the Jim Colbert Show.
Coming up tonight on Real Radio at 7, it's a corporate time with Tom and Dan. Brought to you by MyEternalVitality.com and Modern Plumbing Industries. At 9 p.m., it's Real Laughs with comedians James McGill and Ken. And Real Music starts tonight at 10 on Real Radio 104.1.
Seeing an accident at State Road 46 at the International Parkway. Be mindful there is a roadblock reported in that area. In a crash blocking a shoulder on I-4 eastbound between County Road 46A and State Road 46. There's stop-and-go traffic from mile marker 94. Expect about a 20-minute delay in that area. And some slowdowns of about 30 minutes if you're on I-4 westbound between State Road 535 and State Road 429. See traffic troubles, call the Valvoline Instant Oil Change traffic tip line at 866-676-8477. From the Traffic Center, I'm Annie Mapp.
This report is sponsored by Ready Whip.
Topping off a dessert or swirling it onto hot cocoa, Ready Whip is here to whip up some holiday cheer. Ready Whip is made with real cream, so pick up a can or two. Ready Whip.
Guys, it's not a big secret that the real estate market is changing and booming right now in Central Florida more than it has in a long time. And now with your home being your most valuable asset, you need a real estate company that's always one step ahead of the market. That's whether you're buying or selling. That is the Nickley Group, and here's why. These guys have like 4,000 plus 5-star reviews on Google. And if you ask anybody in the business about the Nickley Group, they will tell you solid gold reputation. One of the reasons is these guys sell homes on average for 6% more than their competitors, and they sell them twice as fast as well. Not to mention clients on average save about $24,000 when they purchase a home using the Nickley Group. Interest rates are lower than they've been in 18 months, so now your buying power is tens of thousands of dollars better than it was just a year ago. And their website is an awesome tool. It really is. Right there, you could actually get a guaranteed cash offer for your home. That means no showings or open houses, none of that. And that deal closes in just 14 days. So if you're looking to get out quick, these guys can help you do that. You can also get your home valued instantly. You can do that using current market data. That way to find out how much your house is worth if you want to make the move or list your house on the market. You can do all that at thenickley.com. While you're there, be sure to download that free buyer's guide. So much useful information about the home buying and selling process. Of course, the more information you have, that means the better deal you're going to make for yourself. It's thenickley.com. That's NICKLEY group.com.
2025s are here. It's the Model Year End event at Sutherland Nissan Orlando. Check out the bold and colorful new 2025 Kicks or used cars from $8,968. And your credit problems are no problem at Sutherland Nissan Orlando, home with a lifetime warranty, plus tax and fees with approved credit.
Can you imagine rising for work before the crack of dawn? Tending to hundreds of acres of land before dusk? Well, that's what happens on 47,000 Florida farms every day. Florida's farmers work hard to grow nutritious food for you and your family. And you can help support them by enjoying delicious Fresh from Florida produce. Look for the sunny Fresh from Florida logo where you shop or visit freshfromflorida.com to learn more.
The holidays mean more travel, more shopping, and more personal info in more places that could expose you more to identity theft. That's why LifeLock monitors millions of data points every second. If your identity's stolen, Their U.S.-based restoration specialists will fix it guaranteed or your money back. Don't face drained accounts, fraudulent loans, or financial losses alone. Get more holiday fun and less holiday worry with LifeLock. Save up to 40% your first year with promo code CLAY. Visit LifeLock.com. Terms apply.
Entertaining in your backyard this holiday season is easy with help from Tools Ace Hardware. Grills and smokers from Big Green Egg, Traeger, Weber, and Napoleon. Or a griddle to cook your family breakfast or pizza ovens for personal pizza night. Tools Ace also has Polywood outdoor furniture available, including dining sets and Adirondack chairs. Also fire pits, firewood, patio heaters, and propane to keep everyone warm when the temperature drops. Get it all assembled and delivered to your home for free when you spend $3.99 or more on grills or patio furniture. They have 13 convenient Central Florida locations, or you can shop online at acehardware.com. Tools Ace, the backyard place.
Is it a cold, allergies, or could it be a sinus issue? Aspire Allergy and Sinus can help you find out. A recent study has shown that 45% of patients who suffer from allergies also suffer from chronic sinus issues that are often left untreated. So ditch those nasal sprays and over-the-counter meds for good and find a solution that actually works. The specialists at Aspire Allergy and Sinus make it easy by identifying the problem and creating a custom plan to tackle it. Go to aspireallergy.com to schedule your appointment. That's aspireallergy.com.
This is Steve Kramer. Let me tell you a business secret. There are sketch companies out there selling awards. Make sure the awards earned by your lawyer are from respected organizations. At Trendley Kramer Law, our lawyers have been recognized by Orlando Magazine Best Lawyers, Florida Trend Legal Elite, Super Lawyers, and listed in U.S. News as a best law firm for years. We've earned the awards that can't be bought. Trendley Kramer, TK Law, oneFirmForLife.com.
Mommy, want to play a game with me and Dad?
Mommy's not feeling good.
You need to vaporize that cold.
Vaporize?
Yeah, with Dayquil VapoCool. It's Dayquil plus a rush of Vicks vapors.
Whoa.
Come on, honey. Let's let Mommy rest.
You guys are amazing. And so is Dayquil VapoCool.
Dayquil VapoCool, the vaporizing daytime coughing, aching, fever, power through your day medicine. And to vaporize sore throat pain, try Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
I'm Mark Anajar.
I'm Glenn Levine.
I'm Ellie Anajar.
Together, we're Anajar and Levine.
If you've been hurt in a car crash, we'll fight to get you the maximum compensation you deserve. Call Anajar and Levine for your free consultation. 1-800-747-FREE.
In Office Orlando.
Get up to 50% off New South Windows and Doors. Visit our showroom on November 16th, 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. for 40% off. Want that extra 10% off? Show your U.S. military ID or bring a Toys for Tots donation. Visit newsouthwindow.com/50 for details.
Hey, this is Kyle Brandt. You're busy. I'm busy. But every single Monday, we take 10 minutes to dish out 10 takes. NFL, life, whatever, but never more than 10 minutes. It's 10 takes with Kyle Brandt. Driving home from work? You got time for 10 takes. Taking a smoke break? You still smoke? You got time for 10 takes. Listen to 10 Takes with Kyle Brandt on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and search 10 Takes with Kyle Brandt and start listening.
The Big Bang Theory, tonight at 7, only on CW18.
Want more from the Jim Colbert Show? Online at JimColbertLive.com.
Hey, how's it, everyone? Yep, let me tell you, Ohana, love to cook. Traveling around with a bag full of surfboards. Fortunate for all those years in Hawaii and throughout the Caribbean. Picked up a lot of different cooking styles. And fish, well, I've been a fisherman all my life. So, got that going on over here in Brevard. Anyway, oh, by the way, you should try the poke. Talk to you soon, guys. Aloha.
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 Hey, Jim Colbert Show. It's Mason from Kings Bay checking in. Jim, I know your pains, man, but the vet just got hit for $798 at the vet.
Ow.
For them to tell me, get this, he has no stomach issues.
Uh-oh.
He's just got anxiety issues. Hit him with some Benadryl. Yeah, right. $790.
Yeah, you mentioned Austin in your last segment. Some breaking news out of Austin with respect to one of its most famous residents, Joe Rogan. Apparently, he was just admitted to the ER with quite a severe case of chafing. after one too many hack comedians kissed his ass. Hearts and prayers go out to Joe.
Oh, that's crazy.
Concepts.
Bloated tomato.
He called him a bloated tomato.
The end made it worth it.
All right, 407-916-1041. You can always text our show. It's easy, 77031. A lot of people do that. We love it when you guys text us your comments and opinions. And that what you just heard was a talk back. That's also easy. It's free. All this is free. Now, we're terrible at business. Just basically get the iHeartRadio app, go to Real Radio, and then use that microphone you see there to send your comment over to Jack. You can edit that, by the way, and get it exactly how you want it before you send it over.
Yeah, because I can't. So give me something good.
Yeah, by the way, make sure your sound is good. That's the number one issue is we can't put you on the air if there's a lot of background noise, and that microphone is very sensitive. So if you're driving, make sure your windows are up, your radio is turned down. If you're out and around, just make sure you go to as quiet as you can get it so we can hear what you're saying. And we want them all, by the way.
We do. And remember, the other thing, it's 30 seconds max because we don't like it when it ends in the middle of a
Right, or you do. Oh, and speaking of which, by the way, welcome back. I'm Jim. Deb and Jack are here as well. So I watched the final episode, or the second episode, of the David Chase Sopranos, making of the Sopranos thing.
Wise Guy.
Last night. It's a two-parter. If you're into the Sopranos or you want to know what it's all about. Actually, don't watch it if you haven't watched it.
If you haven't watched The Sopranos,
If you haven't watched the show, do not watch what we're about to talk about because there's going to be mega spoilers in there. And you're not going to like it. All right? But, and I'll have to even be careful with this because, again, if you haven't watched the show, you don't know anything about the ending, which is one of the most famous series endings of all time.
Show came out 25 years ago.
I know, but it doesn't matter. I mean, still young people listening to the show may not know about it.
They want to be hip.
So, but let's just say they ended the second episode exactly how they ended the series.
Oh, okay.
And it was so brilliant. I immediately picked up my phone and text Bradshaw like, that was awesome. Like the whole thing was great. It was so cathartic. And it lets you see David Chase has one of the most interesting personalities. And I think I have a little of this. And what I have is this. I find it hard to feel accomplishment. I don't revel in it. I look at it just like he does. Like, if you look, one of his producers looked at him and said at the end, like, he's about to get this big award. They're going to walk him out. They're going to induct him into the New Jersey Hall of Fame or whatever that is, right?
By the way, I'm not in that one.
Okay, very good.
Yet.
Yeah, not that one yet.
Still waiting for the call.
Yeah, and his producer, the guy that worked with him, I think his cinematographer or somebody who's been on the show the entire time, looked at him and said, David, just enjoy it. Look around and enjoy what you've accomplished. But his personality doesn't really allow that. He cannot feel that sense of fulfillment when he's achieved something, even when everybody around him is telling him how great it is, and all the accolades from the critics telling him how great it is. He still doesn't really feel that. He just feels like, what's next? What's the next show? And I have that. Like, I have that. I don't have it as bad as David does, but I have that thing in my personality that feels, even if I've accomplished something very, very cool, I do not revel in it. I don't take time to congratulate myself. I don't go out and celebrate. It's just something I wanted to do. I do it, and then I move forward and go on. And I hate it. I am a don't smell the roses guy, and I can't stand that part of my personality.
Try mindfulness, a little meditation.
Yeah, I might have to do that because I do want to, like, when I play golf and I play well, I will look for the things I did wrong rather than revel in the fact that I play once a week and I still can shoot 70s. Right? Most people would die to be able to do that, to be able to shoot something in the 70s.
I don't think that's uncommon.
Yeah. Maybe it's not, Jack. I don't know. But, his childhood, he had an abusive mom. Mine wasn't abusive per se, but later in her life, as the schizophrenia started setting in, it was really difficult to have genuine moments with her because you didn't know what was there or who was there. But that wasn't like part of it. I don't know where that came from. You have any of that?
Imposter syndrome.
Is that what it's called?
Yes.
Oh, I didn't know that. I didn't know there was a name for it. Do you have that?
Yes.
That's what because you and I have some similar stuff like that. We've talked about this in the past before.
Yeah, but it's literally called imposter syndrome, where it feels like no matter what success you achieve, you just can't give yourself the credit for it because it's like
you feel like you don't deserve to be here.
Exactly, exactly. That someday, you're going to figure out that you're an imposter.
That's wild. And, like, I feel like I put enough work in that I think I deserve the show. I think we all deserve to be here because we work a lot to make the show good. But there is no, like, at the end of the day, we don't high five each other. You know, we'll go in the room and we'll be like, hey, this is the name of the show. And I don't leave here and revel in the show. You look at my house, there literally is zero memorabilia of my radio career in my house. None. It's all packed up in stuff and put away elsewhere. We don't like do that. And I don't know. It's wild because I know people in this business that it's everywhere. I mean, they revel in everything they've done in the business, and I have no problem with that. I mean, God bless them. I wish I could do that. I just don't have that gene. I don't know why.
My mom has it as well, so you don't have to be necessarily in a career that puts you in front of the public.
Yeah, or spotlight.
Exactly. It's any time where you just feel like at the end of the day, no matter how much you pour into it, that somehow you're just an imposter.
Yeah, it's wild, man.
It is.
What a crazy thing. It is just kind of, do you have any of that at all, Jack?
Yeah, yeah. Well, yes. Like, I always have to jump to the next thing, and it's like I'm not
accomplished yet.
Not enjoying what was done because it's okay. What's next?
Yeah, you have to do the next thing, right? Yeah. And that's a weird thing. I wonder how you learn how to do that. I'm sure therapy would help, but I wonder how you learn, and I think you do. You probably have to learn to do that, right? Learn how to revel in your accomplishments, which I just don't have that machine.
Well, a lot of times it's just easier to listen to the critic in your head than the cheerleader. I remember when I was in therapy, I remember telling my therapist, I'm afraid of getting rid of that critical voice, though, because I think it's that critical voice that keeps me humble.
Right.
And she said, no, Deborah, that critical voice is what keeps you sick.
Oh, wow. Yeah. And I have that. You hear that all the time in the breaks.
Because you're listening. Like it's the oldest voice that you know.
Yeah.
Right? It's your critical voice. It's been with you since you're a kid. It's usually the last voice you hear before you go to sleep. And it's the first voice you hear when you wake up in the morning. However, I will tell you, the skills and the tricks and the tools that I was taught in therapy to take the power away from that voice is life-changing, Jimmy.
Is it really?
Life-changing.
Really?
Life-changing.
Wow.
It really is.
Do you have to inject it?
Well, no. Why, you got some?
All right, 407 916 1041. So they people.
Sorry.
What? What'd you read?
I just read on the texting service. It's back to Ross's thing, Ross Padgett we just had on a little while ago.
Tag you're it.
Tag you're it. That's your last words.
I like the trash goes out on Tuesday.
Yeah, right. Die.
And someone else texted, I forgot to sign the will.
Hey, so I want to go back to this John Krasinski thing. He was People Magazine's sexiest man alive.
I saw the guys on Fox News fretting about that.
Yeah. It's just kind of weird. And I think I'm leaning on you for this. All right, because
Jim can't tell if a guy is sexy.
No,
he can.
I know what a guy. Okay,
Yeah,
so
he can.
I've said there are certain guys where you can
Prove
look
it.
at
What
them.
guy would you kiss?
Well, I wouldn't kiss anybody. I'm not a gay. But I know that
not a gay.
I'm not a gay. But you can look at a guy like that Hemsworth guy, the Chris Hemsworth guy, the Thor, and you can see where women would go, yeah, that dude's great, right? He's a handsome guy, got a great smile, good build, big dude.
Second time today you've mentioned him. Right. I think I figured it out who it is, Jack.
Listen, man, he's the one that I would think that most women kind of lose it over. There are a number of them out there. Brad Pitt and Tom Cruise are going to played. They're like 60 years old now, so it's not the same vibe. So I wanted to ask you. So what is sexy? Like when a woman looks at a man, is it always appearance? Because this is the thing that throws that in the trash. That John Krasinski, when you look at him, looks like any guy in your marketing department or any guy that sells copiers. It doesn't look like a guy who is a big time star, a very creative force now in Hollywood. He and his wife both.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Well, like you'd mentioned in Jack Ryan, right? So he's got a little bit of that kind of, I don't want to say machismo, that kind of, John Wick, run him down, beat him up.
Incredible
kind of
sense of humor. Seems to be kind of humble and down to earth.
Fun to hang out with.
Yeah.
Sexy encompasses, like you could see somebody that outside of what you would physically think is sexy just has that vibe about them. It's their mojo.
And it's the same for guys, though.
Austin Powers was not sexy.
Right, yeah.
I don't care what anybody says.
But it's the vibe, because you can see girls that are very pretty, but their vibe is very standoffish, and they don't seem like they're a lot of fun, and they just don't really seem, they just seem prickly.
Like the kind of women you wish could eat makeup so that they could be pretty on the inside like they are on the outside.
Right, but it's women who have have that confidence and that swag where they don't really care what people think. They have a good sense of humor. They're willing to be silly.
That's a woman over 40.
Right, yeah. Right. Well, I mean,
you just get to that, what the WTF?
Yeah. But that, I think, is it the same for you, Jack? Like when you just find somebody that seems, like when you look at somebody and you think, well, that woman's sexy. Yeah, she's a good-looking woman, but really it's more than just her physical appearance.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Definitely. I mean, in my younger days, the classifications, and I don't know if this might be considered rude now. It was a machine or a dish. Like, oh, she's a machine.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
And then, she's a dish.
Okay, what's the difference between a machine and a dish?
There's a difference.
Yeah, I'm about to find out.
Yeah, the
There's a
machine
difference.
is more primal.
Uh-huh.
The attraction is more primal, and a dish is like, awesome.
Isn't
like
she
cute,
sweet?
Like sweet, cute.
Right.
But, and it's...
The machine's the one you can pull into the back of a grocery store and do some awful things to her.
Yeah.
Who's a celebrity?
The dish is what you marry.
Who's a celebrity machine? Like in your eyes, like when you look at a celebrity, who's the machine?
I would say
like a Charlize Theron.
Yes, you could go in that, like in the Chanel No. 5 commercial. I would say Salma Hayek in in the snake dance.
I think you mean J'adore.
J'adore.
The
Okay.
J'adore, not
J'adore.
Chanel.
Yeah.
And that's when you know he's not caring about the product. Look at those legs coming out of that pool of water.
Yeah.
So here's an example. Blake Shelton, really sweet guy. He was also People Magazine's Sexiest Man Alive. I would think it's more for his vibe and his mojo than how he quote unquote looks, because David Beckham is more beautiful than he deserves until he opens his mouth.
Yeah, Blake Shelton looks like more of a fun hang.
Exactly. You want to have a beer with that dude.
Yeah.
And then show him your machine.
But the thing is like the girl he's with does not seem that way. Like Gwen Stefani does not seem like that. She doesn't seem very fun. She's actually a little pent up, I think.
Well, she's a good Catholic girl.
Yeah, she is a good Catholic girl.
She would not marry Blake Shelton until she got an annulment from, what's that POS's name? That she was
Gavin.
Gavin,
Yeah,
whatever.
the guy from Bush.
Right.
Yeah.
Like Chris Hemsworth, he is...
Machine. I like Jack's...
I know. I'm going to start
machine or a
using that.
dish.
Machine or a dish.
I like that. Jack's good.
I was doing that 20 years ago. I wasn't sure if that's still cool to say.
It's fine.
Oh, just objectifying women.
No, you're not. Look, you're not objectifying women.
We objectify each other. We're here talking about if a man is good looking enough to be called sexiest man alive, when really sexy has so much more to do with just that.
But that's the thing is, like, I mean, I would say that, like, they have, when they talk about women, they don't really say sexy. They say beautiful. And that's different because there are pretty girls that you would not want to be around. There are pretty girls that you would have a difficult time having fun. Maybe they're just too worried about how they look, too worried about getting their hair messed up or ruining their makeup or wrinkling their clothes or any of that stuff.
Well, I think that's because sexy when it came to women was already implied, right? So if she's making the cover of Sports Illustrated's swimsuit edition, she's not making that because she's pretty.
Right.
And she's got a great personality.
Yeah, but she has to have to have a good body. And
that takes care of the sexy part.
Yeah.
And the barely scantily clad.
But there are full-figured women who are very sexy. Like there are plenty of full-figured women that are super hot.
I'm saying, exactly. Yeah. That's the point. Sexy is about so much more than just how you look.
Right. And then, of course, we hear the trad dad body is in. Let me tell you, kid.
Don't
Let me tell you, kid.
Slow your roll over there, Jimbo.
I am People Magazine's Trad Dad Dude of the Year. I got the pooch. I got the back hair. I got no hair.
Hair? If you don't have ear hair and nose hair, then I'm sorry. You still don't qualify. You have to grow up a little bit more.
Come on, man. I have to pull those out. It's like a guitar string in there.
Ow, don't do that.
I pull one, it hurts the other ear. All right, 407-916-1041. Text us 77031. All right, your last shot, guys. It's deposit. That is your 6 o'clock keyword, DEPOSIT. Just slide over to realradio.fm and send that out for your chance at $1,000. What you got for, you heard it here first?
Well, we're going to talk about advisories beginning for a tropical system. A Clearwater man is arrested in a decades-old cold case, and an Orlando attraction will install the tallest jet ride in North America.
What?
Yep, we'll talk about that and more next, and you heard it here first.
All right, we'll do that right after this.
Real Radio is on Threads at Real Radio 1041. Sponsored by the law offices of Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys. Have you been in an accident? Call the law offices of Anajar and Levine at 1-800-747-FREE.
That's 1-800-747-3733.
This weather report is brought to you by Mills Air.
Hey there, Central Florida, Fox 35, Storm Team Meteorologist Noah Bergen here. We're looking at a blend of clouds and sunshine again for Thursday. Warm near 80. Cold front on Friday, maybe a shower. But wow, it's going to feel much cooler and drier for the weekend. Sunshine, 70s, 50s for lows. Beautiful. In the tropics, we're watching Sarah. Could it impact Florida next week? It may. But to what extent, we don't know yet. It'll be middle of next week. We advise you watch the forecast close over the coming days.
This report is sponsored by Early Learning Coalition of Seminole. Every child learns in their own way, and the ELC of Seminole is passionate about sparking meaningful connections. Their school readiness programs support income-eligible families by offering scholarships to programs that foster early learning and development. Get started today at sparkyoungminds.com.
Hey everybody, Jim Colbert here for my friends over at Life Imaging FLA. November is the month of thanks and gratitude. For sure, I am thankful for meeting Life Imaging FLA and getting their crew over there and getting this free heart scan. It has really changed the way I look at medicine altogether. You know, we had a doctor in here a few months ago who's been doing this for 30 years. And when I told him about Life Imaging and their scan, he looks me dead in the eye and he goes, you know, I've been using technology like that to save lives forever. It is the best machine out there to do that. And that's exactly what Life Imaging FLA does. That free heart scan is an absolute must. And remember, just a few minimum requirements. It is a $699 value. And we hear so many testimonies. Here's the thing. Talk about being proactive instead of reactive. And what that means is don't wait for the symptoms to show up. Just get in there and get the scan to make sure that you're cool before any of that happens. Early detection saves lives. So don't wait. Do what we did. Call Life Imaging FLA. Like I said, get that free heart scan. Just a few minimum requirements. It is a $699 value. And while you're there, you got to be sure to ask about their cancer screening. That's very important. Just pick up your cell phone and dial pound 250 and say the keyword free heart scan. That's pound 250. Say that keyword free heart scan. They'll connect you in seconds. That way you can make that call. You can get that appointment and you can finally take control of your long-term health care. You have the option to receive a one-time auto dial text message from iHeartMedia.
If you have high blood pressure and chronic kidney disease, you may be eligible to participate in a study. More treatment options are needed for people with CKD and high blood pressure. That's why the BAX Duo Arctic study is researching a potential new treatment option to lower blood pressure and slow CKD progression. All participants will receive active study medication during their time in the study. Visit ckdtrial.com to learn more and see if the study may be right for you. That's ckdtrial.com.
My mom says everyone goes through hard times. Right now, that's my family. But people like you make me smile because this holiday, we can have a big meal together as a family. For every $10 donated to Second Harvest Food Bank, you can provide 40 meals and hope when we need it most. Help today at feedhopenow.org.
The holidays mean more travel, more shopping, and more personal info in more places that could expose you more to identity theft. That's why LifeLock monitors millions of data points every second. If your identity's stolen, their U.S.-based restoration specialists will fix it guaranteed or your money back. Don't face drained accounts, fraudulent loans, or financial losses alone. Get more holiday fun and less holiday worry with LifeLock. Save up to 40% your first year with promo code CLAY. Visit LifeLock.com. Terms apply.
Are you annoyingly inattentive? Do you watch a movie and then ask a zillion questions because you weren't paying attention? Do people ask, how do you sleep at night? Then you should get a mattress from Mattress Firm. They can help anyone sleep. At Mattress Firm's Black Friday sale, get a king for the price of a queen and a free adjustable base with select Sealy beds, all with a low price guarantee. Get matched at Mattress Firm. Sleep at night. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
A noisy garage door is a cry for help that often requires only simple maintenance. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello from A1 Garage Door Service. Don't wait until a simple garage door repair becomes a major problem. We fix garage doors fast and with quality parts designed to last a lifetime. Replacing the bottom rubber on your garage door can have a huge impact on the number of bugs you see in your garage and in your home. Call A1 Garage today and receive the best service, best parts, and best warranty in the industry.
A1 from day one.
This is car accident attorney Jeff Kaufman with the injury law firm of Kaufman Lynn. It's hot, you're tired, the guy in the car in front of you is texting. You want to be mad, but you just finished watching 4 cat videos your wife just sent you. If it makes you feel any better, the guy in the car behind you is mad too. So put down your damn phone. If you or someone you know is ever in a car, truck, or motorcycle accident, contact us at whenyouneedus.com or dial 407-500-JEFF. Offices, Orlando.
Prescription products require completion of an online consultation with an independent healthcare provider and are only available if prescribed. Subscription required. Additional restrictions apply. See website for more details and safety information.
Is Cialis Daily really better than Viagra?
If you like spontaneity, the answer is yes. So when the mood strikes, you're ready to go.
I felt like a young man again. My wife is definitely much happier.
When you take it, you're ready to go.
Does Cialis Daily last longer than Viagra?
Guys are raving that their results last even longer.
My partner thinks that I am a rock star.
Because it is effective, I say I'm on a second honeymoon.
It's literally life-changing.
Are 30-day sample packs available?
You can now access a 30-day sample pack at TryRexMD.com with generics at just $1 per tablet, if appropriate. Online approval at TryRexMD.com is simple, with medication delivered direct to your door. There's no copay, no doctor office visit, and your shipping is always free. Visit TryRexMD.com to get your sample pack. That's TryRexMD.com.
The free iHeart app goes everywhere you do. Even better, when you plug your phone into Apple CarPlay or Android Auto, the app becomes part of the dash with a seamless way to listen to your favorite radio stations, the latest must-hear podcast, or a custom playlist to get you focused. Try Apple CarPlay or Android Auto with the iHeart app today.
Need help navigating your will or trust? Visit onefirmforlife.com today for your free consultation.
Stay tuned to the Jim Colbert Show as we demonstrate our attitude of gratitude. Our thank you segment is sponsored by Life Imaging FLA. Now open. Call pound 250 keyword heart scan. More Jim Colbert Show in 3, 2, 1.
Hey guys, I have a medical cannabis card and I was most recently prescribed Adderall by my doctor. So now, when I'm smoking too much weed and experience a little psychosis, I'm able to accurately determine which dimension I want to live in that day. All right, thank you.
You're full of it because every time you smoke a cigar, that's a celebration.
You might as well get your Thanksgiving turkey and everything else cooked, frozen. That way, when the electricity goes out, you can have Thanksgiving dinner. Oh, joy. Joy.
The week before.
Still, I feel his anger.
Yeah.
A bird takes like 5 days to defrost.
It does take
In
a
the
long
fridge.
time, right? Yeah. All right, 407-916-1041. Welcome back. I am Jim. There's Deb.
Hello.
Jack is here as well.
Yeah.
All right, coming up tomorrow, we'll have, Danny Meyering in tomorrow. Colbert Court tomorrow with our buddy Glenn Klausman. Anything else? I can't remember.
We do. We have Haley with the Orlando Pride.
That's right.
Yeah, the assistant GM. She's in charge of soccer operations for the Pride, but they have a big match, semifinal match coming up Sunday. But Kay mentioned her when we talked to Kay Rollins last week about what a badass Haley is.
Oh, my gosh.
Right, yeah.
So anyway, we're going to have a call with her as we also talk about this Sunday's upcoming match.
Very good. That's all tomorrow for sure. Let's see. We'll also have more opportunities for you on $1,000 and cool stuff in trivia as well. Deb, what do we have for you? Heard it here first.
It's time for You Heard It Here First on the Jim Colbert Show.
All right. Well, as I had mentioned earlier, the National Hurricane Center in Miami has begun advisories started today on that system. It does forecast to become the season's next named tropical depression or storm. Long-range forecast models predict it will intensify into a hurricane and threaten Florida by the middle of next week. Wednesday looks like to be the day. If it does turn and strike Florida, maybe you've got this on your bingo card. It could become the fourth named storm to hit the state's Gulf Coast this hurricane season.
Unbelievable.
Following hurricanes Debbie, Helene, and Milton. Now, the next name on the list is Sarah. The 2024 Atlantic hurricane season, which ends, thankfully, November 30th, has had how many named storms so far?
15.
Oh, I was going to go a little higher. I'll go 17.
Give yourself a dong, my friend.
Oh,
17.
I gave you a courtesy year.
Well, I know.
Named storms so far this year.
It doesn't, I don't know about you guys, does it seem inconceivable that we'll have another season where we don't get hit?
Yeah.
They don't feel that way, that it would be inconceivable now that we would have a hurricane season where we would skirt not getting hit with anything.
It does.
Yeah,
You wonder why the insurance companies are like, nope, going up.
Well,
Going
out of those 17 named storms, 11 became hurricanes, with 5 of those growing into major hurricanes of Category 3 or stronger. Like I said, the season runs until November 30th. All right, Jimmy, this is for you and I, our true crime fans. Well, a 71-year-old Clearwater man is in custody in connection to a Western Massachusetts cold case from more than 4 decades ago. Authorities gave an update earlier today saying Timothy Jolie was arrested last week for a deadly double shooting in November of 1978.
Really?
In West Springfield, Massachusetts. Hampden County District Attorney Anthony Galunni says a partial fingerprint found at the murder scene back in 1978 turned out to be a key piece of evidence against him.
Investigators obtained a fingerprint identification card for Jolie from the Springfield Police Department, which was on file with that department because Jolie was fingerprinted as an applicant for a taxi cab license in the year 2000.
So from 1978 to 2000, now the 18 and 20-year-old victims were found at a rest area along Route 5 in West Springfield, Massachusetts. Investigators, like I said, used DNA evidence at the crime scene and a tip from a caller to tie Jolie to the crime.
Wow, man.
Man, if you think you got away with a cold case,
yeah, you
good
did not.
luck to you.
Yeah, right.
And then finally, new rides will soon go up at 2 Central Florida theme parks, but not the parks you're probably thinking of. Fun Spot America says it's going to relocate 4 of its rides to its attractions in Orlando and Kissimmee. Each park will get 2 new rides after they're moved from the company's South Carolina location.
Did not know they had one there.
I did not as well. I've always thought this was a Central Florida invention.
Yeah, 100%.
Well, Fun Spot Orlando, which for those who do not know is near International Drive, will get to install the Mach Fun Tower Ride, which is the tallest flying jet ride in North America.
Wow.
No, thank you.
Yeah, that's a hard pass for your boy.
Season pass holders will be one of the first to learn about when the new rides will open.
There you go.
And you heard it here first on the Jim Colbert Show.
Thank you, Deb. All right, who do you have to thank? Who do we have to thank today?
Are we
can
just
do it.
saving that for JCS
We can do
News?
it whenever we want.
That's
no,
right.
No rules.
Damn it. All right. Well, we want to thank Daryl Payne with Pawfection Dog Training, our Animal House guest today. And the Animal House podcast has already been posted. So in case you missed that segment, you can find that there. Orlando Sentinel columnist Scott Maxwell, you can find his segment at JimColbertLive.com. Also want to thank Ross Padgett with Good Sauce with Ross and Joel. Don't forget to hear their show coming on at 8 o'clock tonight. And then last but never least, Sam Bowen and Candace Rich for running our YouTube chat.
Boom. Jack, we have a question of the day.
We most certainly did have a question of the day. Do your kids play video games rated M, 17 plus?
God, I think it's 68% say yes, they do. They allow them to.
41%.
Wow. Really? That's good. Thanks, guys. I appreciate
Well, you
it.
got to understand. Do you have kids? Do the people voting in the YouTube chat have kids?
Do they have gaming systems?
A gaming system, and at an age where do they play video games? And if they do, are they playing the more violent ones?
Yeah.
And 41% say yeah.
Yeah, okay. Well, that's good. I mean, that's like not the worst thing ever. All right, tomorrow again, we have Colbert Court. Danny Meyering will be in with us, and more opportunities for you to win $1,000, plus with trivia, more TSO tickets, and more tickets to the Central Florida Auto Show. Let's get out of here.
Oh, yeah.
All right, guys.
Plus, this just in, Jimmy, we'll have a pair of tickets to see the Orlando Pride in their semifinal match this Sunday
Very nice.
against Kansas City Current. And that's one of 3 prizes we'll have tomorrow.
Very nice. On behalf of Deb and Jack, I am Jim. We follow the News Junkie. They follow the Monsters in the Morning after us. It's Tom and Dan with the Corporate Time and Ross with Good Sauce.
You got it.
Then our friends from Real Ass. We'll see you tomorrow at 3 for more of the Jim Colbert Show. Until then, have yourself a fantastic Wednesday evening.
And go put some hump in your day. Bye.
But I still love you.
A Corporate Time with Tom and Dan is coming up next on Real Radio 104.1.
Seeing some stop and go